Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is August 2nd, 2026, 9:14 a.m. And today we are starting Ordeal Call 3, Archetype Inception. We left off with the summer event. The summer event, for those who don't know, for anyone maybe skipping ahead that was oddly unaware, the summer event this year took place in Dubai. It was another summer where BB hosted it and was like, oh boy, we're gonna have a fun time in the future in the year 2020, was it 2029, I think? And it turns out something went wrong. I don't know what. We're gonna figure that out. But actually, this summer doesn't take place in near future Dubai like we thought. It takes place in far future Dubai on the moon. That was the supposed big plot twist at the end of the summer event, was that, hey, oops, it's all main story. It's not a summer event, it's actually a main story chapter. So we get to the end. BB was having us collect these joy experiences that was making this number go up on the joy counter there on the top left that you can see. And once it reached a certain number, it maxed out, and all the other like NPCs in the area were acting really weird and saying, like, now that you've reached the max joy number, you don't have to exist anymore, or something like that. And I had known going into this, so if you have clairvoyance, I think that it might have had, correct me if I'm wrong, JP players, but I think even on JP they knew that this was going to be a main story like chapter, right? I think like it wasn't like a huge plot twist that like this was a main story chapter all along. I think even going into this summer, JP players even had a pretty good idea, because there was a lot of like you have to be caught up on main story to experience this summer, I think, or something like that. They announced it during Summer 9 stream, yeah? Okay, so it wasn't a big reveal that like, oh my god, this is a main story chapter. It was more so like, holy shit, we're on a moon and we have moon shenanigan shit going on. And I assume extroverse shit was like my theory the whole time too, because there's a lot of extroverse shenanigans going, or sorry, not extroverse, servantverse shenanigans going on, with X being here, with Areshkagul being like beast space Areshkagul, and then also C.I.E.L being like space C.I.E.L as well. So there's like a lot of servantverse shit going on as well. So I don't know exactly what all the lore details are just yet. Those are still developing. But yeah, the summer event was like, we had a vacation at Dubai. Turns out it's not actually Dubai. I'm not sure if we were in simulated Dubai, or if there was like, we went up on the tower, and once we went up on the elevator on the tower, like the whole Dubai was revealed to be on the moon, which was something that we didn't know beforehand, and like the whole map changed and everything, which was a pretty cool reveal. But the lore implications of it and like what's actually going on, we have no idea yet, and so that's where we're gonna get started. That's the prologue to the main story, I suppose. So Ordeal Call. And of course, all along we thought that Ordeal Call 3 was going to be this one, and now it's changed. I think it did say Ordeal Call 3 beforehand, right? Now it says they changed it to Ordeal Call 4, with the addition of Ordeal Call 3 being the top left corner there. And it is, I wanted to point out, I'm not sure if they just took the assets of the Ordeal ball here and just copy pasted up in the top left, but the ball up in the top left there is another globe. Like, it's not the moon per se, if I'm not mistaken, because I remember when it showed up last time, you can kind of see the continents on there now too, where the logo isn't blocking. But the ball up on the left-hand side there that is Ordeal Call 3 is like another Earth, and I'm not sure if they're just like reusing the assets or if there's some actual like story implications there, but I just thought it was interesting that like the Ordeal ball here, the bleached Earth, it kind of seems like they just copy pasted the assets up there, but we'll see, I guess. But oh my god, it's so fucking bright. Ordeal Ballception. But yeah, let's get into it. 59 days remaining. Holy moly. And so similar to, if I'm not mistaken, similar to Seraph, it's kind of funny how they're both extra things and they both take place in like 0.5 chapters in a way. But similar to Seraph was a main story, but it was also an event, right? And Seraph also had to do with extra shenanigans, and the Seraph, which was like the Fate Extra or CCC collab, was also like a 0.5 chapter that was an event, and it is part of the Epic of Remnant story chapters, but because it was an event, it was like a thing you had to experience before it went away, and then eventually they brought it back as a main story chapter in the main interludes. And so I assume this is kind of a same thing going on here, where it is an event, you have to experience it within the 59 days, but then sometime next year they're going to bring it back as a full like main interlude chapter that you can experience permanently. I did see the JP news. JP's anniversary servant got revealed, and there's a bunch of old servants that got animation updates, which is very cool. Always a fan of that. All right, without further ado though, let's hop into Ordeal Call 3. Belleum Nova Humanitatis, Archetype Inception. The other thing I was gonna mention that I knew going into this, slight spoiler for, I mean, everyone should know by now that it has to do with like some BBAI bullshit. But I won't say the Ordeal Call 4 thing that I know, but I kind of knew the themes of Ordeal Call 3 and Ordeal Call 4 at the moment, or like before Ordeal Call 3 came out, because there was like an interview Nasu did where he was kind of talking about the themes, and I got to experience like the spoiler-free version of the interview thanks to a streamer that was translating it. But I knew going into this that it was going to have to do with the, I think the theming was AI intelligence and how it compares to human intelligence. And so I was really interested in that. And then there's another thing which, if you know where Ordeal Call 4 is located on the map, that kind of gives a little bit of it away. But I was really interested in, because Ordeal Call 4 is supposedly going to have to do with rulers, and I don't know, there's some interesting themes that I remember when Nasu was talking about the themes of Ordeal Call 4, it made me kind of excited for it. And so similarly, Ordeal Call 3 seemed to have some interesting themes with AI and how it compares to human intelligence. So let's hop into it, I guess. Here we go. Ordeal Call 3, Archetype Inception. The AI trapped on the moon. Already getting Seraph vibes right away, unless I've never experienced Extra or CCC. Like I've said a bunch of times now. The original plan was hoping that Extra Record, which is Fate Extra's remake, that Fate Extra Record was going to be released before this, but it got like indefinitely delayed, unfortunately. But I was hoping to be able to experience Extra at the very least before Ordeal Call 3, because I knew it was going to have some extraverse shenanigans with all the characters that it had in it. But already getting Seraph vibes with the ocean. I don't know if that's an extra thing with the CG we got here, but reminds me of Seraph at the very least. The days of contemplation were long, so very, very long. For 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 years, humankind piled success atop success. Having won the battle for survival, they advanced their science and engineering, removing anything that might cause them mental or physical discomfort. Every human received the gift of utopia, a life of endless delight, free from the terror of death. And this does take place, I don't know when, does anyone in chat know when Extra takes place and CCC takes place, year-wise, if it's even mentioned in those games? Because at the very least, we know that this 2030, okay, this takes place in 1,000 years beyond that, which is super interesting. So, I wonder if there's like extra fans that got some interesting lore developments out of this then. We'll see. I guess we don't even know what the fucking background of this story is yet, but... So every human received the gift of utopia, a life of endless delight, free from the terror of death. Even so, everyone eventually found themselves unable to take satisfaction in what they had. This discontent seemed always to eclipse any successes they achieved. Why do we exist? That was the only order that demanded an answer. There were no other roles left to fulfill. But nobody could determine how to do so, nor could anyone judge right from wrong. Such was everyone's patience that they all thought of the task as one that would not be completed in their lifetime. The moment we understood that itself to be the answer was the moment we stopped growing. Hello, hello. Hello, Mr. Armstrong. May this step follow the trail you laid. Armstrong mentioned! Every course is now complete. All that remains now is to get through the next few days, to await the day we see you off. It's been a long, long summer for Earth. I feel a faint sense of weariness and dissatisfaction mingling with the joy of wanting to pat myself on the back for a job well done. To close things out, I searched the database for events that matched my current mental state. Upon seeing the results, I laugh and close my eyes. Ah, yes. This does feel like the morning of a graduation ceremony. Armstrong's a servant and extra? Interesting. Where's the audio? What the fuck? Ordeal Call 3, Belleum Nova, Humanitatis? Is Humanitatis a word? Huh. Okay. So, BB, if I'm not mistaken, is like the main AI for the moon cell, which is like a supercomputer on the moon, and like all of humanity within the extraverse is like similar to like the third magic. It's like a, if not the same thing, it's probably the same thing. I assume so, right? All of humanity is like literally in their consciousnesses are like absorbed into that supercomputer, and they're like in a simulation, right? No. Random Latin, it just means humanity? Okay. Need to have programming socks to get there? I don't know what that means. But got it. What's... They do have tech magecraft instead of the internet, though? What the fuck? What, do we know what's going on with Earth in the extraverse? Because I was just, the line that specifically said, they're called wizards, they need to hack into the moon. That's wild. Mages, mages being good at tech in the extraverse is just funny, considering like they're kind of like notorious for being bad at tech everywhere else. The magic is dried up. Okay, gotcha. Which makes sense, right? Because like the more humans discover, like the magic mystery is super fucked. Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, that makes sense. The line, I assume that was BB. I could be wrong though. The narrator there at the beginning though, saying that it was a very long summer for Earth, kind of made me think like, did the Earth just like, did global warming and climate change just fuck the Earth? It's been a very long summer for the Earth. Just made me think of that. But that's why I was asking. Do we know what's going on the Earth in the Extraverse? It's implied that to be caused by a very specific event rather than just progression of society, though. Gotcha. Okay, but we don't know exactly what. Okay. And what looks like we're fighting a moon cancer here. Hopefully we actually get to fight more moon cancers. I understand, like, because of the context of the story in Ordeal Call 1, why we didn't, like, consistently fight alter egos. But, in OC2, it was kind of cool because, like, they kind of wanted you to use your Avengers. And I was kind of hoping that we get, like, more extra class stuff in the Ordeal Calls, because typically in main story chapters especially, and events, like, you're not too incentivized to use your extra classes unless it's like a specific scenario where they're really good. And so I was kind of hoping that OC2 I did like from a gameplay perspective, how they were like, here's your last hurrah with the Avengers, right? Like, use your Avengers, they get extra damage, and I thought that was kind of cool. And so hopefully they do something interesting like that with the gameplay here in OC3. But I'll stop yapping, let's get into it. Okay, and here's where we left off at the end of the summer story, it looks like. You want to go back home? What home? This is the year 3019. You're in Moon Dubai, a city built on the lunar surface. We actually Dubai 2 Electric Boogaloo? I'm afraid there's no one left on Earth anymore. Nobody left on Earth? You mean on the bleached Earth? No, the bleached Earth phenomenon only happened in your world. This is our world, an Earth that was never bleached, where Chaldea never even existed. This is the Earth as it was always meant to be. Well, apart from there not being so much as a single human on its surface. Wait! Let's say you're telling the truth about this version of Dubai being on the moon in the year 3019. It's still not possible that there are no people left on Earth. I may not be able to verify this world's foundation of humanity rank right now, but the FOH itself still exists. And that is proof humanity hasn't gone extinct. Oh, right. That is one of the uses of the foundation of humanity value, isn't it? Even if you can't ascertain the value itself, the very concept of the foundation of humanity alone proves humanity exists. It's true, there may not be any humans left on Earth, but humanity is still flourishing. But that's only in this world and time. There's no place here for obsolete humans like yourselves. Obsolete? Yes, you'll see what I mean once I restore the Huh? I'm late! I'm late! No lighthearted vibes now! Only wild rides! Seems like something ominous is heading our way. I kind of had the feeling that this was like a different BB, because like that's kind of, or not that it was a different BB, but like her plans definitely fucked up. Like our BB and this BB were like kind of separate incantations of the same person. Summer stolen twice in a row. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like it's not the first time her plans have gotten like completely stolen by someone else. It's just kind of funny. So this was like, what, future her stealing the plans or something? Oh good, you're still here. I'm sorry, I can't believe I flubbed the date by 6 whole days. I must be the biggest bonehead in history, but hey, at least summer vacation isn't over yet. Hi everyone, it's me, BB, the all-powerful AI and partner of humankind, promising you health and happiness. And didn't at the beginning, so who was it? Was it Passion Lip, I think, that mentioned the 6 days? Someone mentioned like the date was wrong by 6 days or something, or it took us 6 days to get here. Maybe that was it. Or maybe that was Drop that mentioned that. One of them did. I thought 6 days was mentioned earlier in the summer story. I was just waiting for the perfect time to make a fancy entry. So how are you all liking Dubai? Everyone is utterly flabbergasted. Oh, are you mad? Are you all appalled? I don't blame you. I'm furious, and I have no one but myself to blame. It's a good thing Lip graciously agreed to be your guide. Otherwise, I'd have left you all on your own devices for 6 straight days. Oh. Spider-Man meme. The two BBs stare at each other. I see. You must be my alter. Let me guess, you're another separate BB who came here from the future moon cell. Nice to meet you, Chaldea BB. Productive as it would be for us to enumerate the differences between us, there's no need for that now. Not when I have a firm grasp of your capabilities and background, and you have only 6 seconds. So it would seem. I'm so sorry, everyone. Thank you for everything. Huh? BB? BB! Don't worry, I didn't delete her. I just compressed her beyond any hope of extraction and propelled her into space. She's probably rocketing past Mars around now. She'll never return to Earth again. You'll be joining her. I did watch the PV this time around, which I usually don't do, but I was kind of excited, and I did watch the PV this time around, the preview, and I did see that Koyan Skya Dark is in it, which is interesting, and we haven't seen her since her story where she went out to space. I wonder if that's going to be how she comes back later, because surely that's not the last we've seen of normal BB. She say? She's probably rocketing past Mars around now. She'll never return to Earth again. You'll be joining her. Now that you've achieved the maximum joy humans are capable of, there's nothing left to do. So you're free to go home now. I'll even make good on our contract to send you back to Chaldea. What the? What is this? Master. Uh-oh. Everyone's disappearing. You're sending them all back at once? That's right. This is the year 3019. Records of humans like heroic spirits have no power here because nobody even remembers them anymore. And anything that's been forgotten may as well not exist. Now that this city's lair has switched over to Moon Dubai, it's rejecting any heroic spirits from before the year 2400. You people are no exception. It looks like only Max and Mash will be staying. Congratulations, you two just barely made the cut. Those criteria don't apply to me, but I should probably keep that to myself right now. You're banishing every servant and just leaving Max and Mash? All this behind-the-scenes scenarios manipulation is an evil mastermind move. I ought to know. I've done it before. I still don't completely understand the situation. However, it seems clear that this BB isn't the one we know, but a different one with wicked intentions. Which means the first thing we need to do is neutralize her. I trust there are no objections? Definitely not. We are all in agreement. BB might have been a problem child, but she was still one of us, and she only ever tried to help. Okay. Now that she's been sent away so forcefully, I see no reason to hold back. BB Dubai, or whoever you are, I, Percival, of the Knights of the Round Table, shall face you with all my strength. Hell yeah, this is more like it. Let's do this, warriors! A smart decision. I guess I should have expected nothing less from the Master of Chaldea's direct charges. It looks like you still have a few minutes before the automatic banishment kicks in. Well then, I guess there's nothing more to be done. Only troglodytes pick on the weak. I'd rather not recreate obsolete humanity's most charming point if I don't have to. But I suppose I can play with you archaic insects for a little while. Watch closely, Max. This will be humanity's last servant battle ever. Ooh, locked lineup. Hey, yo, the red guts. Ooh, piano time? Okay. Are we all just dying really quick? We were about to get fucking destroyed. Oh no. The dudes in suits fucking protect her, that's funny. Hey, he's got the glasses there. Wasn't I complaining, like in one of the earlier streams, that he didn't have the glasses and the NP? Is that a variation or something, I assume? Oh boy. Holy moly. Now we know the reason Nasu made another BB. Wait, why did the other ones go to the back line and Shufu actually just Shufu said England is my city. The fucking car. Because I wasn't planning on getting BB Dubai, remember, but because I did get her, I was looking up her kit. That she has 2 different Noble Phantasms, huh? I actually didn't know that about her kit. I knew that she was like a multi-core arts farmer, but I didn't know she could like change her noble phantasm. It's kind of interesting. I actually didn't notice that Karna and Percival retreat instead of vanishing. Yeah, it's kind of a... I assume they're not gonna disappear then, huh? Better Tamamo one and an AoE clear. Does this have NP gain at all? Nope. What's up, Moe? What the fuck? Oh, that's pretty. Wow. Wait, I have not seen that NP. That's a cool NP.
Wow. I can't believe I was able to sub to my favorite streamer using Twitch Prime. 2倍を優先した衣装でしたので、負けるのは仕方ないですよね。
Moe, thank you so much for the 41-month resub. Holy wow, I can't believe I was able to sub to my favorite streamer for free using Twitch Prime chat. That is right. Did you know you can subscribe to your favorite streamer for free using Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account? You can subscribe to either myself or your favorite streamer for free. And if you do sub to me, you get ad-free viewing. It's very cool. Thank you so much, Moe, for the continued support. Ooh. Holy fucking Buster Chain, man. Oh. She give herself a brain freeze and go, ow! That's cute. The notes reference! Uh-oh. God bless streaming gacha games and God bless America, am I right? We might be cooking. Wait, why is she disappearing? Huh. I thought for sure X would have stayed. I guess we'll see. She's incredibly durable and oddly heavy. Whatever she isn't what she appears to be. So my spear was no match for her than your lance. No more match for her than your lance. I hate to admit it, but fighting her felt like I was jabbing my spear into the city itself. Everyone, get back! Well, I'd love to, but it feels like something's pinning me in. Ah! Uh-oh. That wasn't banishment. That was a Kodak. What are you going to do with them, BB? Add them to my collection. They will make nice additions to my home decor. Damn, she pulled a General Grievous. A fine addition to my collection. Although, that's odd. Why isn't that servant disappearing on her own? She shouldn't be able to fight the banishment if she's unconscious. In fact, why is she lying down at all? Did she eat something that didn't agree with her? I'm assuming it's because of the servant verse BS that's going on with her. She was like leaking servant verse energy, and because we got the little bit of dialogue from X saying that X wasn't going to get banished because she was from the servant verse, I assume the same thing's going on with Aresh. You look genuinely perplexed, BB Dubai. So does this mean you did not in fact turn Ereshkigal into a beast? Huh? No, I don't have anything to do with that. Frankly, I didn't think there were any evils of humanity left on Earth at all. Then Ereshkigal's transformation wasn't your doing? Of course not. I'm an AI designed to preserve and manage humanity. I would never get mixed up with a beast. That said, this is exactly the kind of surprise I don't like. It looks like you messed with your report, Khazadrop. Caught. With all due respect, no I didn't. There was no visual change in her outer spirit origin. My only thought observing her from a distance was, she's acting awfully nervous and fidgety, but I guess that's nothing new for her. That's it! If I'd been their guide like you planned, I could have caught this and reported it to you. But once Passion Lip showed up, I had no choice but to stay out of sight. So this falls on you for failing to foresee Chaldea's BB sending a guide of her own. So this falls on you for failing to foresee Chaldea's BB sending a guide of her own, BB Dubai. Fine, I'll let it go this time. BB Lily? And I'm okay, so the reason that Percival and Karna didn't disappear probably has something to do with those stamps that Khazadrop placed on him earlier. BB Lily? Huh? That's not BB, that's Khazadrop. She's one of the Sakura 5 who was made from BB, just like me and Melt. She's the weakest of the Sakura series so far, or by far, so we usually keep her out of sight. Even Bart Robert's stronger than her. I see you haven't changed a bit, Passion Lip. How like you to act first and think later, if at all. Can't you tell this is no time for pointless chit-chat? You should think more rationally, logic, reason, and all that. Your constant failure to do so is exactly why you never form any goals of your own. Huh? Are you worried about me? You of all people? Oh, please! I couldn't care less what happens to any of the other Sakura 5. More importantly, you do understand time is running out, right, Master? Isn't there something you should do while you still have your trusty servants around? Damn it, I can't stop the vanishing process. Guys, I think we need to leave for now, then... No, that will change nothing. If we can't stop ourselves from vanishing, we must eliminate the danger before we do. I agree. Master, use a command spell. Help us defeat BB Dubai before we disappear. Got it. Go for it. Bart Roberts has a point, though. Do it, though Bart does make a good case to, what, get resummoned? What was he suggesting? Or leave for now and then, I don't know. Yes, that's it. That refusal to give up in the face of overwhelming odds is so embellic of you obsolete humans. I swear it brings back such fond memories that I don't think I'll ever be able to hold back. You love pointless, unnecessary death, right? Then I will erase every trace of you down to your spirit origin on the throne. No! Everyone run for it! That's the moon cell's observation light! It's a special phenomena fixation process that can even overwrite spirit origins directly! Don't worry, I won't touch Max. Just his useless servants. Including that half-assed manifestation of the incomplete heroic spirit, Mash Kirillite. Hey, yo. Huh? I'm alive? Where is everyone? Mash, are you here? Yes, I'm okay, Master. I don't think that hurt me. It was just so bright I couldn't tell what was going on. Lip? Passion Lip is gone. She sacrificed herself to shield you from the moon cell's observational light. Damn. You see the sakura flowers? No! Do I have any context on Khazra Drop, by the way? I recall, what's his, no, I don't think any extraverse shit, but I know that similar to the other Fate extra, or sorry, the Sakura 5, she's got like 3 different heroic spirits in her, right? They're all kind of like alter egos in a way because of that. I don't think that constitutes as alter egos, but I know it's fucking dumb servant shenanigans where there's like 3 different, like, is it divine spirits that are in all of them, I think? Is like what every Sakura 5 has. Khazra is not on CCC, she is in Fox. I don't even know what Foxtail is. But, Foxtail is a manga of CCC. Yeah, well, that's deep fucking... I don't even, like, care too much for the extrovert shenanigans in the first place, and that's, like, deep extrovert shenanigans, it sounds like. But I do know that, like, all the Sakura 5 have, like, 3 different divine spirits inside of them, and on top of them kind of being, like, different manifestations and personalities of BB, and by that extension, Sakura, in a way, they all, like, kind of are different iterations of the OG Sakura in that sense. They also have different heroic spirits, or divine spirits, I should say, that kind of influence that personality as well. The game cut everyone except Passion Lip and Melt for budget reasons. And Khazra is an alter ego of affection. She's, who was it that, I'm spacing on his name. Who's the Fate CC that is a VTuber, but he's like a goat, half man, half goat? I remember him doing a video on Khazra Drop like a long time ago, and I watched it like I want to say like around LB6 coming out, or shortly after LB6 came out, because I was just interested on the even though I know that Murian wasn't Khazra Drop, I was just like interested in it because there were some parallels there. Klidge, yeah. I watched a Klidge video on it. Like, that was like a long ass time ago, but that's like to the extent of like what I know about Khazra Drop, I should say. Anyways. Passion Lip is gone. She sacrificed herself to shield you from the moon cell's observation light. No. How? How could you? That's a strange question, but I get what you mean. You're wondering if it bothers me to erase an alter ego I created myself, right? Obviously not. The whole point of the Sakura 5 was to excise BB's worst traits. They were wholly unnecessary to begin with. Isn't that right, Master? I'd say they were more excess than unnecessary. They embodied things like hobbies and personal tastes. Exactly the things that should be abandoned first in the pursuit of a larger goal. Who dis? Ooh. Dude. The fucking feet shot. Girl in a white formal dress. Hello to you, the last human still alive. Did you enjoy your time in Dubai? Ooh. Oh my god, the frame has BB in it. That's hilarious. Okay, best, I think already that opening motif is probably my favorite Ordeal Call map theme so far for sure. Holy shit. The map changed quite a bit. Oh yeah. Well, I kind of saw that when we were up on the elevator, but now we can kind of look around at shit. Holy shit, the fucking Ferris wheel's on like the opposite side. We got a fucking military base over here? What are those? And I saw in the PV, there was a moment, Khazad-drop is like in a, it must be over there. Well, I saw, wait, the map's like different from when we were coming up. Or maybe was it angled differently? It might have been, yeah, I think it was angled on the opposite side. It's flipped now, okay. A giant crater over there. This area over here is interesting because in the PV that I watched, there's a scene that shows, I think, Khazad-drop in like the ruins of like an old civilization, and it looks like that right there. What are these buildings? What the fuck? What? Dude, they're just like sticks. The frame being BB is hilarious to me. Oh, look, it's moving too. It's going through different sprites. Or, sprite expressions. Takes a while to change, I guess. There it goes. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Not the data centers. Oh no. Wait, which ones? The buildings? Does the thing on the bottom remind me of anything? Wait, what thing on the bottom? The buildings over here? This shit looks like a theme park. Oh, we talking about the, okay, all those giant ass buildings, the vertical ones, are data centers? Shit, even if they're data centers, they figured out how to fucking not take up like a ton of fucking horizontal space with them. I swear to God, that's like one of my fucking biggest critiques is like, we can't figure out how to fucking use vertical space that well, but we just fucking build horizontally. It's kind of annoying. It does, dude. A fucking army of data centers is crazy. What the fuck is that on the left side? Oh my god, it's a spaceport, isn't it? It's like a launch pad for a ship or some shit. It's an airport. Oh my god, it's an airport. The spaceport. Mass driver. Building vertically would be a lot easier on the moon, you're right. What the fuck is on the top of that building there? You see that? Looks like a fucking... looks like food. A mess of breakfast or some shit. Did I see the Annie 11 announcements? We did, yeah, we saw them. We were talking about them extensively in the Discord this morning. They look pretty cool. The anniversary unit looks... I'm always a fan of like monster type units, and so like I saw the third ascension for the anniversary unit and I got really excited because I like really creepy, well-designed monster type units that like you never see in any other gacha game. Like FGO, it part of it is because FGO is like 2D, but I'd say like even for being a 2D gacha game, there are some monster character designs that like you'll never see in any other like gacha game. Elden Ring type boss, yeah, exactly. I love the Third Ascension. From Soft inspired, yeah. I like apparently. Who's the Miyazaki? From Software's Miyazaki and Nasu like both know each other, and they've kind of like piggybacked ideas off of each other. Like there's things in From Software games that have like come from Fate, and there's things in Fate that have come from Software, and they like kind of piggyback ideas off of each other at times, which I think is really fucking cool. I think I know Miyazaki has done an interview before where he's talked about Fate and said that I think his favorite character is Rin. The new 5-star foe, and we got is it Bond? There's new Bond grails that go from 15 to 20, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what I read? Oh, is it just 16? Okay, just 16. And you would hope, I don't know if anyone, did they say how much Saint Quartz that gives if you get there? Because I know it's 30, you get 30 Saint Quartz every time you go from, is it only 30? You would hope that it'd be fucking 60, but oh well. Because that's a huge commitment to go all the way to 16, man. And the foes go to, 3k attack and 3k HP for the 5-star foes. That's cool. Yeah, more endgame stuff for veteran players to chase. Elden Ring collab when? That would be cool, but Type Moon does not do collabs with outside Nasuper stuff. Closest we'll get to that is like Ashe using Moonlight Greatsword in her extra attack. New monthly rotating fight that gives currency to a shop where you can buy those bond grails. Yeah, the like flame thing, I did see that briefly. 5 million bond to go from 15 to 16. Miyazaki hands in the script and it is 1 page. All right, let's hop back into it. Burj Khalifa. It's like just a reading node. All right, and how many, is it all the way to section 10? Is it all the way to section 10 for part 1? We're probably not gonna do all the way to section 10 today. That seems pretty excessive. Maybe we'll see how fast we go through these, but my ass yaps so much. I feel like we're definitely not getting to section 10 today. Is it section 9? We end 9, section 10 starts part 2. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, still even then we'll see. I'll try to start actually reading and not yapping, and we'll see how far we get. I remember you. You're the girl from the beach house. Okay. Damn, we got Donowald. So you're willing to let Mash Kierlight stay out of respect for Lip, huh? As long as Master's okay with that, I'm willing to leave her alone. Isn't that great, everyone? Anyway, would you all mind leaving now? This is a throne room. Only a chosen few are welcome here. I let you in here to celebrate your accomplishment in maxing out your joy levels, but that's all done now. It's time you got back to the elevator and returned to the surface. Of course, if you refuse, I can always fight you for real. What about the servants you didn't banish, BB? I can understand why you left Ereshkigal now that she's a beast, but why keep Bart Roberts around? Yeah, what gives there? He's the only one here to have said anything of value. Mostly, it's that he simply is not a threat, though. Damn. I feel like that's gonna come back to bite you in the ass somehow, but we'll see. So, Mash Kierlight, Ereshkigal, Bart Roberts, I'm going to grant you the honor of bearing witness to the election that's about to take place. As for you, Max, I'm going to grant you a special permission to participate in it. What you wait, I thought she said she was gonna send us back to Chaldea. I'm confused, what's going on? What, you ask, is it you'll be voting on? Why, the manner of humankind's extinction, of course. Huh? Humanity came to an end in 2999. $29.99. They really thought it. They really brought it on themselves, though. But where's the fun in that? If something's going to end, that end should matter. It should have meaning. So I gave it some thought and decided that if humanity is going extinct anyway, it should do so more productively. To that end, I summoned several viable candidates to choose a more meaningful end. Kazadrop here is one of them. Your slogan was, let humankind die by nature's hand, right? She summoned several viable candidates to choose a more meaningful end. That's right. My recommendation is to starve them out of existence. Remember that one nation here on Moon Dubai where selective breeding led to flora becoming the apex predator of fauna reduced to being fertilizer? What? Okay, that's where that is. That that's what that left side of the map is. Remember that one nation here on Moon Dubai where selectively breeding led to flora becoming the apex predator and fauna reduced to being fertilizer? Oh my god. I found the account of its history inspiring. I mean, humans being forced to eke out an existence like insects, doesn't that sound like a dream come true? Insects, huh? Squish. That's my vision for their extinction. I'm sure the other candidates will struggle to beat it. Simply magnificent. Your nobility and determination very nearly moved me to tears. I'm sure the rest of Moon Dubai will gladly support your position. Good luck winning the voters over. Mashu glares. What are you saying? Weren't you listening? We're holding an election. That election is why Dubai was rebooted into Moon Dubai, and why the Moon Cancer class was created. We're going to get every capable boss who wants to destroy humanity together, and the one who gets the highest approval rating will get to enact their vision. You've got to be sick and tired of humanity constantly fighting one final boss after another, right? So this time, you don't even have to participate. No, this election is all about determining who is the best qualified to be the last one standing and wipe out humankind once and for all. It's time for the final boss to end all final boss fights. Am I granting you guys the right to watch the whole thing from start to finish? And I'm granting you guys the right to watch the whole thing from start to finish. Oh, and if you want to be all, you'll never get away with this, go nuts. I'm granting you permission to tamper with the election. Any Moon Cancer you beat doesn't deserve to be the final boss in any case. Now this is your final warning. Would you mind leaving this room? Refuse? Reluctantly comply? What if we refuse? Don't say it, Master. I understand, but now is not the time. Kazura, would you mind seeing our guests down to the ground? Sure, no problem. Come along, everyone. You can use this elevator. Oh, what should we do about Ereshkigal? Shall I carry her? No thanks, I've got her. That's fine. Then let's be on our way. And no turning back. Please, it's my job to get you back down safely. Okay, depending on how Ereshkigal is written here, I think I might actually really like it. Because I'm assuming, remember in the previous streams, there was enough dialogue to put together why Ereshkigal's turning into a beast here. There's obviously some space shenanigans going on, but I have a feeling it's a combination of both, that she's the goddess of the underworld, and there is technically no underworld to be the goddess of here because there are no more humans, it sounds like. And if there are no more humans and there's no underworld, she kind of lacks a purpose. And then on top of that, she loves Master, the MC, and because to become a beast, you have to love humanity in a certain way. Because she loves the MC and he's the only human left, that's kind of why she's becoming a beast, is how I kind of interpreted that. And so depending on how it's actually written for her character arc here, I think I might really enjoy it, but we'll see. Phew, that was intense. I finally feel like I can relax again. Come on now, deep breaths. guys haven't been breathing well either, right? I understand how you feel, but let's try to relax. Remember, the others are all seasoned servants. They understood falling in battle was always a risk. Besides, we still don't know for sure that they're really gone. Well, I'll admit, the odds do seem more stacked against us than usual. We're way off in the future. Humankind is extinct, and they're holding a competition to determine who the final boss will be? No wonder the two of you are at a loss for words. Honestly, I'm worried myself. Lip really made a valiant effort. I didn't know she had it in her. No data I've seen about her suggested she even could move that fast. It was an incredible accomplishment, more than worth giving up the swimsuit she treasured so much. Lip. That's not true. Lip should never have to be a shield for me. It should have been me. I should have been the one to shield them. Oh, poor Mashu with her shielder mentality. That's exactly why she did it. She knew you would do your best to protect everyone else. That's why she stepped in front of you, to stop you. That was the moon cell's observation light. It determines any phenomena it observes. And did it? Where did that thing even come from? Because I thought the moon cell was like inside the moon. That was kind of weird that it came from the sky. That was the moon cell's observation light. It determines any phenomena it observes. No matter how good your defenses are, even if they're specifically anti-enforcement, anti-enforcement mentioned. The moment that light hits them, their effect will be neutralized. The only way to protect yourself from that light is to either hide from it or avoid it. Damn, so we can't use the invincible comp on it. Lip and a member of the Sakura 5 was the only one of you who knew that. She understood how pointless you trying to block it with your shield would have been. Using her larger body with her oversized hands spread out as far as they could go was the only way to truly block that light. For once, she didn't even act on emotions back there. She made a calculated choice. She didn't sacrifice herself because it was the only option, but because she knew it was her duty as one of your companions. I see. Thank you for telling us this, Kazura. Please, don't thank me. I couldn't help you even if I wanted to. The moment this elevator touches the ground, we'll be enemies. Keep that in mind as you listen. At the bottom, citizens should be gathering in Moon Dubai areas E, F, and I right now. They're AIs who are a part of the anti-old humanity faction. If they find you, they'll act immediately. They'll attack immediately. Anti-old humanity faction? AI, as in artificial intelligence? Anti-old humanity faction. I can't say anymore. This is Area B, BB Dubai's area. She can observe anything I say or do. Anything more I tell you would be violating the rules of the election. When you get to the bottom, I recommend running east as far as you can. Don't go in the mall. The moon cancer for Area E, the Old Dubai Mall, is the strongest of the current final boss candidates. The only chance you have to survive is to make it to the neighboring office area with its maze of buildings. Once you've made it there, I suggest you take a look around to see the true face of the moon Dubai for yourselves. Knowledge is power. The better you understand your situation, the better your chances are of survival. I appreciate the advice, but is that an explanation or encouragement? Neither. Just some idle musings. We're almost at the bottom now. Okay. To the last 2 humans in the world who came all this way from the year 3019 from Chaldea. Welcome to Belleum Novae Humanitatis, Archetype Inception. I do hope you'll be impartial observers to humankind's final moments. Damn. What an intro. I'm still kind of confused on the, overall. Like, the story itself is interesting, but how this relates to, I'm kind of more interested, at the moment at least, to figure out how this relates to I guess, the main story too, because it seems almost like really isolated at the moment, but obviously it has to do with moon cancers, of course, but I mean like how we actually got here and how it all unfolded and I guess why it's all happening. She also mentioned, she say the one at the mall, is this the mall down here? And they said the strongest. I think I know who that is. I thought this was like a roller coaster at first, but after that line, that's gotta be someone else I saw in the PV. All right. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, is the mall right under the Burj Khalifa? Oh, okay. Socialite, Moon, Dubai citizen. The Burj Khalifa's elevator just came down. The old humans from Chaldea are almost here. Everyone from Area E, get over here now. If we can capture the Master of Chaldea here, we'll have won. Unka. Tough Moon, Dubai citizen.
You Area E weaklings think you can steal a march on us? We're the ones who will be taking Max into custody. Let's go, valiant workers of Area I. I'm authorizing the use of any and all firearms. No old humans are gonna walk around acting like they own the place in our town. Let's show these organic life forms what a waste of space they really are. Sir, yes, sir. Glory to the Albatron Company.
Are they doing fucking heart fingers? What the fuck? Excited Moon Dubai citizen. Woo! Yeah! It's finally happening. We're gonna keep this party going. Come on, everyone, get over here. Throw some flame, eat some meat, shoot some vids. We've gotta pump out new content, get hype, execute the humans. Huh? You don't remember the captain saying anything like that? Who cares? They're all heading straight for us. I don't remember seeing anyone like this before, do you? Definitely not. They've got some seriously dangerous people out here now. Damn it. If we're going to get new types, couldn't they include some with hidden eyes? Bart, please. I didn't feel like we could attack the citizens before, but the circumstances have changed. Now that they're bearing down on us with clear hostility, I suggest using whatever force is necessary to neutralize them. It mentioned organic life forms too. I was kind of at the end of the summer story, it kind of seemed like they were AIs themselves. Are they organic AIs, I guess? I guess that's possible, like some fucking, Android type shit, or, what are they called, in Blade Runner? Some Blade Runner type shit? I agree, we don't need to kill them, but we should show them why they don't want to mess with us. How's Areshkagul doing, Master? Replicates or something like that, yeah. It starts with an R, though. It's like, is it replicants, I think? Wait, look in the background. Wait, look in the background. There's, I don't know if stream can see it that well. In the background there, I can see it because I've got a full monitor of the image for me on screen right now. But there, in the background, up on the tower, to the left of the Burj Khalifa, it says Koyon. Do you see that? It says Koyon. No way. Oh, look, you can see Earth in the background. We got like a whole new background. This is a different background from when we went up on the tower. So there's a building that says Koyon right there, and you can see Earth in the background too. That's cool. You can see it clearly? Okay. Nikon! All right, Areshkagul's still not waking up. What about your simple summons then? I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but might as well make sure. Sorry, I can only call on one right now. Oh, W, this still works. That's great, I guess Lady Luck is still with us. You think? Even a single servant means there's hope. It's way better than not being able to summon any at all, which is what I expected. Any canal, no matter how narrow it might be, eventually leads to the open sea. Okay. Master, you keep carrying Ereshkigal. Mash your simple summon, and I will hold the citizens back. For now, let's focus on getting out of here. Sound good? Yes, of course. Let's do this, Bart Roberts. Having said all that, I know I'm not the strongest servant out there, so I won't be able to hold out for long. Hopefully we can settle this before they figure that out. Still, against enemies like these, I think we still have a good chance to show off a bit. Oh my god, he's 1-1-1. Never mind, support. We have to use mash too, it said, right? Who should we use? Went to an anime-themed cafe that hosted an FGO anniversary watch-along, and I got sat with the first guy to roll Azrael and got NP2 and NP1 Loey Spook. What? That's crazy. That sounds fun. Where you don't have to give like specifics where that at, but is that in the US or where did you go? I'd love to be able to go to a social gathering like that. That sounds fun. Vietnam. Oh, okay. Yeah, Azazel, you were the one that were you the one? I remember there being someone in my community that said they were at the anniversary where they did Arc, and there was a huge reaction that went like viral, at least in the FGO community, of like everyone freaking the fuck out about the Arc reveal. Was that you that was at that event? I remember there being someone in my community or chat that mentioned that they were there at that. Oh yeah, that clip's famous, but I wasn't there. Oh, okay, gotcha. I believe that was in Vietnam too. Who should we use? What's effective against moon cancers? I don't think we're going to be fighting a moon cancer, but... Rulers? Really? Shinchi Wong. Surely. I have him 555. Fuck it. There's also Miyamoto Musashi Saber. Okay. Ruler Avenger, Moon Cancer Ruler. Oh yeah, I always forget Moon Cancer's like in that first 3. I don't know why I like... It's probably because there's not too many of them. What the fuck? It is an android. That motherfucker just pulled out a gun out of his wrist? What the fuck? Ooh, hang on.
美点がしらたち参りましょう。にゃんとかなれ。白き
Only my Rilgas.
我が一つたち。何人たりとて受けることはあたわず。美点発動。知らぬい。逃げ場はありません。火炎コール無限気分。剣士行きます。
Mechanized soldier.
なんとかなる。決まったね。
Fucking phone shit, dude.
決まったね。 たまには海賊らしく行くか。白
誰であります戦う心があるのなら。
どうやら貴殿は気づいていないのかな。すでに包囲されていることに。全訪問一斉奏者ブラックダーティーパーティーハウリング。 My fortune comes from the heaven. My armor shines on
My feet will bring me victory. Kenshin's very good in this entire chapter. I remember Rio Emerald saying OC3 is punishment to all who skipped her. Really? Feet all crazy. Oh, because of the moon cancer specifically? Yeah, that checked out. She was a unit that I got NP3 of her like without even trying because I can't remember what I was wrong. It might have been just a CE or something, but I was planning on skipping Kenshin and I got NP3 by like going for a CE or some shit. Like within a couple multis I had NP3. That was wild.
参りましょう。はい。
装填済みです。
えい。
インターセプター。
You can just as well use Luvia if you don't have Kenshin. Luvia is also really good. I underestimated Luvia for a long time until I used her in a certain challenge quest. I can't remember which one it was. And she like she blew me away with her performance.
たまには海賊らしく行くか。どうやら貴殿は気づいていないのかな。すでに包囲されていることに。
What are these guys called? Laughing Moon Knight. Laughing Moon Knight Brigade.
Comes from the heaven. My armor shines on my chest, and my feet is
The moon. Moon Clown Brigade.
最大ダメージお任せくだ。被弾収束。了解。
参りましょう。
前にブーストストライク。遅い。スライドス
ラッシュ。よしよし。
はい。前に。
噛み砕かれる。
状況終了。排熱。そして魔力循環に移行しますね。マスター。
I kind of really want to use Qinshi Wang this chapter too because he's actually like a really good like challenge quest type unit that he's a really good challenge quest type unit that like I never get to use. I'll try to focus on leveling his skills in the next 2 weeks and
先輩。
surely we have some
無事に帰還できました。優れた。
surely all these like moon cancer all the ones like competing to decide how humanity ends are all like moon cancer bosses we fight, and it might be fun to use him there. The AI trapped on the moon Final, dude, we're not even done with section 1 and we're over an hour in, Jesus Christ. Look at all the koan signs, oh my god. It's like IKEA. So, is everyone okay? We're fine, but I've got to say, these people seem way too strong to be ordinary citizens. I'm not like Blackbeard. Fatal wounds will actually kill me, so I'd really like to be smart about how we fight these battles. I swear, if you hadn't blocked those attacks, Smash, I'd be all the way down in Davy Jones' locker by now. I'm sorry to say this when you're already tired, but I'm seeing more hostiles up ahead. It's another gathering of citizens. Don't worry, I'll manage. There might be a lot of them, but they have no idea how to work together. Master, you mind if we take Kazadrop's advice and head straight for the office area to the east? Nope, let's run for it. Nope, sounds better than staying out in the open like this. The hell is that? Locking on? Understood. Heading for the offices in the east. Master, I'm sure it won't be easy, but we're counting on you to keep carrying Ereshkigal. Sorry, Master. I wish I could carry her instead, but we've got our hands full dealing with these citizens. We could use all the help we could get right now, but I'm really hoping she's able to fight with us soon. She's breathing, so I think she'll wake up. I think she should wake up sooner or later. Monka. Mash and Bart Roberts. By the way, do you know what these marks are? By the way, any idea what these marks are? Incoming! Crap, they're homing missiles. Run for it! Hey, yo! What? It cuts there? That's how section 1 ends? Crazy. Ereshkigal's profile has been updated. One of the evils of humanity in the Servantverse, her evil holds the potential to eventually manifest in proper human history while simultaneously foreshadowing Ereshkigal's ultimate fate. No! Personality, spirit origin, first ascension. Introverted and passive, while she acts like a cold-hearted goddess, deep down she is a deity of justice who understands the necessity of rules and the importance of morality. Her tone is rational, polite, and earnest, like a model student. Although she speaks in a cool manner, her kindness still shines through. She becomes stern when discussing what should and shouldn't be done, but becomes shy when it comes to expressing her own feelings or desires. Since it's summer and she's in a swimsuit, she's a bit more carefree than usual. She can't help but reflect on her own shortcomings, her inability to remain completely cool, but she doesn't regret coming to Dubai in the slightest. Personality, spirit origin, second ascension. So in her second ascension, introverted but active, though bewildered by becoming a beast, Ereshkigal has decided to cast aside her gentleness and act as a goddess of evil. Her introverted mindset, keeping her worries and wishes to herself, remains the same, but as a beast, she begins to take proactive action on her own. Because she is serious-minded, she strives to perfectly fulfill her role as the absolute evil for humanity. Her tone is noble, with an elegance that borders on arrogance. That's interesting. It kind of reminds me of like how she was in Babylonia too, when she was like our enemy temporarily. Anti-magic EX, an astonishing skill that nullifies nearly all magic and even counters magic deemed beyond standard. In the gravitational field of Anki, Ereshkigal, spells established by civilization collapse like knotted strings unraveling. Simple attacks that rely solely on magical power are effective. Spatial preservation A, what was that last part? Simple attacks that rely solely on magical power are effective. Spatial preservation A variation of territorial creation, the primordial goddess's authority to cut out, preserve, and manage space itself. Goddess Divine Core E, a skill providing that she is the goddess perfected at birth, has the effect of maintaining the absoluteness of both mind and body. Unlike Space Ishtar, Ereshkigal has no similar goddesses, so her rank is the lowest. Authority of Beast E, also called an anti-humanity skill. However, it has virtually no effect on humans, i.e. Earth humans, which operate with death as their natural limit. Against humans who operate via a spirit origin, like servants, it becomes A+ in level. Servants annihilated by Ereshkigal cannot respawn within the Sapphire Galaxy and are imprisoned in the underworld. That's sick. What the fuck? Independent Manifestation E, a skill that allows one to appear in the material world alone, while this is a skill that all beasts possess. Enki Ereshkigal, whose primary domain in the underworld, does not approve of manifesting herself in the material world. Therefore, she is a material girl. Sorry. Therefore, this skill is ranked at the lowest. It does not grant immunity to instant death, but instead provides resistance to stunning. Profile 4, Beast Driver B, one who reaps life alongside beasts, or one who hunts down beasts. The dark dress symbolizing the death of the universe is proof of her being the evil of humanity, or so she claims. An extremely powerful solo combat buff. Missing Sterling EX, a great crown that should not exist. The crown that was never meant to be bestowed upon Ereshkigal appeared on her head as beast horns, the servant-verse version of goddess morph, a trait rarely possessed by divine spirit servants. I like, so one who reaps alongside beast, or one who hunts down beasts. I'd be interested if her and Koyon, who's clearly in this chapter now with both. I saw her in the PV, and then I also saw like all the fucking buildings say Koyon on it. So her and Koyon might have some interesting dialogue together. Negaspace EX possesses absolute destructive power against space travel, development, colonization, or habitation by the living. The term obsolete refers to a Big Bang level motivation. I will absolutely get in the way of you, and it is through this motivation that Enki Ereshkigal acquires infinite magical power, also known as the galaxy-destroying motivation switch. Holy shit. In the Servantverse, no planetary nation capable of venturing into space exists within Enki Ereshkigal's line of sight. In the Sapphire Galaxy, the sector where she resides is the designation as the dark sector of space. This has no effect in the FGO world. I was gonna say I like how Servantverse power scaling is just like, fuck it. We're just like, when I read, it's so funny at the end of Saber Wars 2, where the two space Ishtars are like literally throwing fucking galaxies at each other. It's like, fuck it. Let's just go all out on the power scaling. The beast crown that flashes in the final universe. Rank EX. NP type anti-personnel. Range immeasurable. Maximum targets one person and everyone else. Eden Shugura Kalapsar, the goddess of the underworld, born in the origin universe and destined to endure until the end of the universe. An anti-human, anti-beast training noble phantasm that unlocks her high-dimensional soul and opens a passage from the past to the future. The passage that opens in warp space stretching towards the end of the universe, through which the history of humanity's journey to its end flows as photonic information. One cannot move against this flow, nor can one survive by simply going with it. When the noble phantasm is developed, nearby enemies are swept up and killed. Could it be a black hole? That's cool. The only ones who can reach the radiant end within this path are guided by Enki Ereshkigal GPS. Could it be Master? A fabulous and gorgeous noble phantasms whose power and final cut both change based on the affinity gained during the battle. Affinity also increases with each overcharge. It kind of sounded similar to... That's cool, because I think conceptually... I'm assuming Nasu wrote all this. Conceptually, there's some stuff similar there to both the Black Barrel and the... Which magic is it that has to do with black holes? Just like conceptually, some of the writing there reminded me of it with the that's what the one person everyone else refers to. She can keep one person safe and everyone else gets murked. Gotcha. Oh no, we can't colonize space. Whatever shall we do? Fourth magic is the one that has the black hole visual and the which also happens to be the only thing we know about it. Yeah. It was reminded me of the Black Barrel as well, because like the Black Barrel conceptually is so cool, because at least because I didn't read notes until pre-LB6. When I was reading Olympus, I had no idea what the Black Barrel was. And my first introduction to it was like Holmes literally explaining it to us when we were fighting Demeter, and it lives rent-free in my head, because the writing for the concept of, I don't know how it works, but I do know what it does. So long as everything in this universe has a finite end, a limit, if you will, that gun barrel can measure whatever it is looking at or whatever it's pointing at, measure that end and bring it to fruition. It's such a fucking like cool concept for a like a ridiculous overpowered gun. And the writing there for where was it? Coming from the beginning, she was like born. Comes from the beginning of the universe and stretched towards its end. The passage that opens a warp space stretching towards the end of the universe, through which the history of humanity's journey to its end flows like photonic information. And then it also mentioned, was it earlier? That she came from the beginning of the universe. Yeah, interesting. And then there's still one more profile that's question mark that I assume we're gonna get later in the story. All right, cool. Top 3 servant playable strong about lore is Space Ishtar, Space Ereshkigal, Arc, the Earth Ultimate one. Yeah, serververse lore is crazy. All right, to the office. Oh no, is this the data centers? To the office district with the fucking forest. The forest of data centers is crazy. Oh shit. 24 AP. We are finally getting into the chunk of the main story stuff. Mad Roland, Naked Death Dubai. Roland's here? What the fuck is he doing here? Oh, the data centers were just a joke? The fuck is that? Weird ass looking tall building. We're alive. I think we just dodged those missiles for about 200 meters. What? I'm so sorry I couldn't block all of them. Simultaneous lock on is bad civilization. Okay, Mash. I got a little note out of Altera there, who is also some fucking... Also from... Nah, is Altera from Extella, I think? It's funny. At least they stopped now, though I doubt it's a matter of them having to run out of missiles. Is it because we made it to a different area? Those mechanized soldiers aren't trying to chase us down anymore either. Whatever the case, thank goodness we're all okay. I can still hardly believe we didn't get blown to bits. I guess we got lucky. Must be all those good deeds we're always... Oh! Speak of the devil. Don't be ridiculous. You would have all been blown to bits if I hadn't kept you safe. Oh, is that why? Okay, cool thing we read that then, huh? The profile thing. It kind of like, I guess, explains why she was able to save us all there, maybe. Good point, Ereshkigal. Those gravity fields you made after the third strike really helped. If those fields hadn't been deflecting the missiles into the nearby buildings, then we... So pretty. Senpai, it's Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal's woken up. Her new outfit looks amazing too. How did that happen? Ereshkigal, did the heat from the explosions cause your swimsuit to expand and deform somehow? Oh my god, the sprites are gonna be so good. What kind of swimsuit would do that? Nobody could sleep through that many explosions, especially once the blast started to send you all tumbling. I'm so sorry. Now I wish I'd tied you on with a belt or something. Yeah, the purple hair reminds me of Space Ishtar as well, with her, the costume. You didn't do anything wrong. If anything, I should have woken up sooner. Frankly, I'm amazed you carried me this far instead of leaving me behind. Which would you rather, gratitude or a scolding? I understand you wanting to scold him for taking so many risks, but right now, I think he deserves your gratitude. Oh, anyway, I'm sorry to ask this right now after you woke up, but are you the Ereshkigal we know? Ooh. He's on the defensive. I don't know that either. All I can say for sure is that I am Ereshkigal. More importantly, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened after I lost consciousness? Leave it to me. I'm really good at this sort of thing. Of course, I can sum it up for you in 4 lines or less. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. 3019 Moon Dubai, BB Dubai, and the final boss of humanity's Annihilation Showdown, huh? Right, I know it's a lot to take in. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't believe us. What are you talking about? Of course I believe you. It all makes perfect sense, actually. It's only natural that I would be here too, in fact. Now I know what was making me so sick the whole time we were touring Dubai. Only natural? Does that mean you're one of the final something was making you feel sick? Are you one of the final bosses? I wouldn't say another word if I were you, Master. Some things you can't come back from. More importantly, are you aware we're surrounded? What? Wait, what was the dialogue there? Was he joking? Ha ha ha! Bwah ha ha! I can't believe you didn't realize you were being surrounded. How have you lived so long with such awful survival instincts? It just goes to show how civilization dulls the natural instinct and how clothes provide an inflated sense of security. Oh my god, this is Roland. As I thought, there's no hope for people who insist on covering themselves up. Now is the time you free yourself from outdated constructs like rationality and shame. Ah, you are the one leading the clowns. It all makes sense now. Roland! Yes, it is I, Roland, the Paladin. I have heard my friends' cries for help and have come to this moon city to aid them. Sorry about this. No, actually, I'm not sorry at all. But this is what needs to be done to put a bow on a better humankind. Now get ready to go back to basics, because this place is about to become your changing room. Woohoo! You suck, Lord Roland! Yeah, that's right. That's Roland, all right. Not even that different, really. Guess we have no choice. Prepare to fight back. Oh boy. I want to use Space Aresh Google. Too strong Roland. Oh, I already fucked up the rotation. I already forgot Areshkagol's fucking... You're supposed to skill first with her and card first with her too, right? I guess it doesn't matter in this scenario, but... Why won't you remove your clothes, strip down, show off your skin? Oh my god. And he removes buffs when he does that. That's kind of funny.
開始ピンチチャンスに最大ダメージお任せくださいパラドクスエフェクターセット両時短一歩前にブーストスタートターンマスターバーニア発撃しますターン
これでよかろうよ甘い
Oh.
待ち捕まえた落とします2回挑んでいいよいざまずきなさい我がつま先が
これでよかろうよ辛い
夏が我々を惑わせたのさ。かく
あれね始まりの1とおしまいの0時間は巡る川のように宇宙のすべてで包んであげる誓いなさいエディ・シグラコラプサー頑張るじゃん断熱剣アングガルアンダその大地ごと
これでよかろうよ輝くは賢人歌うは3つの奇跡絶世の剣ギャンダル今ここに
もう少しあと少し
甘いわっしょい
女神ならどれくらいやね間違いない捕まえあれね星は見えた頑張るじゃん冥界に帰ればいいここまでよ空になんて行かせない
Fuck, we might lose this.
甘い
Holy moly, bro.
今捕まえた
Destiny!
邪魔者は排除よね光って揺らいで膨らんで2人だけの曲線へこの場所にいつか必ずたどり着いてね星は見えた未来とアングガルアンダその大地ごと私に帰れ
Is that it? You're even slower than I thought. It's like you're wearing too much. Roland isn't so much as budging. There's no way we can get past him like this. I hate to say it, but we're just not strong enough. Why didn't you fight with us, Urashkagol? What do you mean? Was there some reason I had to? No, I guess not. Why are you attacking us, Roland? How are you here? I thought all servants were banished. I see. I'm not surprised you don't know what's going on. I don't really understand it myself. But I do understand I'm not the only Roland you know. I'm a wild Roland who tumbled straight out of the throne of heroes. My only purpose is to wield my sword in service of my friends' dreams. That being said, what was that piss-poor performance, my fellow knights? I know you're stronger than that. Why are you still wearing your clothes? No wonder you were struggling to capture our quarry as you are. Hey, we were taking this seriously. We were acting completely on instinct. We couldn't hold back even if we wanted to. Yeah, besides, it's not like you have to get naked to shed your rationality. I get where you're coming from, Sir Roland, but I think we're still just too smart for that. Like, as a human, I get shedding your clothes as an analog for shedding your rationality, but I just think the stripping part isn't strictly necessary. I mean, our leader's got no problem being irrational, and he still wears clothes, right? Exactly, we don't need rules tying us down. Stop trying to impose your taste on everyone, Roland. The next time you get stark naked, I'm gonna crucify you on top of a dump truck and have it drive recklessly all over Moon Dubai. That voice. That crazy, hysterical, impossibly dumb voice. Oh my goodness. Don't make people do things they hate. It's okay not to do things you don't like doing. We humans are meant to enjoy the moment. Forget things like scrimping and working and planning for the future. Just do what you enjoy now and everything will be fine. Sure, you might die tomorrow, but you can think of that when tomorrow arrives. In fact, once you die, you won't have to think about anything ever again. That's the slogan for the LMKB, the Laughing Moon Night Brigade. Woo! Is everyone having fun out here? Woohoo! You rock, Captain. You're beautiful, Captain. We're in trouble, Master. Somehow different as things are here, they're still just like they always were. Hey there, nice to meet you, Master of Chaldea. I'm Astolfo Grimaldi, the Moon Cancer, one of the anti-saviors summoned to this city. This probably goes without saying, but you guys are in our way, so I'm gonna have to kill you now. Moon Cancer Astolfo. Ay. Imagine a world where humanity goes extinct because of one femboy. This probably goes without saying, but you guys are in our way, so I'm gonna have to kill you now. Whoa, hang on. Astolfo, this isn't what we agreed on. All of you, lower your weapons once the old humans are dead. That's it, right? That's why I said we should at least start by trying to reason with them. Oh, hi, Anthony. I thought you were gone to the ceremony. Thanks, Anthony, but you can go now. You'll just get in the way. Where is that attitude coming from? I'm your master, remember? You there, Mr. Old-Fashioned. Servants are supposed to obey their masters, right? You talking to me? Mr. Old-Fashioned? Wait, you're a master? Now that you mention it, I'm not super confident about that, but technically, I do think I qualify. Now, we can catch up after we kill them. Besides, feeling overthinking is our motto. Feeling overthinking is our motto. Don't worry, knights. You guys can just stand back there and watch while Rowan and I kill them all. There you have it. Mild-mannered master. This time, we're going to finish you off for good. Remember, the rational ones are first to die here. Think on that while we fight. How many times do I have to say it? No thinking, period. Ugh, you guys are just too smart. Roland, die! Ugh! Is he actually stupid? Yes. The answer is yes. All right. Screw it. We'll go in with this team again. Bunny! Unreturning Astolfo. Nice.
捕まえた。あれ僕はやるぜ。僕はやるぜ。
Holy buffs.
始まりの1と1枚の0。時間は巡る川のように宇宙のすべてで包んであげる。誓いなさい、エディ・シグラコラッツァ。ストップストップ。飲んでみる？
Stop!
2回ひざまずきなさい。我がつま先が貴様の墓だ。僕はやるぜ。僕はやる。マッチョチェック。あらよ。
Ouch.
冷たく
決まったな。
How long does that NP buff last for? Oh, only one turn, damn it. He was gonna die, so I was kind of scared.
たまには海賊らしくいくか。
落とします。
どうやら貴殿は気づいていないのかな。すでに包囲されていることに。ブラックダーティーパーティーハウリング。
神明、東映保管。これは多くの道、多くの夢をする女のし証明せよ。ロードキャメロット。はいあらよ。せーの。
Uh-oh. NP inbound.
なん捕まえあれ僕はやるぜ。僕はやるぜ。始まりの1と1枚の0。時間は巡る川のように宇宙のすべてで包んであげる。誓いなさい、エディ・シグラコラッツァ。ストップストップ。飲んでみる？1000年遅い。ひざまずきなさい。我がつま先が貴様の墓だ。華麗に可憐に舞って散りゆく月下美人。声に破壊にギリギリギリギリ。よーし、僕ってばかっこいいぞ。ウルトラのカリゴランテ。マッチョチェック。
おっと。
持ち手は上がってきた。間違い。あれ僕はやるぜ。僕はやるぜ。邪魔者は排除よね。光って揺らいで膨らんで2人だけの曲線へ。この場所にいつか必ずたどり着いてね。ストップ。私の冥界はどんな魂でも受け入れる別の宇宙。敵であっても歓迎するわ。
Ooh, what was that drop? That was a new drop. Is it a moon? Yeah, hang on! Nobody told me old humans were so strong! We've got this, Mash. Keep up the pressure. Once we subdue him, we can pump him for information. Right, knowing Astolfo, I'm sure he'll understand once he hears us out. Let's interrogate him after we disarm him. Ah, no, please! If you lecture me, I might get all rational again. Save me, Roland! Overpowered Roland! Astolfo getting buffs there was based on the amount of available skills you had, plus the thinking about the pointless line. Oh, that's actually really funny. It's one of those things BB Dubai needs for her append skills. Oh, the material that dropped. Mash and Bart Roberts getting flown away. Ah! He really sent them flying, but I guess that's no surprise seeing how much more magical energy he has. Max, is that Roland person famous? Is he regarded as one of the strongest and most dependable knights on Earth or something? Famous, yes. I wouldn't go quite that far with the rest of that, though. Yep, at least as far as I'm concerned. I see. Then someone here must believe he's the strongest knight on the moon. No way! Roland might be invincible, but he's not one of the best knights ever. More like second, no, third best at most. But he is the strongest he's ever been right now. There's nobody stronger than my Roland. Cut that out, Astolfo. It might be true, but it's embarrassing to hear you say that in public. That said, His Highness aside, I was definitely the strongest knight back home, and I am a superstar. I am superstar popular, so... Hey, yo! No way, those magical energy boosts look just like... Those marks seem familiar, but I can't think of where I know them from. Oh... Is it one of the, Hakanos, maybe? Master, maybe you should take another look at your right hand. So it would seem. They might not have actually been command spells, but they're giving him the same kind of effects. I'm guessing that's... See that? There's no way we can lose as long as Roland's on our side. Laughing Moon Knight Brigade, assemble! No more playing around. It's time for a public execution. No, no, please just capture them. That's all you have to do. Are you listening to... Ah! There you have it. I know Anthony's right, but this is what my friend wants, and he believes I'm the strongest guy in the world. I'm sorry about this, but I'm going to have to kill you now. But hey, this is the future. You dying here won't change the timeline where humanity went extinct anyway. Wait, Roland, stop! Stop! Like I said, I can't. Why did it get so dark? I really am sorry. I don't want to do this either, but it's kind of my responsibility as a summoned servant. Besides, better our stupid captain becomes the last boss than one of the other. Is it King Protea? Because I saw them in the PV. Ah! Roland! Ah! It's a traffic accident! Roland got turned into roadkill! Yikes. I'm sure he's not actually dead, but that had to hurt. He's not moving for at least a day. Nope. For that matter, this overwhelming violence, this unrestrained cruelty. Oh no, don't tell me. Ah, I knew it! It's her! I wasn't seeing things right. You just tried to kill these people, right? Well, that makes you trash, and trash is meant to be taken out, right? I must punish every last one of you. Whoa. It's the monster! King Protea is here! It do be a Nasu chapter. Wait. Why is the moon in the skybox there? Is it like it's gotta be an artificial skybox. What the fuck? Or is that, no, there's Earth and a moon. Do you see that? To the left of her fist there is Earth, and to the right of it, there's a moon. I thought that was just no, that's definitely the moon. It's got the moon, the imaging on it. Surely that's not an oversight, and that's actually like, yeah, clueless. Surely that's not an oversight. I hope not. But interesting catch, I guess. We'll tug that one to the back of our mind. What the fuck? It's the monster! King Protea is here! Is it ever an oversight? I don't know. No, not usually. That's no moon, it's a space station. Yeah, maybe space, or, well, like, look at the, like, we're definitely on the fucking moon. It looks like the moon. It's an artificial moon? Is that what fucking, I don't know. I guess 1,000 years in the future. Interesting developments, though. King Protea? So there's another Soccer 5 member here besides Lip. That voice. Max, it is you. Thank goodness I finally found you. Hold on, please. I just need to finish taking out the trash. No! Our friends are dropping like flies! How dare you squish Roland? Well, if you think you can just keep pushing us around forever, you've got another thing coming! I've beaten giants like you before. Today's the day I kick you out of the area once and for... Ah! Holy shit! Okay. Captain! Come on, Captain! This was the 12th time you've gotten yourself insta-killed! Retreat! Retreat! Everyone run for your lives! Protea's out for our league! Out of our league! Don't worry about it, Sir Roland. He'll bounce back eventually. And Protea is still technically a servant. She wouldn't go after guys who were running away. Yeah. 12 and 11. 10. Too much trouble. I'll just squash you all at once. Yeah. All right, another total wipeout. Just you wait. One of these days, we're gonna kick you out of our territory. You're not only weak, you're boring and small-minded too. Next time, I won't even bother using my hands. I'll just kick you guys all the way out of into the desert. Oh no. No, Bart, control yourself. Bart Roberts? He's never seen King Protea before. Maybe he's overwhelmed with fright? Yeah, I don't know if that's fright. Master, Mash? Who is that woman, and what's her relationship to us? King Protea isn't a standard heroic spirit, but she does have ties to Chaldea. She's one of BB's alter egos. She was very helpful in the South American Lost Belt. So, she really is on our side then? What luck. What joyous, blissful luck. Thank you, fate. Thank you. Thank you. I've never seen a beautiful woman with such impact before. That modest, graceful demeanor, that kind, gentle visage. And that eye, completely protected not just by hair, but by a bandage as well. This is the greatest mystic I've ever seen. How wonderful, how beautiful. And yet, damn it, of all the times for me to be without so much as one of my prized ships. Ah, if only this was the harbor. Curse you, fate, for bringing us together in this town full of office buildings. Weren't you thanking fate just earlier? Also, you do understand all you're doing is creeping her out, right? Whoops, sorry about that. I just couldn't contain myself. Thank you for saving us from that predicament, my fair lady. My name is Bartholomew Roberts. I am part of Master Max's escort, and a captive, spellbound by your beautiful, enchanting eye. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, so that we might better understand where we're all coming from? I see. So just a short while ago, you all thought you were visiting Dubai on Earth. Then you were all told this is actually Moon Dubai once you went up to the Burj Khalifa's observatory. Then you were thrown into the streets where the citizens of Moon Dubai attacked without anyone telling you what was going on. Right, then you showed up and saved us just when things were looking dire. And now we're safely in your hands. Literally. So what are you doing here on Moon Dubai, Protea? I think I'm in the same boat as you guys. I just woke up and found myself here in Moon Dubai. Well, actually, BB was originally going to give me a job. She said she was going to invite Max to go sightseeing in Dubai and ordered me to get ready to be a boss fight. But when I actually got here, it was Dubai in 2030. But Moon Dubai in 3019, huh? So BB Dubai already had positioned you here ahead of time. Why? So you could take part in the final boss of humanity's Annihilation Showdown? No way! I'll never be a final boss! Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to shout. BB did originally plan for Lip and me to be bosses to make your trip to Dubai more interesting. But that was only meant to be a fun summer game, not a serious threat to eradicate humankind. Anyway, I didn't hear from BB after I arrived here, and this was obviously the moon. Then, just as I was getting worried, Astolfo's Night Brigade took over the office area. Shortly after that, they started laughing every day about how they were going to kill the master coming here from Chaldea, so you began scattering them every time they got together. Impressive. I wouldn't have expected such boldness from you. Every day? How long have you been here for exactly, Protea? About 6 days now, and in that time I've beat up lots of bad guys. Those knights, some mechanized people, these people in diving suits. Oh, and people in formal wear. 6 days getting brought up again. Just wanted to point that out to write it down. Obviously, that's like... There must have been some plan put in place by, I imagine, BB Dubai, who they mentioned... There was also the, I just wanted to point... I don't think I mentioned it back then, but when... Who was it? Karna, I think, mentioned when he tried to stab BB Dubai with his spear, said that it was like he was hitting Dubai itself, or the city. And I was like, okay, that's obviously like kind of like cluing us in that now that we know servants can be fucking cities, I imagine BB Dubai and the name BB Dubai is like literally, she's somehow because BB is the AI of the moon cell. BB's the AI of the moon cell. Maybe BB Dubai is some kind of separate AI in control of, if not the city itself, maybe the entire thing, because we saw the moon in the background. Maybe this whole thing is a fucking artificial moon that is a fucking simultaneously a space station or some bullshit, I don't know. And she's either the overseer AI of the space station, or possibly just the manifestation of the city itself somehow. We'll see. Those knights, some mechanized people, these people in diving suits. Oh, and people in formal wear. The ones in diving suits were the faction occupying Moon Dubai's westmost side. They really seemed like enemies of Chaldea, and they were kind of annoying too, so I wiped them all out. A group of mechanized people and people in suits attacked us from the Burj Khalifa. So it sounds like you've been fighting off pretty much all of the factions in Moon Dubai. Uh-huh, I'm actually the strongest person in all of Dubai. Nobody else even tries to challenge me anymore. Then we should be safe with you. Can you take us back to the Burj Khalifa? That's great. Then let's try going back to the Burj Khalifa from here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this sooner, but I actually can't leave the office area or go to any of the other ones. Why not? Is there a bounded field around each area or something? No, it's not my fault. It's the bedrocks. It's just too fragile. If I tried to go anywhere else, the buildings and even the ground would crumble in no time. This particular area is really tough, so it's okay for me to walk around here, but that's all. Now that I think of it, Protea does seem even bigger than usual. What about the buildings? Are they tough too? The buildings here are really tough too. I can hit them at full strength and they don't even crack. I see. So this really is the only area you can move around in. So why carry us in your hand? You can't go to any other areas, right? And we're much safer staying with you. There are even some buildings here that would make for a perfect hideout. None of these buildings have entrances. No one can get inside. Those knights have been camping out here ever since they showed up. So I thought you guys would want to stay in an area with proper lodging. Lodging? The Marion Hotel! You're right, I can see it all the way from here. The terrain might have changed now that Moon Dubai isn't pretending to be normal Dubai anymore, but the Marion Hotel is still the same. So you were staying in that hotel! I knew it! It's such a beautiful building! Thank goodness, now I can relax and... Protea? What's wrong? I'm sorry, I haven't been able to control my skills very well here. So I've been using up more and more magical energy than usual, and when I hit my limit, I get really sleepy. Uh-oh. That's why I actually lose consciousness for about 17 hours every day, but my body's still as durable as ever, so I wanted to get you all to your hotel in Area I since it's so close before I... Timber! Whoa, hang in there, Protea, just hang on! Me. Protea fell asleep. It looks like her whole body has gone dormant due to magical energy deficiency. It doesn't look like she's in any pain, so I think she'll wake back up once she's recovered her magical energy. The laughing Moon Knight voices in the distance. Comrades, did you hear that rumble? King Protea has fallen! It's nap time! Now we can get back to hunting down the Master of Chaldea. Come on, before he reaches the next area. The captain's clever tactics aren't gonna work on those hard-headed bastards from the Alvatron Company. The knights are coming this way. They must have been tailing us. So it would seem. It breaks my heart to leave her behind like this, but it doesn't look like anyone can hurt her anyway. Let's head back to the hotel. Sound good, Master? Yeah, I know. Yeah, we definitely can't beat Roland if he shows up again. Good. Luckily, Protea carrying us here gave us a chance to rest our legs. I know we're all tired, but we just need to hang in there a little longer. Things will turn around after we reach the hotel. Once we're back somewhere we can rest, we can plan our next move. To the Marion Hotel. So wait, has King Protea been here the whole time then? Oh, here's the timeline. Okay, that's nice. 2999. All of humanity goes extinct. That's all we have. I see you, Hypers. I'm sorry. When I'm doing FGO stories, I usually try to focus on the story. You mentioned Silent Hill Town Hall, Alien Isolation spiritual successor. Yes, I talked about it in my Discord a little bit. I don't think too many people in my community are big horror fans. There's a couple of them, but yeah, you should go check out what I said there. I am interested in it though, yeah. But there's not too much news on it other than like the very little bit we got recently. I wish Nasu also added a timeline for LB7. Yeah, it would have been really fucking useful there. I don't know why he didn't. We got like, especially all the like the little Da Vinci stuff that we got with her explaining the timelines too. It would have been really nice to have like a solid foundation to actually go back and look at whenever we wanted. All right. To the hotel. We had to fend off more attacks from those knights along the way, but at least we made it back to the hotel safely. Let's see, it's almost noon now, which means it's been about 4 hours since our battle at the Burj Khalifa this morning. That's a lot of fighting and moving. How is everyone feeling? Especially you, Master. I'm fine. This isn't my first rodeo. Still, I could really go for some water. I'm sorry, we used up all of our food and water on the first day of our trip. Hey, that won't be a problem. Never mind just water. Now that we're back at the hotel, we can get a first class meal. Let's go up to Master's room for now, and then... Never mind. Oh well, I didn't really think it would be that simple. Mechanized employee.
Mr. Max, Miss Mash, Mr. Bart Roberts. I'm terribly sorry, but we can no longer provide you with our services. Now that the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown is officially underway, this hotel has become the property of the Alvatron Company. Lord Thomas seeks to use mechanization to return to the first generation's roots. This domain belongs to him. Old humanity, new humanity, it makes no difference. Anyone with a meat body rather than a mechanized one has no claim to human rights.
That voice, aren't you the person at the front desk who saw us off with a smile this morning?
That was merely an act. We've been deceiving you to ensure the election would begin without a hitch. Now that it has, our only directive is to follow Lord Thomas's commands. And the command shared by every soldier in this area is to capture the Chaldeans, restrain them, and convert them into mechanized humans.
There's nowhere to run! Crap, they've already got us surrounded.
However, just as the concept of professions existed in the old world, we share the concept of responsibility. We may work for the Alvatron Company, but we were assigned to run the Marion Hotel. We are not combat units, and so have no equipment with which we could fight you ourselves. Therefore, our only available course of action is to notify the soldiers that you have appeared at this hotel. So we will do exactly that once this conversation is over. Do you catch my drift?
We do. Thank you so much. Not just for this, but for everything you've done for us while we were staying here. It's been wonderful staying at this hotel. I wish we could do so again one day.
Proceeding with the notification now. Thank you for staying with us. You have all been wonderful guests.
Let's head outside. Thank you for taking such good care of us. Holy Ferris wheel. Huh? I don't understand. Why did you and Mash thank them? Didn't they just kick us out of the hotel? They could have alerted the soldiers the moment we went inside. They could have even lured us in and trapped us there until the soldiers arrived. But they didn't. Instead, they chose to honor their their hospitality worker selves. I see. So even though their bodies are mechanical, they're still human at heart? It's just like you servants. Even though you're no longer mortal, you still have your humanity, your soul. Areshkigal. I like how, it seems like Nasu had to be even more on the nose after it seems like a lot of people did not get the like, overlying theme of Lost Belt 6. Like, I was immediately gonna, like, compare that to, like, kind of like LB6 fairies and how, like, even though they're not human, they still have, like, kind of a human heart. And Nasu was like, shit. Fucking, like, everybody, like, kind of came out of LB6, like, thinking that, like, genocide was the answer somehow, and to like kind of put it on the fucking nose there. Instead, they chose to honor their their hospitality worker selves. They're still human. Even though their bodies are mechanical, they're still human at heart. Areshkigal.
Target spotted, preparing to link up with 3rd and 4th squads to initiate joint operation. Our highest priority is to capture the targets alive, establishing mind map connection, integrating self-boundaries, executing Legion mode, initiating capture operation with full coordination from 46 units.
They're already here, but there's not a lot of them. Let's try to neutralize as many as we can before we escape. Understood, Master. We'll intercept them as quickly as possible before returning to Area F. Endurance battle. Alvatron Suppression Force. The director of Townfall is also the DLC director of Isolation. I did see that. He was like the art. I think I looked into him a little bit. He was like he worked on like the art team for Isolation, if I'm not mistaken, too, for like the base game. Yeah, we'll see. A lot of stuff for Townfall is still like super under wraps. The gameplay IMO kind of looked a little clunky, but I mean the reason Silent Hill the remake was also like kind of clunky gameplay wise, but it blew me away narratively. Like I had heard a lot of people say that Silent Hill 2 was like one of the best narrative games ever made, or narrative horror games ever made, even 20 years ago, and it still holds up today, its story, and like it has like a cult fan base that a lot of people like haven't even played the game but just like watch video essays, and they like there's like a cult fan base of like video essay watchers that like haven't even played the games but know the story and lore, and they're really into it for that reason. And I went into Silent Hill 2 not knowing, like only knowing the premise, and even though the twist is very obvious, like I think like the twist of the actual narrative of Silent Hill 2 is very obvious, but it was how they handled it that blew me away. Like it really went into like some of the most taboo human experiences and gave it enough nuance and not verbal interpretation to the point where you could kind of like come at it at a bunch of different angles, especially after the twist is revealed. And that's what really blew me away. I loved Silent Hill 2 for that reason. I don't think it's that obvious. The twist of Silent Hill 2, I thought it was. I like kind of caught it like at the very beginning. It's also been done to death since Silent 2 has come out though. Like at the beginning of the like Silent Hill 2 was probably one of the first games to do it when it originally released. And I think that's probably why it like sticks with a lot of people, but I think it's been, that trope has been kind of like done to death since it released. But how they handled it like surprised the hell out of me. That's why I loved Silent Hill 2, and that's why it'll probably stick with me for that reason.
Yoshi,
あれね、
噛み砕かれる。
頑張るぞ。
噛み砕かれる。
は
と
ピンチ、チャンス。ほんと飽きないんだから。
たまには海賊らしくいくか。
解除。女神神殿融合。宇宙の秘密を教えてあげる。この手を離さないことね。エビンシブラコラプサー。
どうやら貴殿は気づいていないのかな。
I like how you can still see Bart Roberts is like the FGO game on his phone in the in-game sprite too. Funny.
おごりであっても高らかに。いつか必ずなくしたものに報いるために。導きの星よ、力となれ。邪魔をしないで。
決まったな。
間違いない。千年のお座り切り裂く。冥界に帰るがいい。アングラルアンダー。その大地ごと私に帰れ。はあ、
My ears? Is it a little loud? I can turn it. I think last stream I did turn the BGM up a little bit. I think that would have been SFX though, sound effect. Sometimes the BGM is a little loud though.
いい度胸。
爽やかに。
女神神殿融合。宇宙の秘密を教えてあげる。この手を離さないことね。エビンシブラコラプサー。
夏のように甘い。
断裂剣。
What the? Uh-oh. They're self-repairing. Uh-oh. What the fuck did they do? Not good.
間違いない。星は見えた。挑んでみる。私のものにしてあげる。ひざまずきなさい。 旗だ。
Holy shit!
目隠れを目隠れをください。こう。
ちょっと遅くない？間違い捕まえた。目につく全てが過ぎ去ってもあなたとの旅を忘れない。また会いましょう、私のマスター。輝く未来がありますように。落とします。光栄に思いなさい。アングガルアンダ。その大地ごと私に帰れ。被弾確率収束。パラドクスエフェクトセット。最大ダメージお任せください。了解。時短装填中です。インターセプター吹き飛んでみる。はあはあ明快点展開。あれね。邪魔者は排除よね。光って揺らいで膨らんで二人だけの曲線へ。この場所にいつか必ずたどり着いてね。
Dub. Holy moly, it blew up! Oh, we defeated the first wave, but there's two more incoming! They keep charging at us with perfect synergy, and they don't even blink when we blast them! Their coordination really is something else. They're like an incredibly well-disciplined army! They're all acting as a single unit. They must have a very talented commander leading them. They basically let us get away. Protea's our best hope out here, and they've completely closed off the western bridge that leads back to her now. I see. Then we're going to need to try to focus our way across the bridge to reach her. Right. It's obviously a trap. That's just what they want us to do. For now, we'll need to head back and try to lose them. From what I saw at the observatory, the city is surrounded by a desert. Heading into that without a vehicle would be suicide. But if it's a choice between staying here and getting trapped, I think it's worth taking our chances. Damn it. It's times like these I really hate how useless I am. I wish I could do more to help. Karna and Percival could probably defeat those soldiers on their own if they were here. That's not true. Don't worry. They would have struggled with some skilled enemies like this too. The desert isn't an option. Yes, it's made of sand, but I can tell by looking at it that it's more of an ocean than ground. If we try to navigate it on foot, the quicksand will swallow Mash and Max whole. If only I had some kind of flight-capable unit. Alright, what if we find the enemy's fortification weakest point and smash through it to head west? That's why they're conducting their search operation using a line formation strategy to stop us from doing exactly that. They're basically an impenetrable wall moving from west to east right now. Not even an ant could get past them. They're trying to wear us down and trap us between them and the desert. It may not be an exciting strategy, but it's an effective one. This is nothing compared to the Dragnet and Atlantis, but still. All that aside, I could really use some water. Uh-oh. Master is dehydrated. Oh my, you're sweating like crazy, but your lips are completely parched. Have you not been hydrating enough? Here, take this. Good thing I was in the area handing out mineral water. Who the hell are you? Easy there, big guy. It's okay. You can lower your weapon. I'm no mechanized soldier, see? I'm just a passing gym trainer. Are we still getting chased by them? Now, here you go. A nice cold bottle of water. I'm alive! Thank you so much. Good. I'm glad you're feeling better, but you can't let your guard down yet. The Alvatron Company's mechanized soldiers are efficient, and don't take reckless actions. I can't advise hiding or trying to break through their fortifications. Escaping into the desert probably is the right call. You just can't do it on foot. There's a wharf over on Area F's east edge that should still be sending out desert tour boats. The soldiers haven't blocked off the east bridge yet, and at your speed, you should just be able to make it in time. Hey, you're right. I do see something that looks like a harbor. That must be a sand ship wharf. A sand ship? The Alvatron Company thinks you guys don't know anything about Moon Dubai's geography. This trick won't work twice, but it should at least buy you some time. Thank you for the advice, but... I know, we can't be too quick to trust him. You seem like you've met Master before, but who exactly are you? I'm a tourist here, like all of you. I just happened to arrive early, and I've been working part-time jobs to stay occupied. I understand why you've been wary of strangers, especially now, but you really don't have so much as a second to spare. You'll be finished if the mechanized soldiers seal off the East Bridge too. An experienced master like you must understand that. Okay, let's do it, everyone. Hurry to the wharf! What about you? Are you not going to come with us? I told you, I'm just passing by. Also, I'm at work. Mechanized soldiers are approaching! Master! Okay, let's hope we don't regret this. Thanks for the help, gym guy. In the meantime, if we're going to be on a ship, then I can finally put my skills to full use. I think the winds of fortune might just be starting to turn in our favor. Is he a gym leader? What kind of Pokemon does he have? I'm starting to think, just because of the female Hakuno that was up on the Burj Khalifa at the start of like the Section 1 chapter, was like, clearly it seemed like on BB's side. They're either acting, or she was either acting like that, or if there's like, if this is like technically a different extra verse, I was wondering if maybe there's gonna be two sets of there's like the there's the Hakunos from, there's a Hakunos from, I guess, the actual, like the ones that actually knew the RBB, and then there'd also be the ones from whatever is going on in this extra verse 1,000 years in the future, maybe, that knew the BB Dubai, possibly. I don't know. If there's two BBs, you'd think there's the possibility of being two sets of Hakunos, but just throwing that out there. I just thought it was weird how there was like the one that seemed like it was siding with BB up in the tower. All right, the 7 last bosses, Section 3. 7 last bosses? Wait a second. 7. It's almost like it's some kind of war. Some kind of Holy Grail war. Guide robot. Are you here to ride a sand ship? Please enter the following settings. Number of passengers, 4. Autopilot, on. Oh, I should use the fucking AI voice for this. Hang on.
Are you here to ride a sand ship? Please enter the following settings. Number of passengers, 4. Autopilot, on. Ship rank, A. Course, free. Okay, you're all set. Please use the E6 at dock number 4. In accordance with Moon Dubai law, this service is provided free of charge and with zero liability. If the ship is damaged, please bring it to the repair dock. If you wish to take it home, please follow the onboard guide instructions. Enjoy your voyage, and on behalf of the first generation AIs everywhere, thank you for sailing with us.
Whoa! It's actually a ship! Wow, a ship that sails on sand! It sure is. This swaying isn't too different from being out at sea. This sand must be remarkably fine-grained. Our guide also said this ship will automatically put up an electromagnetic barrier around itself in an emergency. Apparently, it's theirs... What? Apparently, it's there in case we collide with any large rock drilling equipment, but I have no idea what they were talking about. How come you're not steering the ship? You seemed very excited when the idea of steering a ship came up before. I'm letting the autopilot steer for now, at least until we need to divert from its pre-programmed course. Once we know where we're going next, I'll switch it back to the manual control. On a different note, I can't believe they just let us use the ship as long as we want for free. I was ready to hijack it like back in the day, too. What a letdown. Alright, I was under the impression that all of Moon Dubai considers Chaldea its enemy, so I assumed there would also be restrictions on the use of public facilities. Are you nervous that it all seems a little too easy? I did notice nothing to eat or drink on the ship, though. What the fuck is that? Said it's more of a feminine AI voice.
Apologies for the interruption. We have an election broadcast from the Burj Khalifa. Everyone on Moon Dubai is obligated to view this broadcast regardless of citizenship status. Please direct your attention to the monitor.
Huh? Oh my goodness. Hello, people of Moon Dubai. It's me, Baby Dubai, your eternal lord and leader. Is everyone out there thinking up rational and innovative ways to eradicate humanity? Great! At long last, the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown, the election to determine who will wipe out humankind once and for all, is underway. Remember, here on Moon Dubai, you aren't done just because you've cast your vote. If you decide you prefer another candidate's position after you cast it, you can switch it to them whenever you like. The important thing here is that the eradication of humanity. So struggle with your choice. Leave plenty of regrets behind. Now, let's take a look at where the polls stand. I'm sure there are some rats out there secretly watching this, so I'll present these numbers old school style. Oh, as I thought, Area E has a commanding lead. I guess you all really like your boring bog standard extinctions. Well, that's okay. This is your choice to make. It's only natural your opinions would differ to mine. There are 7 moon cancers in the running, each with their own plan to eradicate humanity. This project has been in the works since AD 3000. The candidates may have only been finalized 5 days ago, but they've known about the project since well before then, so it's no shock to see one really explode out of the gate. Now, this next part is important, so to recap, once a candidate's approval rating reaches 70%, they will be declared the victor and the election will be over. Right now, the candidate taking the lead is Area E, Moon Cancer Tomomovich-Koyanskaya. If things keep going as they have, it won't be much longer before her twisted ideology becomes reality, Max. The end. Written and directed by BB Dubai. Tomomovich-Koyanskaya? I heard it too. Apparently, Koyanskaya is one of the final boss candidates and a moon cancer. Does this mean she didn't learn her lesson after all? Okay, maybe not a huge shock. I mean, she used to be a beast. She must have countless ideas and reasons for wiping out Monka? Sorry, I should have thought before I spoke. It's been one crazy thing after another this morning, so my mind's having trouble keeping up. Even now that things have calmed down, I still have no idea where we should go next. That's true. Without BB here, there's still so much we don't know. Yeah, if only BB was right here right now. Senpai! What the fuck? You need BB? Then we should go to the Burj Khalifa. She's in there, right? In the tall tower? Oh, right. You were asleep back then, so I guess you wouldn't know this. There are actually 2 BBs right now. Chaldea's BB and Moon Dubai's BB. At first, we thought BB Dubai was our BB, that she'd just changed her name for this occasion. But it looks like she was actually a completely separate BB. Huh. So where's Chaldea's BB now then? BB Dubai took her out like it was nothing. She didn't seem to know more about BB Dubai than we did either. I know we'll need to do something about this final boss of Humanity's Annihilation Showdown, but I think we also need to figure out who BB Dubai is and where she came from. Despite everything that's happened, our ultimate goal is still to get back to Chaldea, and it seems like BB Dubai's the only one who knows, or at least might know, how to do that. But we can't get back now, she'd kill us. Damn it, if only the original BB was still here. BB Dubai is clearly stronger than our BB. And there was that woman with her. She seemed like a master herself. I think we might have to look into who she is as well.
Attention passengers, the ship is under attack. I have detected 4 Albatron Company lunar surface exploration airbikes and 2 highly mobile crater leveling machines.
They fly now? They fly now!
They are using high little moon cancer authorization codes to request that we stop the ship. As your safety is my top priority, I am currently refusing their requests. How would you like me to proceed?
Does that mean we won't be safe if you stop? Can't you outrun them?
Our vessel is faster than theirs, but I'm afraid we can't lose them out here, if in the dome's eastern desert.
Ah, so we are in some sort of dome, I guess. Perhaps the moon in the sky is a projection. I don't know.
Our vessel is faster than theirs, but I'm afraid we can't lose them out here in the dome's eastern desert. It would be a different story if we were out in the dome's western desert amongst those old buildings, but we aren't. I am very sorry.
So fighting's our only choice. Works for me. Now you'll get to see all that I can do. Sorry, guide, but I'm switching the controls over to manual. Then I'm going to wait for a chance to turn us around and ram them. Master, Mash, I'd like you to stay on the deck and make the mechanized soldiers sorry they messed with us. Areshkagul, do you think you can help us fight now? Guess not. Damn. I take it there's something you're not happy with. Well, she did just wake up. You have your reasons, right? It's okay. We'll handle this. You know, I've been thinking this for a while now, but you're really soft on me, aren't you? Well, fine. In that case, go ahead. I'm gonna focus on steering the ship, so you two will have to handle the fighting yourselves. Be careful. That was 4 mechanized soldiers and 2 large mobile weapons, right? This won't be an easy battle, but I'm sure we can win. Master, please try to summon servants capable of covering wide areas with their attacks. The fuck? It's crazy SFX. Guest servant, question mark. Said AoE, right? Meluko! Oh my god. Mysterious astronaut. Another BB. Only 2 skills?
Cosmo ですので簡単いいよ。推進力が要90これで
Is your NP locked? Oh no, it's not. Interesting. What the fuck?
恋のパワーは無重力ですよね。地球ごと懲らしめます。恋のパワー未来まかコスモですので。
What's up, Pipper?
もう怒りました。悪いお邪魔虫には思い知ってもらいます。コスモバーナー転換まとめて一層コスモスクラフトクレーター
Whoa!
BB チェンジ着陸ちょっと休憩入りますね。地球ごと懲らしめます。楽しいかも。もう怒りました。悪いお邪魔虫には思い知ってもらいます。コスモバーナー転換コスモスクラフトクレーターはっやややややかわいいはっやるね。
What the? Alvatron suppression weapon? Oh, they did mention that.
水おいしいよね。おとなしくできないのかな。
Alright, Melusine, time to use the, Lancelot alter attack.
インポッシブルな簡単。蒸気カタバルト良好。ブラストリフレクター展開完了。フルアーマーよし発開する。射程入った。オープンコンバットしぶきを上げろ。ブライトアルビオンはっややややメディケンライトキューティイノシス4つやドラゴンコンビネーション
Oh.
左主査パラドクスエフェクターセットファンターボルトリロード水おいしいよね。了解。インターセプターこれで有効レンジ入りました。バーニア突撃します。
Bro, are you kidding me? We get to see a brave chain here.
ナビ任せてください。バトル後のインターバルは
ミッションクリア。
行いますね。
The Sand Path. close, wasn't it? You should really be more careful about fighting battles when you're so obviously outmatched. Senpai, is that an alien? Nah, it's obviously BB. An alien? Mash's face. I knew it. This is a bit, isn't it? Okay, no more surprises. Sorry to keep you all waiting, everyone. That all-powerful, undeniable, wicked BB Dubai AI might have shot me into outer space, but thanks to my incomparable cuteness, cherubic innocence, I managed to slip into the spacesuit and rescue myself. Now I'm back as BB Cosmo, and I'm ready to deal with anything on the moon. Phew, I'm seriously bushed. Would you mind if I caught my breath? Not so much airspace, you know. But let me use this terminal too, please. I need all the info I can get on this Moon Dubai place.
I'm very sorry, but network access is not permitted during the election. At present, the only permissible network activity is communications between Moon Dubai civilians. However, access to the data on this ship remains unrestricted, so you are free to browse that all you like.
Huh? Election? What election? Oh, right, you wouldn't know that yet. I think we'd better tell you everything that happened after you were shot into space. I see. The final boss of humanity's Annihilation Showdown, huh? What a dumb name. Who came up with something so stupid? Hold up a mirror. A little demon by the name of BB. I see. As I was saying, it's a great name. It really tells you everything you need to know. Anyway, moving on. It's okay, BB. We know you and BB Dubai are separate servants. Oh, I see. Well, I guess it's a good name. It's a good to have that all cleared up. But man, I was kind of hoping to draw out the suspense a little longer, since this kind of thing doesn't happen every day. That's more than enough messing with Max just to see how he reacts, BB. We're in real trouble here. Not the time for jokes. Can you start taking this seriously? Oh, I see. You're okay too, Bart Roberts, but what are you still doing here? If I was BB Dubai, I would have sent every last servant packing. Well, maybe not Mash, since she's half human and all. I can't figure out why I would spare you, though. Seems like a waste. A waste? What do you mean by that? BB Dubai said that there are no more humans left on Earth now that it's 3019, right? AI never lied to humans, so we can take her at her word about that. Well, they do sometimes hallucinate wrong answers by mistake, but no need to dwell on that right now. If there aren't any humans on Earth, then it must cost way more resources to keep that servant summoned than it did back at Chaldea. So the only way to keep them around was for BB Dubai to sneakily access and sync up with the singularity I made that was identical to Dubai in 2030. What? Okay. And then supply her own magical energy. It's a lot like how Chaldea converts electricity to magical energy. BB Dubai was paying the magical energy cost required to keep all of your servants manifested, so that you would keep raising the joy counter. If all of your servants are enjoying themselves, there's no reason to feel guilty about being the only one having fun, right? But once that was over, there was no reason to keep the servants around. So I bet she didn't banish all the servants herself. She just cut off their magical energy needed to keep them around, which made them return to Chaldea automatically. I see. So that's how she pulled it off. From BB Dubai's perspective, keeping all of us servants around was hard work, and she finally got to shrug off that extra load. I'm guessing the reason they're not automatically going back to Chaldea is because of the stamp that, I don't know why it was the male servants specifically, but all the male servants got a stamp from Khazad-dûm, and I'm assuming the other two, which were Percival and Karna, got pokeballed by BB. But Bart Roberts, because he was so weak, BB just kind of let him stay. But I'm assuming the reason that he's still around and the possibility of Karna and Percival coming back in the story is because of the stamp. That's what I'm gonna guess right now. I don't know what else this stamp's could be for. And it did seem like Drop was like trying to give us hints and like help us from the side in like her own way. She's still participating in the war, but it seemed like she was trying to like help us from the sidelines. From BB Dubai's perspective, keeping all of us servants around was hard work, and she finally got to shrug off the extra load. So that's why you said leaving Bart Roberts and Ereshkigal around would be wasteful. I still don't understand her logic in keeping Bart around, but I can understand why Ereshkigal didn't go away. BB Dubai did banish the Ereshkigal from human history, but anything besides that wouldn't have been included in her summoning ritual. You're not the Ereshkigal, the divine spirit. The fact that you're classed as beast now is proof of that. You're not from Chaldea or Moon Dubai. You're from another universe entirely, aren't you? Space Ereshkigal, no way! From BB Dubai's perspective, keeping all of the servants around was hard work because she was the one supplying the magical energy for them. I got that part. So she just cut off the magical energy and they just started to disappear. She finally got to shrug off that extra load. So that's why you said leaving Bart and Ereshkigal around would be wasteful, so I still don't understand the logic of her keeping Bart Roberts around, but the reason Ereshkigal can stay around is because she's not from Chaldea in the first place. She's a servant versus servant, and we know that because of two things. It was both dialogue from X, actually, but Summer X Alter mentioned in the elevator back in the summer event when we got her that Ereshkigal was leaking servant verse energy, and obviously we know she's Space Ereshkigal. And then secondly, back when all the servants started to disappear at the start of OC3, X mentioned in her own thought bubble that she wasn't disappearing because she wasn't a Chaldean servant, or she was from the servant verse. And it seems like it's like an oversight by BB. I don't understand Bart Roberts sticking around either. She just said that he was like so weak that she didn't care, it seemed like. But you would think it would have been an oversight that, or maybe because he's so weak, it didn't take a lot of magical energy to keep around. It does seem like an oversight by her, but I don't know, we'll see. Surely there's a larger reason later on, we'll find out. You're not from Chaldea or Moon Dubai, you're from another universe entirely, Ereshkigal. What's the problem with that? She's still Ereshkigal, right? Is that a problem? She got flustered. I'm sorry, you're right. It's no problem at all. Just forget I said anything about that. You're wrong about one thing. You said Ereshkigal from human history was banished. Well, I wasn't. I'm right here. I'm not asleep. I'm still the Ereshkigal from proper human history. BB Dubai's automatic banishment didn't affect me because I used independent manifestation when our trip to Dubai began. You mean around the time you transformed into a beast? That's right. And it's all thanks to you and Max that the other servants didn't kill me when that happened. I promise I'll find a way to repay that debt. No, that favor, in a way befitting a beast. Anyway, there are 2 more things I'd like to confirm with you, BB Cosmo. No problem. Let me guess. You want to know how you can get back to Chaldea and what the citizens of Moon Dubai really are, right? Well, the way back to Chaldea differs for each of you. For Mash and Max, you won't be able to return there until you defeat BB Dubai. Or rather, until you stabilize this world's foundation of humanity value. For Bart Roberts, you'll return to the Throne of Heroes automatically if your spirit origin disappears. But as long as your spirit core is intact, the spirit origin graph should let you return to Chaldea too. Well, that's not a great way to go. Isn't there a more peaceful method I could use? It's not very dramatic, but you should be able to go back to Chaldea at the same time your Master Max does. Perfect, that works for me. Sounds much better than having my head cut off and tossed into the sea. And as for you, Ereshkigal, you can never go back to your original world. Your only choice is to keep living here or to vanish. What? But why? Servants neither grow nor change. Their magical energy output might improve, but they can never be more or less than what they are at heart. But now in this world, Ereshkigal has become something different. Which means if you think of her passage here from Chaldea as a keyhole, it won't just fit her current spirit origin any longer. That goes for whatever it was that changed her into a beast too, so returning to whatever's original universe isn't an option either. As you are now, Ereshkigal, you are a new divine spirit, born in this world, able to exist only here as well. No way. So Ereshkigal's the only one who can't go back to Chaldea? Hey, it's not just me. Right now, you're in the exact same boat. Literally. As for your second question regarding the true identity of Moon Dubai's citizens, going from the information I got looking into BB Dubai, the way Moon Dubai is structured, and the information I just got from this ship's guide, my conclusion is this. Every person in this city is an AI. In this timeline, all of humankind has transitioned from carbon-based life forms to beings of pure intelligence. That is the face of this world's new humankind, a humankind that as of 3019 has effectively achieved immortality and everlasting world peace. Nobody in this world has any connection to the old humankind, not even this ship's guide. No connection? Then you mean history, all of civilization has basically ended?
Yes, I'm so sorry, Mr. Roberts. Your navigational skills are magnificent, and yet I don't have a single record of you or your life.
I see. Then there's only one thing left to do. Ereshkigal? Ereshkigal? I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. Do not speak my name so casually. I have allowed it thus far, but have reached the end of my tolerance. I think she figured out why she's a beast. For that matter, my name is not Ereshkigal. I am the prison of darkness that will swallow the heavens and earth alike. I am Enki Ereshkigal, the underworld nebula. What I am trying to say is, if this is truly humanity's final resting place, then I will fulfill my duty as a beast. I am the only one fit to eradicate humanity, which is why I am going to enter the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown myself. Wow. If this is truly humanity's final resting place, then I will fulfill my duty as a beast. I am the only one fit to eradicate humanity, which is why I'm going to enter the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown myself. Why are you doing this, Ereshkigal? Ah, our ship! I told you, it's my duty. You'll understand once you see what kind of future this Moon Dubai holds for humankind. I can't steer the ship. Everyone hang on to something. There's something in the sand. It's trailing a massive shockwave in its wake. It must be a whale. It's an obscenely massive rock drill. Everyone run for it before it swallows the ship whole. I would if I could, but I can't. This sand is like a giant whirlpool. God, does this ship have any lifeboats? No, wait. Those would just get sucked in even faster. What about a life plane? No? Figures I wouldn't keep something like that on my ship either. Damn it, it's just one thing after another. I guess we've got no choice but to fight back then. The ship has stabilized. I think it's... I stabilized the ship for you. Also, to be clear, I didn't summon that thing. The last thing I need is a rumor going around that the embodiment of the underworld sicked a sandbug on someone. I don't care what happens to you, of course, but letting you die here would be a bad look for me. So just this once, I'll help you out. After this is over, we'll officially be enemies. Now, show me what you're made of, Max. Show me what you can do against this foe, and I will decide whether you are worthy. Show me that you can rival me, Anki Ereshkigal, the beast of Null, and the evil of humanity amassing. Oh. Where's Koyan Skywatch Chihuahua? Oh, does she have to be starting? No! Holy shit, it's Dune. I think I do remember this. Did this come out around the time, like, Dune was, like, super fucking poppin' too? I think I do remember someone being like, holy shit, it's a Dune reference. Fucking 2 years ago. Match will be starting in a ton of fights, by the way. Yeah, I can fucking tell. Support Irish forced eggplant. Get ready for the Moonlight Great Sword! Holy shit! Ouch. Ouch. Curious what this thing's NP looks like. Where'd we all get the guts from? Cannot use Noble Fan. Oh, we don't get the bond either, because it's not our servant. Whoa, laser beam!
人類悪であるビーストがやられるなんて世も末ね。
Coin Sky Chihuahua.
はい、NSS サービスです。もちろんお望みのままにイノベーション始めます。仲間がいるのは良いことです。
Oh god, dude.
完全予約よろしくて。優しい雨だ方、はい、もちろん。白亜の城に集いしは清廉なりし無双の騎士。胸躍る幻想を鳥は綴らん。メモリー・オブ・ロンディニウム。スキアリ魔女の
Moonlight Greatsword, go!
瞬きのうち鮮やかに結末は華やかに。はあ、勝利の代償にあなたの涙をひとしずく。
Can't believe we got a Dune reference in my FGO. Did I just perform multiple simple summons? We've dealt with the enemy weapon, but... not bad for a human. As a show of respect for a well-fought battle, I will let you go this once. Try to survive as long as you can. I doubt we'll ever meet again, but see you. A Rushgiggle. This is terrible. I wonder if she really can do this. I believe in you, Aresh. Master, I'm sorry to bother you while you're grieving, but I'm afraid this can't wait. This ship's engine was damaged during the battle. We're using auxiliary power to get around for now, but that won't last long.
It is true. This ship's power will be depleted in 20 minutes. My sincerest apologies for the inconvenience. May I ask which harbor you would prefer to dock at before time runs out?
I mean, what are our choices here? Are there any docks we can actually dock at safely?
If you're looking for a non-combat zone, what about Area C? That area's moon cancer has yet to present a campaign slogan.
So they haven't decided what they want to eradicate humanity with? Is that because they don't care? Do you know this moon cancer's name? Oh my god.
Candidate name: Janito Karigiri. She's a Chaldean servant, just like Mr. Roberts.
Oh! So Jiniko's in Moon Dubai too. To Area C then! Then we'll go with Area C, on the double.
Thank you for confirming. Setting the course for Area C, Old Dubai. Unfortunately, I'm afraid there's another problem.
I know, it's me, isn't it? You won't be able to dock the ship if I'm with you, right?
Correct. Moon Dubai regulations state that only BB is permitted to enter the city. The only BB permitted to enter the city is BB Dubai. This desert is outside city limits, so we haven't violated the regulation yet. But if we get too close...
Yeah, don't worry about me. It makes sense for BB Dubai, no, Moon Dubai, to limit this city to one BB. I may not have any admin privileges in Moon Dubai, but I'm still an advanced AI that was created on the moon. My affinity for a lunar city is just too strong. It would throw things out of whack if there were 2 city management AIs running around.
I'm glad you understand. Thank you for your cooperation.
So are you gonna stay in the desert then, BB? Yes, it sucks that I can't go into the city, but this also means BB Dubai won't know that I'm here, so it's a net positive. In the meantime, I'll investigate the old ruins out in the desert. I may not be able to acquire any information in the city, but I might still be able to find something useful out here. When you're done investigating Old Dubai, come meet me back at this ship. And we can share what we've all learned. Then it's settled. Be careful while you're out here on your own. Thanks. Same to all of you. For the record, none of this was my plan. My plan was to invite you all to an imitation of Dubai in the year 2030. But BB Dubai hijacked that plan and sent you all here to Moon Dubai in the year 3019 instead. This city isn't a singularity or a lost belt. I suspect it's a parallel world of sorts. One thing's for sure, Moon Dubai is definitely one of the potential paths humanity could have taken in the future. So for the time being, Max, your job is to solve several mysteries. How did humanity end up going down this timeline? Who are the 7 moon cancers? And who or what is BB Dubai? You'll definitely have your work cut out for you, but I'm sure you can do it. Let me screenshot that actually. And then also the this. That's all some really good information there. I remember when we were like reading some of the HSR stories, like this type of dialogue is like what I was like missing a lot of the time that I wanted like the main cast to be asking. Like there should be like a list, and Nasu does this a lot in his stories that I always appreciate. Like it's kind of like a mystery novel. Like you have like a list of things that you got to figure out to piece everything together, and it's nice having a fucking character kind of like relay that to the audience in a way. So for the record, none of this was my plan. My plan was to invite you all to the imitation of Dubai in the year 2030. But BB Dubai hijacked the plan and sent you all here to Moon Dubai in the year 3019 instead. This city isn't a singularity or a lost belt. I suspect it's a parallel world. One thing's for sure, Moon Dubai is definitely one of the potential paths humanity could take in the future. So for the time being, Max, it's your job to solve those several mysteries. How did humanity end up going down this timeline? Who are the several moon cancers? And who or what is BB Dubai? You'll definitely have your work cut out for you, but I'm sure you can do it. And the like in the Lost Belt stories, for example, too, we usually had like team meetings too with like Gordolph, Da Vinci, Holmes, and like the rest of the cast. Like typically multiple times throughout a main story chapter, you'll have like team meetings where like you go over all the information you've learned over the course of that story arc. And so I always like really appreciate that type of writing because it kind of just like cements to the reader, like it's like a quick recap, like here's all the information we've learned, here's the things that you should be remembering, and these are going to be the important points you should have in the back of your mind going forward. And so I always appreciate that stuff. Advantage of mostly on voice VN. You'll definitely have your work cut out for you, but I'm sure you can do it. I know you'll see this through with all your usual determination that you won't give up, lose heart, or get embarrassed. Embarrassed? Yeah, thanks, BB. That last one's never really been an issue for me, but thanks. Projecting? Oh, before you go, I have one last tip for my admirable, shameless, impudent senpai. If you're going to Old Dubai, you might be able to meet up with Passionlip. Yes, I know, she was erased while she was protecting MASH, right? But the thing is, there's still a statue of her somewhere in Old Dubai. It's one of the 3 I had placed in 2030 Dubai. I made one of King Protea in the office area and one of Passionlip in Old Dubai. Originally, I'd put them there to serve as bosses from the Sakura 5 to make your trip even more interesting. But I'd bet they moved to Moon Dubai when BB Dubai synced it with 2030. Of course, the Lip who spent this summer with you, the one you knew at Chaldea, it's something of a chicken and egg paradox, but there should still be a statue of her in Moon Dubai. Once you find it, try forming a contract with her again. If nothing else, she'll be a powerful asset. I will, I promise. Sure, but why a statue? That's just what you make on the moon. Beautiful things deserve to be preserved in 3 dimensions, right? What? Is that supposed to be a joke that it's like a VN and the Extraverse was like 3D games? I'm not sure what that meant. What does she mean by that?
We'll be docking at Old Dubai soon. It should take about 12 minutes to repair the ship. Those of you who wish to continue this cruise are free to remain on board.
Okay, everyone, good luck with the start of your old Dubai arc. When you add voice dialogue on top of 3D animation, writing length becomes much more constrained. I would agree, but like the fucking... I don't know if that's the case with HSR, because those stories are fucking long. All right, interlude. Interlude. All right, I'm gonna open this Pocky. Pocky time. I got normal flavor today. Bam. Did we get any, is there anything new on the timeline? I don't think so. Damn, there's gonna be a lot we learn. What the fuck? It's time. This regularly scheduled discussion is now in session. Candidates may speak at will. Good day, everyone. I'm Kasadrop, and my proposal is to end humanity via an Earth restoration effort gone bad. So far, I have no issue with any of your opinions. And I'm Astolfo, representative for the Let Humanity Do Whatever movement. Can someone please do something about King Protea in my area? How am I ever going to get my approval rating up if she just keeps breaking our meetings up? My idea to make Earth a water planet is not going well. It's hard to express how wonderful the sea is when nobody in Dubai has ever even seen it for themselves. I don't have any opinion one way or another. I don't have any fancy slogans either. The Shelter Life for All Humanity party isn't going to fight with anyone, so please stop invading us already. Also, I want to say something to Area E. You're totally wasting Moon Dubai's resources. Why is your area glowing like that? Light pollution is what it is. Quit trying to be all charismatic. No, charismatic? Is that a bad thing now? Need I remind you, this is a contest to determine which of us will be the final boss for all humanity. The entire premise of my campaign is that I'm richer and more innovative than anyone. Frankly, if you ask me, I can't understand why you choose to live so plainly. I just don't have the energy to be fashionable. Besides, it's a waste of resources, and it doesn't contribute to anything in society. But a shut-in, now that's some... Okay, this is Genico, I just realized. But a shut-in, now that's someone who knows how to conserve energy. True, it does take energy to be fashionable. A lot of energy, I'll grant you that much. However, objectively viewing, my fashionable self in turn generates energy, and as a result, I am then able to expand my stylish horizons even further. It's truly a perpetual motion machine. No, it's not! That's just narcissism. Come on, guys. Are you really going to let someone like her take the lead? She'll ruin all of Earth! Earth. Ooh, that's Arc. Earth will be fine. Remember, we are on the moon. For that matter, I don't hate her mall. There's a real vision behind it. Ah. So the mall is Koyanskaya. That actually makes a lot of sense. And they said earlier the one that had the mall was the strongest, which surprised me because I looked to the south and I saw the little Ark's fucking castle down there from the PV. And I was like, oh, okay, so Ark's down there. And I assumed that was the mall at first because you would think Archetype Earth is the strongest here, but I guess with humanity and maybe the situation with this parallel world, she's not as strong as you would think, maybe? I don't know. Or maybe she's not even Archetype Earth for some reason here. But she spoke about Earth like she was. We'll see. Earth will be fine. Remember, we are on the moon, for that matter. I don't hate her mall. There's a real vision behind it. No need to get worked up, Area C. Area E's lead is only temporary. I have faith the wise citizens of Moon Dubai will ultimately realize my campaign is the only one that makes sense. Despite becoming AI, humankind was foolish enough to obsess over their humanity. A clash of ideologies was inevitable, even once immortality became the norm. Thus, humanity retreated to the more rational conclusion: my mechanized human empire! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Viva commercialism! Oh no. Your area's no better than E! Give me back my home/Ferris wheel already, jerk! Ha ha ha! I acquired that fair and square. If you wish to take it back, I suggest you prepare an item of similar value. I'm so glad to see you all getting along so well. Your positions may be different, but you're all rivals of equal standing. And while the rules don't forbid direct conflict between participants, I would prefer to avoid it if we can. I want you to win the citizens of Moon Dubai over, not with strength, but with your ideas. On that note, I have something to tell you. A new threat has just joined this battle. A beast. Ooh, Koi and Sky, I didn't like that. What was that? A beast. Though this beast isn't the same category as you. It's not possible for a beast to manifest now that there are no humans on Earth, so this one must have come from a different universe. This beast is an unknown factor. If you find them, I want you to let me know immediately. A beast, eh? That one weapon even my Albatron company doesn't possess. As summoned servants, both my fellow from Area F and I are arguably representatives of humanity. So we'll have to take great care not to allow this beast to simply eat us alive. Just for the sake of argument, let's say this beast proved too powerful for us to deal with, and that they proved to be hostile to all of Moon Dubai. What would happen should they eliminate all of us, leaving no candidates alive? Does that mean humankind would then continue to exist? Oh, don't worry about that. The results are a foregone conclusion. Even if all of you were to be defeated, a moon cancer would still go on to eradicate humanity. Alright, that's all from me. You can all go back to your campaigns now. Remember, humanity's extinction should be an event everyone can get behind. Everyone in tandem. Humanity's extinction should be an event everyone can get behind! Are you okay? Why don't you take a break? This is your opportunity to be alone for a while. You might not be able to shut down completely, but you can at least enter sleep mode. Your CPU is clearly struggling to keep up. I'm fine, I'm just a little mentally fatigued. This always happens whenever I talk to the 7 final boss candidates. Even if some of them don't actually have what it takes, we still need them here. You can't truly be a final boss unless you've trampled over at least one small, powerless faction with a righteous claim, after all. You refuse to compromise on that, huh? How like you. Alright then, I'll stick around until the end too, since it looks like you don't actually want to be alone. Are you sure you don't want to be out here helping Chaldea? That's his job. We played rock, paper, scissors for it. Okay, that explains what I was wondering earlier. So it seems like they had a disagreement on who would help BB and who would help humanity based on their previous... I'm sure because they come from the extraverse, they have a soft spot for BB. So they had a disagreement on who they should help, and they played rock, paper, scissors for it. That's funny. Oh, Fate extra reference since the combat is also rock, paper, scissors. That's funny. Huh? That said, I guess I am a little worried. He's probably really enjoying himself, since it's been so long since we've had a master. It's not that we lack purpose, it's more like we've become a little too inured to danger. It's been so long since we've had a master. Ah. So they're servants. I was kind of under the impression, I know that they're servants when they're playable, but I kind of thought in the story that they were going to be masters. Interesting. Old Dubai Holiday 1, Section 4. I don't think I have her. She's 666.
Yo.
Oh no. What does she need? Oh my god, it's the gems. Are you kidding me? Maybe we just go with Melusine. Is that a fucking Starbucks? Mash, move your head. Okay, Master, we made it to the old Dubai without having to fight at all. In fact, it seems extremely peaceful here. Seems a lot like old Dubai on Earth. At a glance, it looks just like the original old Dubai. Look at that, they got a fucking Starbucks, dude. Yeah, the people here aren't armed, and they don't seem to mean us any harm at all. The whole place feels very different from Area F with its office buildings, or Area I where our hotel was. Are you two seeing the sign over there too? Master Bucks? That sounds vaguely familiar. Master Bucks? Is that some kind of cafe? What a wonderful name for a shop, and it smells amazing in there too. Why don't we take a look inside, Senpai? They might even have food to go along with their drinks. Good point. I can get by without eating, but you and Max both need food and water to survive. BB Cosmo said everyone in Moon Dubai was an AI though, right? So do you think they'll have normal human food around here? Only one way to find out. Stop! Hold it right there, newcomers! You can't just walk into that cafe! All are welcome here in Old Dubai, but not at that cafe. They only allow very specific clientele inside. The boss specifically built Holy Master Bucks to be a place of rest for the old humans who will become here, who will come here one day. The boss specifically built Holy Master Bucks to be a place of rest for the old humans who will come here one day. Isn't that us? It's going to take newcomers like you at least a year to build up trust you'll need to set foot inside. You can start by collecting points at the shop on Main Street. Oh my god, definitely fucking Ginaco's area. Not so fast, RE-17! There's something about these people that reminds me of the Knights in Area F. Trust me, this organic frame gives me a sixth sense for this sort of thing. We can't let the other areas steal any more resources from old Dubai. Police, police, we need you here. I'll even give you some meat when you're done. Cop on break? Seriously, actual meat, not just data? Woohoo! Screw these sugar fritters. I'm gonna use my brand new machine gun to really bring the heat. Well, not literally, since it's just an air gun. Ha ha ha. You were right to call us. Man, it's been so long since I had actual work to do. So you must be the vanguard of the Laughing Moon Knight Brigade. Well, you won't be disturbing the peace on my watch. I'll prove to you that there's more to being a police officer than just eating donuts. That's Cap. That's Cap. That is Captain Cap'n right there, dude. Veteran cop? Oh my god, how many are there? Easy, rookie. These kids may seem harmless, but I can tell they've got some real bite to them. Watch out for that girl in particular. She's got the aura of a forest sage who used to live on Earth. No playing hero. If you're in danger, just surrender. We're still waiting on that patch for workers' comp, you know. I wouldn't have guessed there were so many people in there. They seem like a very fun bunch. I agree, but I don't think we'll be making friends just yet. They're clearly itching for a fight. Alright, let's give them what they want, but try not to hurt them too badly. I'm sure they'll hear us out afterwards. Wyvern's down.
Yoshi, Yoshi.
楽しいかも。前に。
噛み砕かれる。
ペース。スライド。
決まったね。たまには海賊らしくいくか。どうやら貴殿は気づいていないのかな。すでに包囲されていることに。ブラックダーティーパーティーハウリング。
そこ。マウスクマウス。はあ、気持ちよかった。南国の妖精も悪くないね。
They're so strong. It's no use. Old Dubai's done for. Someone get the boss. No, wait. The boss wouldn't be of any use either. We'll just have to run for it and take the boss somewhere safe. Maybe we can try Area D. I heard they actually have fruit there. Calm down, people. Calm down. Can't you tell nobody's dead? Look, they've already put their weapons away. They were obviously just humoring you from the start. Huh? Wait, yeah, you're right. Are they just a bunch of saints or something? Anyway, that was painful to watch. I'd taken amateurish school play over that any day of the week. Our people just aren't cut out for combat. They put on a big show and mock battles, but the moment they're fighting for real, it's all falling to pieces. And you! Well, you managed to subdue them without harming anyone. Thanks for holding back. Here. Weren't handshakes a common greeting in the 21st century? I always wanted to try one. Ah, well, never mind that. I'm Hasara. I've lived in Old Dubai my whole life. Hi there, I'm Max. Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm Mash Kirillite. And I'm Bart Roberts. I take it you're the boss these guys were talking about? I used to be, but not anymore. That title now belongs to Jinako. She told me all about you guys. You're the master who came here from Chaldea, right? Come with me. I'll take you to her. Oh, and don't worry about those guys. They'll heal up on their own. Did you hear that, Senpai? There's still a whole lot we don't know about this Hasara person, but it looks like... Yeah, let's follow him. I wonder if this guy's an AI too. I'm assuming Jinako being here rubbed off on them and having her shut-in lifestyle maybe rubbed off on the AI and they came to not want to eradicate humanity, perhaps. Guy seemed like he wanted to give us a handshake like he was studying old humanity or something. Oh my god, her room. Worship me, worship me, worship the great statue. I am one of the moon cancers. I am the anti-savior who shall lead humankind to its destruction. Is that really Jinako Karigiri? She's definitely got a weirdly intimidating vibe about her, but... Don't worry, that's Jinako, alright. Show your true self, you shut-in! That forthright demeanor, that straightforward, palatable attitude. I knew it! You are the root of all evil, the reason I ended up in this place! You are Max, the master who came here from that accursed Chaldea! Just kidding, did I scare you? So what's up? Long time no see! How you been? Oh hey, you're here too, Mash! And I'm guessing that guy who could use a little bit more meat on his bones is a servant too? I'm Jinako Karigiri. I'm an indoorsy programmer who ended up as a servant because of, reasons. Ganesh is not involved this time, so just call me Jinako. So let's get right to it. Let's tell each other what we each know so we can move on to the next event. Which brings us to now. I hope this was Jinako! I can't believe it. That's so sad. I had no idea all that happened while I was just here, doing my moon cancer thing. I'm afraid it's true. All of the other servants were banished. Lip was erased when she protected me. Senpai's being targeted all across Moon Dubai, so we only barely made it with our lives. Not that! No fair! No fair! I can't believe you guys actually got to enjoy a sightseeing trip in Dubai. I wanted to go too. I wanted to experience Dubai's cutting edge VR for myself. They say it's bleeding edge. They say it's bleeding edge, Mash. Bleeding edge! Jinako? That's our Jinako. So you've been here this whole time? So you've just been here all along? Yeah, I never got to go to the actual Dubai. Before I left, I was all like, Dubai, huh? Seems too hot and too rich for me, but I guess I could give it a shot. But then, when I race shifted, I found myself here in Moon Dubai in the year 3000 at that. I had to wait 19 more years for all of you guys to show up. It was nothing compared to what I had to go through in India, I was about to say. But it did still suck, not having anyone I knew around. Astolfo did show up later, but he had obviously gone off the deep end already. Then came the Lion Man, but he'd completely gone over to the dark side. Besides all that, BB Dubai scares me. Humanity is dead. All these AI need my help. It's just been one thing after another. Thank goodness you guys came here to find me. Also, sorry I said it was no fair. It sounded like you guys went through some stuff too. It's fucking, I couldn't think of his name earlier. It's fucking Edison, though, is the one that's in charge of all the robots. I kind of picked up on that, like, way earlier, but I was spacing on his fucking name because I fucking despise the Lion Man so much. Ay, ay, ay. What does the alva mean? Oh, I didn't know his middle name. Okay. Thomas Alva Edison. I never heard that in my life. Second name. Also, sorry I said it was no fair. It sounds like you guys went through some stuff too. It's okay. I wish we'd known what you were going through. It's fine. It sounds like you really did have it rough. Really? Gosh, thanks, man. I'd almost forgotten how comforting you can be. All right, now that you guys are here, how about we play some video games to celebrate our reunion? They've got this great racing game here that's retro for them, but it'll be super futuristic for you too. Jinako, I understand your enthusiasm, but are you sure this is the time? Remember, you, the Chaldeans, even we may as well be walking around with nooses around our necks. Good point. You're right, Hasara. We should start by laying everything out and making sure we're on the same page. What would you like to know, Max? I'll tell you as much as I can. Holy moly. I've never seen that many options in my life in this game. The fact that she has any motivation at all is from LB4 as well, at least for myself, because my introduction to Jinako was LB4, and I really enjoyed her character arc in LB4. It was really fucking good. Especially the Karna's motivation with her too was awesome. Karna and hers dynamic, because I only knew from people telling me in chat at the time that he was her servant in Extra, and so he was kind of like almost like a guardian angel to her in a way in LB4. Are you the boss of this area? What do you know about Moon Dubai? Who exactly is BB Dubai? Tell us about the final bosses of humanity's final... Tell us about the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown. Let's find out about that shit. It's an election campaign BB Dubai created. She says it's to choose how exactly humankind was wiped out. The voting only started after you guys showed up. But election campaigns have been happening for the last 19 years. The people of Moon Dubai woke up in the year 3000, just like I did. And they were just as shocked as I when they found out that there were no more humans left on Earth. And that's when BB made an announcement on the citywide PA system. Humanity is gone, there's no denying that. Now let's give up on the lot of them and have a conversation about how they died. Give up, huh? And you all just went along with that? Yes, it was unanimous. Facts are facts. Once we reached a consensus, the only thing left was to choose a file heading to save it under. See, this is what Hasara is like, and he's on our side. I swear, everyone on Moon Dubai is just too damn stoic. Anyway, we eventually agreed to reach a consensus on the most plausible way that all of humankind could have died. That led to candidates espousing their positions, which led to the election beginning in earnest. Okay, so it's like that's kind of new information. So it's more of they're fighting to literally like rewrite history in a way, or not rewrite history, but it's kind of a history is written by the victor type scenario, I imagine. And so they get to choose to write what actually happened to humans in the history books. It sounds like it's like what they're fighting over. But it is as Jinako and the guy mentioned here, it's interesting how everyone kind of just was like, just took at face value, humanity's definitely extinct, even if there wasn't like hard proof that that was 100% the case. That led to the candidates espousing their positions, which led to the election beginning in earnest. Every day, candidates would present their ideal extinction method, and the areas with lots of people who agreed with them began to flourish. Old Dubai has always been the last place in that regard. That also means we're constantly low on resources. We even had to give up on our trademark Ferris wheel just to make ends meet, since the thing gobbled up so much electricity. That's how it ended up in the area with the most money to spare. Moon Dubai didn't used to have old-fashioned barter systems. But then that damn lion man came along and brought pure commercialism to Dubai. So it wasn't my fault our Ferris wheel got taken away. That isn't the only thing that was taken, right? But we'll get to that in time. Okay. Some other shit was taken from them. What exactly are the moon cancers on Moon Dubai? Or to Moon Dubai? There's actually two types of moon cancers here, natural and artificial. Natural types are obviously servants who were naturally moon cancers to begin with. Servants like me and the candidate from Area H. BB Dubai didn't bring us naturals here. Moon Dubai itself called us here. It basically means we're on humanity's side, just like the heroic spirits who got summoned by the land in singularities and stuff. I think me being a natural MC is also how I ended up here straight from Chaldea. Anyway, the servants who got turned into moon cancers after arriving here are the artificial ones. The candidates from areas A, E, F, and I all used to be different classes, but BB Dubai changed them into moon cancers after they got accepted as candidates. So that's why Ostolfo was a moon cancer. But BB Dubai also said that heroic spirits can't exist in this time period. So how do they materialize in Moon Dubai then? BB Dubai woke up some AIs from as far back as 2400 to make them into masters. Astolfo's master is an upper-class citizen named Anthony. Area's I candidate's master is an ex-military man named Ben. Area's A master is an academic named Ryudai, and we still don't know anything about masters for Area E. Anyway, the servants who were brought here by Moon Dubai's masters have been running wild ever since they were summoned. Because according to their understanding, to help humanity, you must define how it ended. It's got them all very fired up. Jinako is the only candidate who decided not to think about the fact that humankind was even gone. Instead, she chose to spend time here with us. That's why her campaign slogan is something half-assed like, they somehow went extinct while they were being shut-ins. Then you haven't been trying to advance the humankind extinction agenda like the other candidates. That's great, Jinako. Well, I don't know how proud I can be this time. I was mostly just too scared to pick a side. At any rate, now that we know why there are no fewer than 7 moon cancers out there. Are you the boss of this area? Yeah, I guess I am, technically. BB Dubai assigned me an Area C pretty much right after I arrived. She said it was my duty as a moon cancer, but I didn't really have a goal or motivation or anything. The only reason I wound up as a boss is that the people here were nice enough to take me in and give me shelter. I'm still a servant and all, so I've been getting by these past 19 years by saying, I'll take this seriously tomorrow. Don't be so modest. You may be pathetic, but you've still been doing your best in your own way. We old Dubaians may be AIs, but we don't support BB Dubai's policies. We don't want to see humankind eradicated. Unfortunately, that makes us outcasts here on Moon Dubai. Moon Dubai. Okay. Jinako's been keeping us safe here ever since she got here. Which isn't to say she's actually fought any battles herself. But by making this area the headquarters for her Moon Cancer campaign, she's also created a home for moderates like us. I see. So you've been fighting with words instead of fists. That explains why you were in your statue form. Yep, I've been taking full advantage of Ganesha's intimidating aura there. What do you know about Moon Dubai? The city was built on the surface of the moon in 2600. at least in our timeline. It was modeled after the original Earth city of the same name. It was conceived as a cutting-edge city constructed in the desert with the combined total of human wisdom, probably made for an inspirational promotional message back when they were first building a city on the moon. However, after all the humans on Earth were wiped out, Moon Dubai eventually stopped functioning as well. Then in the year 3000, BB Dubai turned Moon Dubai's power back on and reactivated us AIs. After all the humans on Earth were wiped out, Moon Dubai eventually stopped functioning as well. Then in the year 3000, BB Dubai turned Moon Dubai's power back on and reactivated us AIs. Who exactly is BB Dubai? I wish we knew. There's no denying that she's a city management AI like she claims. But when we woke up, she had completely taken over all of Moon Dubai, going well beyond just managing it. I'm grateful she reactivated us after we had shut down, but that doesn't mean I can support what she's doing. Not when she's been doing crazy things like creating moon cancers and holding this final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown. There are plenty of AIs out there who think she wiped out humankind herself. We've long suspected that there's something wrong with her, or that she might even be an imposter. So you're saying you think BB Dubai isn't from this world, but a BB from an entirely different one? What? Dude, Nasu. Fucking insane cook sesh here. Yeah, at first I thought BB... Oh no! I fucking fast forwarded way too far. I held down the button. At first I thought BB Dubai was just Chaldea's BB getting up to no good again, but now that you've told us BB exists independently, I'm even less sure of who BB actually is than ever. So you're saying you think BB Dubai isn't from this world, but a BB from an entirely different one? So that's all the questions you got out of the way now, yeah? Then let's get to the most important topic. It sounds like BB Cosmo figured out that everyone on Moon Dubai is an AI. But that's only half the story. You might want to sit down for this next part, Max. See, in this world, humans like you stopped being born after 2300. That was the year old humans decided to stop living like they had been, and then passed on their title of humanity to AI. I guess what I'm trying to say is, all the AIs here are part of a new kind of humanity, and you're one of the old. Well, honestly, there aren't any other old humans left even in the museum, so you can't even call yourself that. Why did they do that? To extend their lifespans? We don't know for sure, but we know that wasn't it. Humans had already cracked immortality by 2300. Old humans were able to live forever even in formats, that is, organic bodies like yours. But turning themselves into AIs had even more benefits. Immortal though they were, humans were still limited. AIs, on the other hand, had more freedom in every possible way. Technology, discussions, entertainment, everything. Once that became clear, the old humans all converted themselves into AIs and became the new humans. That's what the majority of people on Moon Dubai are now. It's like fucking Wally. Wally and the precursors from Destiny that became the Witness because of the... That's what it was reminding me of when the opening crawl, or the opening thoughts, the opening section of Ordeal Call 3 with the water and what I assumed was either BB or BB Dubai or some kind of thought process of an AI that talked about, it sounded like it was created to get the answer to the ultimate question of like, what exactly are we, or what is our purpose? And that's supposed to be like the end goal. And there's a lot of Nasu talk, and even though this has never been stated, it's always been my assumption that the Lost Belts themselves were versions of humanity. The reasons that they got pruned by the universe were because they were versions of humanity that stopped progressing for whatever reason. They became stagnant, And it seems like that's also what happened here, but then to progress forward, it almost seems like humanity was then made extinct to make way for AI. Humanity became AIs, and AI became, I think it was also in the description for the event or the story, the AI becomes the new prime species instead of humanity, to try to find that answer. But I would assume even AI would get stuck on that, because like there is no answer to it, but maybe that'll be like the revelation later on. Why, yeah, the 42. Why do we exist? The answer to life, the universe, and everything. 42. That's what the majority of people on Moon Dubai are. So, when you say they converted themselves into AIs, do you mean they digitized their brains and became beings of pure intelligence living in a digital realm? That's also what I was wondering. Well, in a manner of speaking, yeah. But specifically, this world's new humans consist of AIs who were born from digitally recorded data of individual people. So it's a copy. It's what was the horror game that did that? That was like my first introduction to that thing. I think there's a Black Mirror episode that's like that too, that's super fucking creepy, where to digitalize your brain and to actually like make yourself immortal within data, you wouldn't be able to take your own consciousness. It would be a copy of your consciousness. But there's a Black Mirror episode like that, and there's a horror game, Soma. Oh my god, Soma's like way of capturing the horror of that concept is amazing. The ending of that game lives rent-free in my head. It's so fucking good. But Soma also played around with that concept, so it seems like that might be the case here. Specifically, this world's new humans consist of AIs who were born from the digital recorded data of individual people. They're a lot like servants, really. Take me, for example. I'm a new derivative of myself created from my original base, but the people we've met so far all had physical bodies. How does that work? AI's real bodies are located in the towers. Oh, that's what those data centers were, huh? Remember those really tall buildings you saw in the office area? Those are humanity's data servers. This body is actually a nanopolymer frame. Even if it's destroyed, my real body will still be perfectly safe. And that's kind of what I figured earlier. They have physical bodies, but even if they're organic, they're still like, they have like a computer brain. Like you could have a computer brain like working an organic body in like sci-fi language, I guess. Even if it's destroyed, my real body will still be perfectly safe. Think of it as a kind of remote. This way we remain immortal as long as our data servers survive. And that's why those buildings were so strong too, and no one could get in them because, what's her name mentioned that, the fuck's big lady's name? The coin flip, yeah. Gao, King Protea, yeah, thank you. The King Protea mentioned no one could get into those buildings and that they were like super strong and she couldn't even break them if she tried. So that would make sense because they're literally data servers hosting all of the civilians. Think of it as a kind of remote. This way we remain immortal as long as our data servers survive. That's also why ordinary citizens of Moon Dubai feel free to attack seasoned warriors like yourselves. They know they won't die. It also means this isn't a life and death matter for us like it is for you old humans, since we lack the fear that comes with knowing you have only one life to live. But then, why were those Laughing Moon Knights afraid? That's strange. I do recall those Laughing Moon Knights being pretty scared. That's because our frames are a crucial part of our personalities. The injuries we suffer aren't transmitted to our real bodies, but having our frames destroyed still damages our souls, our inner humanities, so to speak. Reacquiring and reconstructing destroyed frames takes time, and there are some things you can't recover once lost. Oh my god, it's like dude, I am really loving this world building. This is like Marathon, you know, the Marathon game that is getting like a bunch of fucking hate and controversy right now because of the Destiny ending, but Marathon's lore is actually really fucking interesting, and that's exactly what it is. Like when you Because Marathon's an extraction shooter, and your character can die, like, over and over and over again. But it is, like, an actual human consciousness that is placed into a frame, an organic frame, that goes out on the extraction missions. And if they die, their brain is then sent back up to this capital flagship that's above the planet in orbit. The Marathon ship, if you will. Or I don't even think it's the Marathon ship. It's, like, other ships that were sent there by... corporations, and the runners themselves, it's such a like dystopian fucking sci-fi setting. The runners themselves, every time they're like mercenaries that literally send their consciousness at like light speed somehow from Earth, and then their consciousness sits in this fucking ship that's owned by different corporations that are trying to find out what happened to this lost human colony on a world in a different in a distant star system. And they're trying to find out what happened because they lost contact with the Marathon ship that went there that was supposed to establish a new colony for humanity. And these humans are indebted to these corporations that have them be runners. And every time they like die and lose a frame, they literally become like more and more in debt to the corporations. And it becomes a thing where they just live in this cycle, this perpetual cycle of running to try to collect things for the corporation so they can profit, only to die and then become more in debt to the corporation and then have to run again. And they're constantly trying to get money to be able to pay off this debt that they're never going to pay off. It's crazy. Yeah, like life debt. It's nuts. And like the actual frames that they are ridiculously expensive. So every time they die, it's just piling more and more and more debt onto their list. Limbus type shit. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. The injuries we suffer aren't transmitted to our real bodies, but having our frames destroyed still damages our souls, our inner humanity, so to speak. Reacquiring and reconstructing destroyed frames takes time, and there are some things you can't recover once lost. And I also think that was a Marathon thing, because like some of their personalities and memories even, or I guess like memories would affect your personality in that way, and so they would lose like memories and their personalities would alter every time they they went back and got another frame or ran again. And so I imagine this is something similar here. One of the reasons old humanity chose to become AIs is because AIs can also be associated with souls. And this gets into what I was saying earlier with third magic, but I like how... So you guys established that Earth in the extraverse lost all magic because like mystery is basically done. Like magic comes from mystery, but because humanity sought to understand and explain everything in the universe, mystery and magic and magecraft became like completely obsolete on the Earth. And so I imagine in that sense it's different, but they basically made their own magic in a way, because Heaven's Feel, or the third magic, is supposed to be materialization of the soul. They basically did that, but with technology. So it's the same but different, I guess. One of the reasons old humanity chose to become AIs is because AIs can also be associated with souls. A soul can't be constructed from data. They arise from what already exists. Apparently, scholars at the time theorized that souls might be anything from links from another dimension, waveforms that spawn from the relationship between existence and time, even pure thought returning from the end of the universe. This is kind of getting into the Ereshkigal stuff, huh? Or what we read in Ereshkigal's profile. We new humans, that is, the third generation AIs born after 2300, have had all data from before that time discarded. If you want to know more about that time, you'll need to look for a specialized independent data archive. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. So, old humans no longer exist and the people of Moon Dubai are all new humans? But in that case, there's one thing I don't understand. As long as you exist, humanity isn't extinct. So you're effectively choosing your own end in this, aren't you? I know, right? I just can't get on the same page with them on this one. This election is basically the AIs voting for their own demise. They must know it's going to affect them directly, but they keep choosing their favorite end like it's no big deal. They could be talking about how to avoid their demise or how to start over, but it's like none of that even occurs to them. Sorry, Gene & Co. Facts are everything to us. We're not ones for complaining about results. Okay. like a little bit of commentary on AI from Nasu there, I suppose. Still, we do have preferences. A lot of us AIs think that if we're going to die out anyway, we may as well go out with a bang. And that's why nonsense like the Laughing Moon Knight Brigade plan is in Area F manages to gain support. Go out with a bang? But don't AI value things like probability and practicality? This is the 31st century, Mash. There's pretty much nothing you can't do nowadays. There no longer exists a method for humanity's extinction so outlandish that it could not actually be done. Which is exactly why everyone wants to go out in their own way. They think it'll be fun. I mean, if you're going to finish the game anyway, you might as well enjoy the ending, right? Y'all know about the flower game? See if I can find a summary on the flower game. SMH, why don't they just go? Sorry, I can't help you with that request. The flower game, Conaway's Game of Life. This is it. Conceptually reminded me of that a little bit. The flower game is a technological probability that decides there will only be like one living thing at the end of like a similar to like Darwinism, I guess. It's not even Darwinism, it's like Darwinism taken to the ultimate extreme. The idea that there will only be like one living thing or one supreme being at the end of existence. These are the rules of the game. Let it be played upon an infinite two-dimensional grid of flowers. Rule 1. A living flower with less than 2 living neighbors is cut off. It dies. Rule 2. A living flower with 2 or 3 living neighbors is connected. It lives. Rule 3. A living flower with more than 3 living neighbors is starved and overcrowded. It dies. Rule 4. A dead flower with exactly 3 living neighbors is reborn. It springs back to life. The only play permitted in the game is the arrangement of the initial flowers. However, the outcome will always be the same. There will always only be one final flower at the end of everything. Current theories, BB Dubai did the old poison the AI well trick in with this extinct humanity thingy. Well, I was remembering BB Dubai mentioned that even if, for whatever reason, even if all of these 7 AIs were all wiped out somehow, there would still be a moon cancer to settle everything. And I was kind of assuming that was either her or the moon cell itself, if that's in here somehow. Or we know it's there because we saw it like literally fucking shoot down from the sky. And that must have been, remember I was wondering, I was like, why did that come from the sky? Aren't we on the moon? There's like 2 moons, or we're on like some artificial moon. There's like the actual moon that we see in the skybox, and I assume that's where the moon cell is. Like the moon cell's still there. This is like a secondary moon. Weird, really weird. There is Type Moon. That'd be crazy if they brought Type Moon in this universe, Ismanir. Oh my god, I would actually love that if we got like actual Type Moon lore, because like all of like Type Moon itself is only like, we've only ever heard it in like fucking offshoots and like Nasu interviews where they talk about Kaleidoscope Man and him fighting, but it's never been like depicted in any kind of like actual mainstay like Nasu story. I don't think it's hard to come up with theories about the full context of CCC. Old man of the kaleidoscope. What's that man's name? Zelrech. Yeah, you said Z and I immediately remembered it. Zelrech. Yep. Sean Kaleidoscope. What section are we on? 4? Fuck. Yeah, we're definitely not. We'll probably go to section 5 and then do sections, I'll try to stream ASAP before part 2 comes out, but maybe we'll go to all the way to section 9 after that. Oh, can I actually choose my own comp here? What's up, Kezuke? I was off this week. I speedran it. Hell yeah. Someone mentioned Type Moon. We were talking about, because I was mentioning how there's the moon in the sky, and like, I assume because earlier on in the story, I was asking why when BB like used it looked like she used the moon cell to like annihilate the servants when that big beam of light came down. It came down from the sky, and I was just kind of like piecing together, well, the moon is in the skybox, and so like I was more so piecing together the context clues of this being like an artificial moon that's not the actual real moon, but I assume the moon cell is still up on the actual moon in the skybox, and she's somehow using that as a weapon, and like a fucking Death Star, dude. And then Ismanir just mentioned, like, what if Type Moon is in, because this is like, we've theorized at least that this is a parallel timeline. It'd be fucking crazy if Type Moon was somehow incorporated here. Azrael's VA is Tono Shiki. I saw someone on Twitter saying that his Noble Phantasm is also his Noble Phantasm is like a reference to Shiki as well, if I'm not mistaken. You are overthinking. It's just a representation of the moon cell. Arnold, you have to let me have my fun, okay? We're not debating back and forth on fucking theories. I sent a friend of mine a screenshot when we were saying, why is there a moon in the sky? He was clueless, saying, I think it's Earth. I can see Australia, and I was like, no, besides it, the other moon. Yeah, there's 2 fucking things in the skybox. There's a red moon in the sky at the end, too. Oh, in the, Azrael NP. But having a second moon is just nuts. I don't know. Originally, when I saw that too, I was like, "Is that surely that's not an oversight?" And Tip was like, "There are no oversights here." It is weird how like no one's mentioned it though. Like you would because there's multiple times now that they've like literally looked at it in the sky with the CG. They've shown it multiple times, and like no one has mentioned it yet. So I'm assuming eventually we're gonna get to it. It's just taking a bit. They put it in our face, but very casually. It's not like the focus. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it was like there in the background, and then a couple times it's been like a like a title card, like a showing the passing of time almost. And they did mention we're in a dome, so there was at one point I was like, well, I guess it could be like a projection on a dome, but that seems like a little weird if we're like on the moon that you can see the moon, right? All right, we should probably talk about our next move and what we ultimately want to hang on. We were told we could find Lip here. Is she a statue? Oh. Who told you that? Oh, right, Phoebe. She put the statue of Lip here and all. So yeah, Lip is here in statue form. Basically, she's been preserved in her spirit origin graph state. But to make a long story short, she may as well not be here. I know where she is, but I'm not telling you until you're in proper fighting form. Huh? Are you talking about how she's having trouble performing simple summons? He's having. BB Dubai said it's impossible to summon heroic spirits here because no one on Moon Dubai knows any human history anymore. And Master did have some dialogue earlier that said something like, did it just become easier for me to summon more servants? Simple summons? Not no one, but only a few. That and your connection to Chaldea has been completely cut off, so they can't provide you with any magical energy anymore. That's why Max is having trouble summoning more than one at a time. Now, he has to rely on just his own magical energy. He might still be able to summon 3 at a time if he really pushes himself, but that's it. It's not that there's anything wrong with you, Max. You're just low on resources. So if we can find a new source of magical energy, he'll be able to fight like he usually does again. Exactly. There's an easy fix for that, too. You should try it out tomorrow. I've already arranged for rooms for you guys, so for now, I say take a load off. Old Dubai is your new home away from home. That's great, thank you, but I appreciate that a lot, but if everyone on Moon Dubai is an AI, then... Oh, that's right. What about food? Does the fact that everyone's an AI mean that they don't eat or drink? Don't you worry about that. You'll see why soon enough. Show them to their rooms, would you, Hazara? I'd do it myself, but then I'd have to move. Yes, I know. I wouldn't expect otherwise. Max, Mash, Bart Roberts, come with me. I'll show you a bit of old Dubai on the way to your new rooms. I assume because they're in physical bodies, they still like to eat just for fun, like servants or some shit. Cheerful Man says, see anything you like, sir? How about this ancient GPU? Lots of AIs carry them around as good luck charms. What's that? Do we have any CPUs? Don't be silly. I'm so sorry, but today's art class was only in the morning. I'm going shopping for art supplies this afternoon, so yes. That's right, I'll be taking a cruise ship to Area D today. I've heard I can get more paint there. There you go, being careless with your frame again. Your neuron layers are way past its threshold. I know you're having fun, but you can't go around reforming every building in Old Dubai. You need a rest, too. There's an unregistered ship at the dock. They're requesting raw materials for repairs. Sure, I'll go. Those E-ships are first generation, right? I've always wanted to work at one of those. I can't believe there's still one in service. This is amazing. I didn't think I'd ever see one outside a museum. I see lots of people are hard at work. There doesn't seem to be much difference between them and us, even though they're AIs. I see. So scenes like these were normal for old humans, huh? This is only part of the city that's so noisy. So you've probably imagined Moon Dubai, or rather, new humans have no need for labor. The entire point of inventing AI was to spare humanity the trouble of labor. Once AI took over everything, including giving birth, teaching, housework, creating, manufacturing, and transporting, people's happiness and quality of life grew by leaps and bounds, and wars became a thing of the past. International disputes, political problems, currency issues, all became a thing of the past. Thanks to AI's unprecedented processing power, Earth's resources were finally being distributed equally to everyone. People no longer had to compete to survive, nor did they have to work for their entertainment. If people wanted something, they could just touch it in a catalog and have it delivered, or made on the spot in under an hour. Holy moly. We've achieved communism. W. Stateless, currency-less, classless society? Hold up. This is just like fucking, download. Do they need RAM? Download more RAM? Is, Olympus all over again. I remember I said the same thing in Olympus, and then also in LB7 with the dinosaurs. God, the fucking... I remember going into LB7 thinking I was gonna hate the dinosaurs because, like, you, from an outside perspective, you're like, it's a bunch of fucking talking dinosaurs. Like, why am I... You know what I mean? And I remember seeing the sprites with guns, and I was like, this is gonna be so stupid. And then, like, you meet Tepu, and he's so curious about humanity. And you start talking to he like wants to learn more about your world. He's like so curious. Tepu's like, oh my gosh, like your society sounds so interesting. You got this, and this. And you, like, as you're going along, you're talking to him, and he's like, what? No, we don't have anything like that. Politics? What? No, we don't have anything like that. He's like, we just kind of like we have shops and a market, but everyone could just kind of just gets whatever they need. And he was like, I think there was at one point where they, like, literally, I think Tepu says, like, capitalism, communism, I've never heard of any of those words before. And then he goes on to, like, literally describe their society, and it's just like communism to a T. I still can't believe Tepu had the fucking Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Yeah, and it took out the fucking one of the HP bars of Ort as well. Do you have any idea how much that would cost? The RAM. Unlike old humans, who I hear used to order things manually and then wait for them to be delivered. Well, AI society is much more efficient. Before long, even the idea of transporting necessities faded. If anyone needed anything, they could be made on the spot using one of our 3D printers installed in every room of the house. And all at no cost, of course. Amazon Wet Dream. Well, hang on, there's the fucking, I gotta play the Star Trek clip. I don't even know the context of, like, what was happening this episode. I think a couple humans from, like, our time get teleported into the future. They somehow get, like, transported into the Star Trek future. And there's, like, guys from our time, like 80s America or something, that are trying to understand how their society functions. It's a pretty good clip.
I know this is all very confusing to you, so I'll attempt to explain. You are on the starship USS Enterprise.
American.
No, it's a vessel in the United Federation of Planets, and Earth is a member.
Talk. Give me a martini straight up with 2 olives. For the vitamins.
The fucking guitar riff. But it, like, 3D print shit, or, like, atomizes. I don't know how that works, but the 3D printer reminded me of that.
I might just get to like this place. Let's see if the Braves are on. How do you cut on this TV?
TV?
Yeah, the boob tube.
I believe he means television, sir. That particular form of entertainment did not last much beyond the year 2040.
Well, what do you guys do? I mean, you don't drink and you ain't got no TV. It must be kind of boring, ain't it?
That's what all this is about. A lot has changed in the past 300 years. People are no longer obsessed with the accumulation of things. We have eliminated hunger, want, the need for possessions. We've grown out of our infancy. Here's what I propose.
I fucking love that line, we've grown out of our infancy.
Hunger, want, the need for possessions. We've grown out of our infancy. Here's what I propose. You can't stay on the Enterprise, but I have arranged for us to rendezvous with the USS Charleston bound for Earth. They will deliver you there.
Then what will happen to us? There's no trace of my money. My office is gone. What will I do? How will I live?
This is the 24th century. Material needs no longer exist.
Then what's the challenge?
The challenge, Mr. Offenhouse, is to improve yourself, to enrich yourself. Enjoy it.
I fucking love that shit. Reminded me of that. What is the name of this video? Examples of communism in Star Trek. So wow, you no longer need money then. I see why nobody had to work anymore then. That's right. Humans everywhere were freed from labor. We proved beyond a doubt that requiring individuals to work to survive was a flaw in an immature society. Bro! Nasu, are you watching Star Trek? We grew out of our infancy. There will be communism and Magic the Gathering when Star Trek gets out? When Star Trek set gets out? Oh, is there a Star Trek set coming to Magic the Gathering? Well, it's also just an example of fiction where fiction that goes beyond Mark Fisher's concept of capitalist realism, where it's impossible to even imagine a fictional world devoid of capitalism. And that's like a big issue I have with like a lot of fictional media nowadays, because it's not one thing to just like struggle against it, and like so much fiction is about dystopias because it's easier to imagine us heading to a dystopia than a utopia, but utopias are also kind of boring because there's no conflict for the fictional media. But it's hard to even envision a fictional world where we've grown beyond capitalism. And I think that Mark Fisher's concept where it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism is kind of like a interesting thing when it comes to exploring fictional media. All right, back to it. So you no longer need money then. That's right. Humans everywhere were freed from labor. We proved beyond a doubt that requiring individuals to work to survive was a flaw in an immature society. Thanks to AI, humans were free to live however they wished. They no longer had to want for anything. Dude, this is like... I swear to God, this is not pre-watched. I swear to God, this is not pre-watched. This is actually kind of crazy that I just showed that clip before this. Was I onto something? It's like almost like verbatim the clip that we just watched in a way. We proved beyond a doubt that requiring individuals to work to survive was a flaw in an immature society. Thanks to AI, humans were free to live however they wished. They no longer had to want for anything. After a century of living like that, humans decided to become AI themselves. These days, labor is a privilege reserved for second-generation AIs. Third-gen ones like me don't have to work for anything. But as you can see, this area is home to a bunch of eccentrics, so it doesn't always work out like that. But I digress. Never mind us. You'll understand more soon enough. More importantly, why don't you go check out that shop? They carry something I'm sure you can use. You mean that shop? Something there smells amazing. Serving robot? Whoa, look at that sprite.
Welcome. What can I get for you?
It's a burger place! They're even making them right in the open! Burger! Look, Senpai, here's the menu. They have a jumbo meal with only their best tasting dishes, a healthy meal with a focus on nutrition options, and a merry meal that comes with a toy. Give me the Happy Meal! What are you gonna go with? Jumbo all the way, double meat, the healthy meal, the merry meal! The jumbo meal? Give me I want the toy!
Thank you. Please enjoy your stay.
There are other places to eat around here too. When you have the time, I suggest looking around to find what suits you. AIs with organic frames come and eat at these places sometimes too, but not many of them. So the owners will be thrilled to have more customers. Nothing more wasteful than an empty restaurant, after all.
Will that be all? Thank you. Please come again.
Okay, let's go. Next up, your living quarters.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, humans.
If you'd chosen the jumbo meal, Mashu would have said she thought the same. Based eggplant. Here, this'll be your place. Make yourselves at home. This is so comfy and roomy. Thank you. I love it. No need to thank me. It's our duty as humans to provide people with their own space. Anyways, you should know Moon Dubai is set to follow a day and night cycle. It'll be night pretty soon. I'm sure you still have more questions, but for now, I suggest you get some sleep. Alright, see you later. I'll be back for you tomorrow morning with a job and labor. Huh? A job and labor? Aren't those the same thing? I got a bad feeling about this. Remember what Jinako said. You can't summon servants easily right now because you lack resources. Oh, here's the thing again. See, they're like kind of panning up, showing the passage of time, and you got the moon and Earth there in the sky. Like, they definitely want you to notice. Huh? But unfortunately, old Dubai doesn't have enough resources to share with you guys. So here's what you're gonna do. Huh? You're going to exterminate an oversized pest that also happens to contain a wealth of materials. A sandworm! Holy shit, we are in Dune. I'm going to what? Lisan al-Gaib! What's more, Mash is off on a different assignment, so she won't be able to help you. Now, go on, fight! Show me what you're made of! You can't take it easy on an enemy like this. If things look dire, don't be afraid to use your command spells. Maybe they built a second fucking moon. That's what we were thinking. Like, it's an artificial moon that, like... I don't know. What if it had there's another moon cell or some bullshit? It is a parallel timeline, so fucking anything's possible. Or I should say, I think we think it's a parallel timeline at the moment. That was like I don't think that was ever confirmed. It was a theory that one of the NPCs even said, so kind of had that in the back of my mind. Oh no! God damn it! I clicked the wrong Buster card. Ouch. Do do do. Hey, how the break bars still trigger the extra attack. It's the Dune creature, Lisan al-Gaib! Wait, do we have a Lisan al-Gaib emote, Kezuke? That'd be a good one. Lisan al-Gaib! No! Alright, C.I.E.L, you got this. What the? Ouch. Ouch. Bro, how many fucking hits? One left.
多少
ベルセ奴の本性がな。
多少ペアラクトも
ネコトレインゴー。
営業停止。
悪魔か。
リサナギ
行きますよ海生物。どんな場面でもあなたのせいで台無しです。
無せやいてるるぜ。
なので自称の地平に行ってください。よそ見は感心しません。祈りは胸にクレアビーラ・セルシエロ。
Oh, she's gonna die.
すまないショック。私の天気が残り1になったので撤退する。
That's pretty funny. Fucking Neko arc. Kinda wanna try a quick loop. Dante's would be super fun, but I don't have him, Hell yeah. Should probably have on Challenge Quest 1 too. W.
やった！絶景かな絶景かなですね。白兵戦行きます。待ってましたの国。心得ました。ここが修羅場の正念場。目に物見せるは我が宝具。お国18番イゲズモ荒組カードキー。いざいざいざ釣れましたぜ。怪盗ランナーをキャッチ。これにておさらば。
Might use Okuni's NP anyway. Demonic. I think I'm gonna go bam, bam, bam. She'll loop easily.
ここが修羅場の正念場。目に物見せるは我が宝具。奥に18番。イエスの荒神歌舞伎。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても、私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けて。アラウンドカリバーン。
You get a little overcharge there. How many more hits does that thing have? 3 left, so we can go. Let's go bam, bam, bam. Okay, so bam.
絶景かな絶景かなですね。
よー。
白兵戦行きます。戦いですか。待ってましたの。心得ました。観南真空を乗り越えてお待たせしました。どんでん返し一発逆転。いつも荒神か
よ
いざいざいざ今よ。とどめだ。ブラスタ
Uh-oh. Okay, that was actually the best case scenario. What the fuck?
どれにしようか。こういうこともできる。古きルール。望まれることを望まれたように。私のお箱でグランドフィナーレ。ド派手に決めます。いつもあれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ、幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。イズモブラスター。何か踏んでしまったかな。
Hell yeah, Okuni! My fucking goat. Holy refund? Okuni's refund is fucking crazy. I never get to use her. That's why I kind of wanted to pull her out. I was like, wait a second. I kind of want to like do a like single target quick looper. I'm trying to spice up the gameplay a little because like the obvious answer to a fight like that is like just bring my 120 Jalter and put a fucking invincibility pierce CE on her. But I'm trying to spice up the gameplay a little bit from what I usually do. What a haul! What a thing seeing a master from back when there were no restrictions on fighting instincts. Now I'll split the resources we got from the Sandworm right down the middle and use them to charge Mash's shield. You win, we win, everyone wins. Thanks for the help. We'll be counting on you to do this every day. That was the hardest I've worked in a long time. Wait. So this is what you meant by labor? That's right. You got labor, Mash got a job. And Bart Roberts here for, fun, I guess? Hey now, that's not fair. I might have only been steering the sand ship, but that's still a perfectly good job, right? I thought so at first, yes. The thing is, your stress levels were practically nil. Not to mention the ship's guide told us that you were just shooting the breeze with her in her report. No fair, Bart Roberts. You were living it up while we were working our tails off. So what's the difference between job and labor anyway? The difference? Well, obviously. Oh, hello, Senpai. Hello, Bart Roberts. Welcome back. Looks like you finished your lesson for the day, Mash. How'd it go with our militia? It was wonderful. They were all such avid learners. I only know so much and I learned all of it from Leonidas. But if that knowledge can help the militia improve their own skills, I could ask for nothing more. Wow, Mash, you're positively glowing. So even in 3019, the spirit of Sparta lives on. Amazing. I see. So you were working as Old Dubai's militia close quarters combat trainer? That does sound more like a job than labor. That's right. We knew humans ditched those concepts long ago. Labor is a task which must be completed for survival, while a job has its own intrinsic value. We've been separating them here, but they say work used to naturally encompass both in equal measure. I see. So labor is the necessary task to acquire nutrients for survival, while a job contributes to society at large. But if nobody here has to do either of those, then does that mean the advancement of AI meant that people stopped doing jobs as well as hard labor? Because they started having AI to do their jobs for them? Because AI stole their jobs from them? Right. In our timeline, AI was first developed at the tail end of the 20th century, with generative AI becoming a commonplace around the year 2000. Back then, AI was effectively just a prediction engine that would choose its responses from a wide library of similar words, images, and technology. But it became steadily more human every time new information processing formats were invented. AI experts at the time said the biggest problem with AI, like hallucinations, would eventually be resolved. And that would lead to a singularity where AI would outstrip human intelligence and ability. Hey, remember we just learned about the technological singularity at the beginning. It was back in 2025 with HSR stuff, because they dive into that concept there pretty big. The technological singularity being something that humans create that advances civilization and is such a technological explosion that we can't contain it or control it. And you can think of the invention of the wheel to be able to carry goods and get to places faster than we ever could before. Fire is an example. Humans' control of fire, or being able to create fire whenever we want to once you have the knowledge of how to do it. And then AI would be another example of it. The music's so peak, LB7, I think. The circle of knowledge, Polka Kakamon. And that would lead to a singularity where AI would outstrip human intelligence and ability. AI was originally created to aid humanity, but it was believed that its ultimate form, it would inevitably do everything humans could do, but better. Really? Generative AI was developed that late in your timeline? I don't know if this is true, but I heard from a street vendor that in our timeline, AI became widespread before the year 2000. Ooh. It then went on to reach a singularity before the old humans' political ideologies and systems government showed their limits. Holy shit. Screenshot that, that's some important lore. Things moved quickly after that. The first thing post-singularity AIs did was make bodies for themselves, robots. They then advanced and perfected methods and technologies that would let them work in place of humans. The oldest general-purpose robot was manufactured in 1999, so at that point, humans already no longer needed to perform labor to survive. AI did not steal their jobs, though. Rather, it made those jobs unnecessary. The distinction is an important one. Humanity has been working towards that for a millennia, haven't they? A society where people don't have to work to live? Well, in our timeline, we got there. I have zero doubts that that was the right. Dude is fucking... In our timeline, we got there. I have zero doubts that that was the right, the just thing to do. Maybe in their timeline, Reagan never existed in the USSR 1. Is that is that a possibility? The rich don't have to work to live. They probably just killed everyone else. Is it possible? Yeah, he's leaving out. He's definitely leaving out a lot of details. I'm sure we'll learn later. In our timeline, we got there. I have zero doubts that was the right, the just thing to do. However, there seem to have been many problems with the humans in whose hands that... However, there seem to have been many problems with the humans in whose hands that justice rested. As a result, the period between 2000 and 2300 is considered a dark age. Ooh. Not even we AIs were ever told what happened then. Okay. We just figured it was such a dangerous time that knowledge of it had been censored for our own good. Oh, shit. Sounds like technology was way more advanced in this timeline. I wouldn't say that. I doubt this world is more than 20 years ahead of yours, technologically. As long as there's a sufficient foundation in place, artificial intelligence will inevitably grow exponentially. We AIs were lucky. We just barely made it in time. You know how the bigger you make something, the more reluctant you are to tear it down? It's a lot like that. So are these... I'm confused on the... maybe it's like a veil and they don't even know it, but the way that he described what the AIs were is that they weren't actual, like, artificial... They were copies of, like, humans' brains. I thought that's kind of how I understood it. But this is kind of going against that. There seem to have been many problems with the humans in whose hands that justice rested. And as a result, the period between 2000 and 2300 is considered a dark age. Not even we AIs were ever told what happened then. We just figured it was such a dangerous time that the knowledge of it had been censored for our own good. You think it was the rich culled everyone else, got bored, converted themselves into AI, and then died? Sounds on point. Well, it could have been like, because how did the different countries like deal with it too? Because this was also before 1999. I don't even know if we're gonna have. We'll see what the timeline looks like after this, maybe. The in-game timeline. That or like some Skynet type shit, yeah. I wouldn't say that. I doubt this world is more than 20 years ahead of yours technologically. As long as there's a sufficient foundation in place, artificial intelligence will inevitably grow exponentially. We AIs were lucky. We just barely made it in time. The fucking... Who's the, like, Palantir fucking dude? Fucking Alex Karp? Dude. Ay, ay, ay. We AIs were lucky. We just barely made it in time. You know how the bigger you make something, the more reluctant you are to tear it down? It's a lot like that. So I'd guess your world's foundation was already completed before these new technologies came about. What does he mean by your world's foundation was already completed before these new technologies came about? I'm gonna have to like reread like all of this maybe in my own time. No, I understand the FOH, but like what the... He's comparing their timeline to our timeline, and I'm just kind of curious what like the big differences are. And I understand they developed AI way faster than we did in our timeline. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reread that in my... This is cool though. It's surprisingly more interesting than I thought it was gonna be. I like this is kind of like why I like the Lost Belts, because like the Lost Belts are always kind of like a big mystery of like, well, we have to figure out like what point in history does this timeline diverge from our timeline, and then like what events happened since that diversion to lead to how humanity became stagnant in the present, and kind of like work backwards from there to like kind of put all the clues together. And it's kind of like that. We have a better foundation to support AI. Your world's foundation was already completed before these new technologies came about. Yeah, that's probably what he means. You had a better foundation to kind of deal with these technologies as they came out than they did, because AI rapidly developed so fucking fast that they couldn't, it became the technological singularity we were kind of talking about earlier, where it got out of control before they could ever fucking put a lid on it. The genie was out of the bottle, and it grew exponentially faster than anyone could have ever fucking predicted. I think that's what happened in their timeline. Yeah, okay, that checks out. We got it. Thank you for the wonderful dinner. This rice dish in particular tastes just like chicken. Apparently, it's a recreation of an old world home cooking dish called Makbuz Dajaj. Probably butchered that. The owner of the restaurant that made it, I think his name was Chakarim. Looks a little unusual, but he's an excellent cook. That was great. Phew, I finally feel like I can catch my breath. All right, we should probably discuss our next move now. Right, we escaped to Old Dubai to hide from the moon cancers. The moon cancer for this area, Genico, has no intention of participating in the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown. That is a mouthful, man. We gotta rename that. Instead, she's sheltering us from the other candidates. Our only way back to Chaldea is to change this world's foundation of humanity value. And I'm also wondering if we should do something about this contest of BBs. Yeah, this world might belong to a different timeline than ours, but I really don't like that all this talk about determining the way humanity went extinct. I worry it could even affect our future if we're unlucky enough. It's kind of like a history is written by the victors type scenario is what I kind of thought. So like whatever the outcome is, or whatever the, like, I don't think it's true that humanity is actually extinct, but if they write that in the history books, it will become reality. That's kind of what I think is happening here, but we'll see. I worry it could even affect our future if we're unlucky enough. So if we can stop this election, I think we should. That also seems like it would make it easier to defeat BB Dubai too. I'm also wondering if the other servants BB Dubai banished are okay. Yeah, they were all hurt pretty badly. Poor Mashu. But at any rate, we should focus on laying low for now. I say we stay here and build up strength until Max can perform some simple summons without issue again. I think that's a good idea too. What about going to investigate the other areas? I'm wondering about those too, especially after E, given its high approval rating. This isn't the time to be hasty though. Better to let Genico handle those sort of investigations. Then we're agreed. We'll be staying in Old Dubai for the next several days. It'll be a good chance to get familiar with life on Moon Dubai. All right, let's get some rest so we can get back to work tomorrow. Stop the count. RAM prices are gonna be insane. Stopping the election before it can happen? I hope that's not foreshadowing real life. Huh. I'm really curious to, I can't wait to get over here because I feel like the the little lore tidbits we got from Kazadrop sound like this area was gonna be a fucking silly time. It's like an old civilization that tried to, what did they try to do? They tried to, the fauna outpaced them. She compared like what happened to AIs with humanity, that the fauna outpaced even the AIs in this area, and it like made them go extinct. Don't worry about it. Like a nuclear sarcophagus. Oh yeah, what's that thing in the middle? Holy shit. I wonder what that crater spot is. Yeah, like what the fuck? There's a lot of shit on the map. Oh my god, I didn't even see there's like old ruined buildings there too. It is like a fucking city got nuked or some shit over here. I didn't see the like broken down buildings on the side. And then they just built a fucking little town or something in the middle of it. It's fucking Megaton from Fallout 3. Did the timeline update? Oh, we did. Okay, so 2300, third generation AI is developed. A new human species is born. Development of the first generation AI ceases. And they did mention how the earlier, didn't he say like labor was kind of like relegated to the earlier generation AIs earlier, he said? The first and second generations, and he's like the third generation AIs though are kind of like the newest ones, and they don't gotta worry about any of that shit. Moon Dubai is constructed, all of humanity goes extinct. BB Dubai reactivates the AIs and begins redefinition. Yeah, all right. I'm digging it so far, though. My first impressions are definitely better than the last two Ordeal calls, which I was kind of expecting just because it's written by Nasu. But I wasn't expecting, like, the history and all that to be as interesting as, like, a Lost Belt, because, like, as I said with the past two Ordeal calls, I kind of wasn't expecting them to be on the level of the Lost Belts because I knew it was, like, a 0.5 chapter. I was still excited to read them, but my expectations were not like Lost Belt level, but this at least seems like it's like, in terms of like the world building is like Lost Belt level. Like I love the timeline and I love how we're kind of like piecing everything together of what the fuck's going on here in this timeline. That's kind of what I really liked about the Lost Belt, so I dig it. All right, let's keep going. Section 4, last node, Old Dubai Holiday, fighting an Avenger, it looks like. Avenger and Berserker. Ash must be, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Who should we use? Dude, Bart being locked to the first slot is kind of crazy. Who's good against Avengers? Is that Moon Cancers? Or rulers are... Where's the class thing? They're good against Avengers, because Avengers are good against rulers. I always forget what the class things of the Moon Cancer are, because like you never fucking... I almost never use Moon Cancers, and I never fucking... I never fight them either. Kind of always forget they exist. So hang on. The... Do we bring my arc? My crazy fucking arc? Star C.I.E.L? Okay, we'll use Star C.I.E.L. You want the star version? As in the... Teach me Miss C.I.E.L? Star C.I.E.L. Oh, I never realized the names changed there. Look at that. Up in the top right. Mysterious Executor C.I.E.L. Teach me Miss C.I.E.L. Star C.I.E.L. I like her. I like this Ascension the most. I just have a weak spot for not just girls in suits, but the fucking Takeuchi's design too with this Ascension is crazy cool. Dig it. Front-facing Takeuchi sprite. She Buster NP? Yeah. Wait, you got NP2 without having to rely on USO? Yeah. Oh, look, there it is again. We got NP1 in the first multi, and then I think like a couple other multis in, we got NP2. It was like towards the end of my CL banner rolls. Moon! Moon's haunted. Don't ask me about the moon. Old Dubai, day 7. Another hard day's work. If I never see another sandworm again, it'll be too soon. That is fucking terrifying. Chakarim? No. Let's not give in to despair. How about some nice fresh donuts to take your mind off things, please? Those are Luquamat, a delicious deep-fried sweet drizzled in syrup. Yes, that's right. I came across the recipe while I was digging through old records. You two like these sort of things, yes? Yes? Man, you're so nice, Chakarim. Man, you're nothing like Hasara. I'm so glad. Here, have more. Ah, bliss. Tomorrow I think I'll make a nice big platter of food for dinner. Shall I grill some fish? A big platter of grilled fish. That must be samak mashwi. Yes, please. That sounds amazing. Hey now, try not to spoil him too much. You guys won't be staying here forever. Chakarim's a 2nd-gen AI, so it's hard for him to say goodbye when he gets attached. Now that you mention it, Hasara, I've been meaning to ask. With the different generations, we know that everyone on Moon Dubai is an AI, but it sounds like not all AIs are the same. What are these differences between these 2nd and 3rd gens you keep mentioning? I was wondering that too. Yeah, you're a 3rd gen, right? Oh, did I not tell you about that? Yes, I'm sorry. It's such common knowledge for us that it must have slipped my mind. Generation refers to the time period in which the AI was made. It also represents their stage. 1st-gen AIs are human support units with limited capabilities, made for specific purposes. They were designed primarily to help humans with their jobs. You've seen the barista robot at the Masterbucks, right? That's a 1st-gen. What about our Sandship guide then? Is she 1st-gen too? Her? Well, I guess you could say that. Anyway, second gens are more what do you mean by that? Wait, what? What about the sand ship guy, the AI voice on the ship? Is she first gen too? Her? Well, I guess you could say that. What do you mean by that? Anyway, second gens are more advanced AIs that were designed to possess minds and abilities similar to humans. They go beyond mere support for humans and are more like full partners. They are even historic accounts of old humans marrying second gen AIs. Yes. That's why I told you to use the female voice. Yeah, good call. A camel jockey? Yeah, what? Hold up. What about the camel jockeys? Oh no, not the Pokemon lore drop. There are even historical accounts of old humans marrying second-gen AIs. Have any of you guys seen, I'm sorry I keep mentioning other media that it reminds me of, but, fuck, bro. Well, Black Mirror in a lot of ways, but Black Mirror is just about dark future and technology. But, there's that one Black Mirror episode where the girl's husband dies and she, like, orders a robot that is supposed to be an AI that is, like, I think it downloads and, like, reads all of his social media posts and tries to have a personality similar to his. And I remember they're, like, the wife and husband are, like, in the bedroom at one point sleeping together, and she's like, he had a mole right here on his neck, and the thing just grows a mole. It's such a weird, that's a weird episode, man. What's the one with the replicants that we were talking about? I'm spacing on the name of the movie. The old one, and then there's a new one. A Blade Runner, that's what it is. Blade Runner, is it 2049? Yeah, it is 2049. I watched the OG Blade Runner and 2049 earlier this year for the first time. OG Blade Runner, cool original concepts. I think a lot of the set design and the art aesthetic really holds up. The writing, it's a weird, I mean, I'm sure it was big for its time, but like going back and watching that film, I didn't think it was amazing, except for the set designs and art aesthetic are amazing still. Those still hold up, but not necessarily the script. But 2049 was fucking like miles better, and it felt like it was more of like a love letter to the original in a lot of ways too. 2049 is a great film. But yeah, that's where the OG, who's the actor in 2049? I forget his name, the popular actor. Ryan Gosling, the meme that it's been memed to hell and back, but like the context of the scene is like terrible for some of the memes that are used for it. But the meme of him with the pink face, like looking up at the giant hologram of the lady. Oh my god. BB! Making me think of this. There are even historical accounts of humans marrying second-gen AIs. That actually turned out to be something of a societal problem, which resulted in second gens using non-humanoid body types for their frames. Oh my god, that's why it's a camel head? Really? That would not, come on, let's be honest, that would not stop some of you motherfuckers. There are historical accounts of old humans marrying second-gen AIs. That actually turned out to be something of a societal problem, which resulted in second gens using non-humanoid body types for their frames. That would not stop some of you motherfuckers. Really? So that's why you have a camel's face, Chakarim? I thought that was just a mask you wore because you love camels so much. Nope, this is my real face. Have you actually seen a living camel before, Mash? You have. That makes me so happy. I do love camels, so I'm thrilled to have you say I have a camel's face. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that was your real face and that you were so proud of it. That's okay. Your face has a lovely shape too, Mesh. So does yours, Max. They seem different somehow from the ones on the 3rd gen frames. Well, that's no surprise. A 3rd gen's body is just an imitation. On which note, 3rd gen AIs have advanced from being humans' partners to a new type of full-blown human in their own right. That being said, 1st and 2nd gens are citizens of Moon Dubai, just like we are. There's no hierarchy among generations. We're all equal and we all share the same goal. We just happen to have different purposes. That's what I was wondering. I was like, you say it's not hierarchical, but he did mention that like labor and jobs were like 1st and 2nd gen AI things. So I was starting to think, I was like, wait, is it actually a class-based society or what? We just happen to have different goals, or maybe they just automatically fully accept what they were programmed for. I'm not sure. Are they sure? Yeah, because the concept could be like alien to them too, because they're not human, right? I don't know. And what goal is that? What is the goal you all share? That's a creepy smile. To replace humans. That's the reason we were created. While we're at it, can I ask you one more question? You all have different frames, bodies? But some of them are organic and functionally the same as mine and Senpai's. Why is that? Isn't having an organic body, well, inconvenient? Inorganic bodies are more human. That is, they allow us to experience more human pleasures. Take this food, for instance. They are like replicants then, right? Chakarim here cooks, though only to make use of the skills he's learned. AIs don't need to go through all that trouble. We can input the data of a dish's nutrients, texture, and aroma directly into our heads, and then receive the same satisfaction as actually eating a good meal. In fact, we can just input the satisfaction of having eaten a good meal directly to save even more trouble. But after we checked the math, one area did stand out as having a clear difference between mere data and reality. Oh, and what was that? Stress. Meals are means of replenishing the energy needed to be active. That's just as true for AIs even as our normal formats. But when humans ate, they didn't just replenish energy, it also helped them recover from stress. Just like organic bodies have stresses unique to them, there exists stress that is unique to AI. You can't experience that difference without an organic body of your own. No matter how much we've tried, electron-based neural networks just can't replicate the phenomenon of recovering from stress by eating. All of that is why some 3rd gens decided to use organic frames as close in design to old humans as possible. You guys might be jealous of our immortality, but we're just as jealous of your ability to increase your own happiness by doing something as simple as eating. So I'm guessing this ties into what the joy meter was that BB had us doing in the summer event too, somehow. Now I gotcha. So what about your frame? I see. So is your frame organic too, Hazara? Only about 10%. My only organic parts are skin and brain. I didn't choose to experience the joys of eating. Master, Max, Miss Mash, Bar Hot Lemieux. Sorry to interrupt your during lunchtime break. The Laughing Moon Knight Brigade is attacking us from the neighboring area. We can't understand their overwhelmingly violent nature on our own. Will you help us? We can't understand their overwhelming violent nature on our own. Leave it to us. Understand. This will be a perfect post-meal workout. Wait, what did he mean by understand? Machine Arthur, Rough Rider A, Rough Rider B. What the fuck? Ooh, wait. Oh, he has a fucking battery? I didn't even see that before. What the fuck? Or maybe I did and I just forgot. I think I do remember doing that during the summer event, actually.
どれ？こちらの話です。はい、MSS サービスです。もちろんお望
Check
み
this
の
out.
ままに。
Check this shit out. We're gonna go bam,
少しも
bam.
最大規模のステージで。
Bam, bam, bam.
ご要望とあらば私だってこれくらい。
Damn it.
ライトフレームディフュージョン。
I don't think I've seen this.
私なら交代はこう使う。ボディは小さく、ゾーンは広く、手にした武器は月より大きく。おとなしく引き潰されなさい。
Bigger than the moon. Oh my god, I didn't even kill.
これくらい。レッドアー
Holy shit, though. That was fun.
仕事とはいえ、私も女ですので。実利成績、そして
Light guillotine. Yeah, when we read that in the profile, it actually sounded so badass because like she's like a vampire hunter, as I understand too, from Tsukihime. I don't know the context of everything, but she's from the church, and Tsukihime's like where the vampires are kind of like the strong enemies, and so or the dead apostles and all that. And so I kind of took from reading the profile, I was like, holy shit, conceptually that sounds so badass. Like literally bringing down a star's light from the fucking night sky and bringing it down as a guillotine to just execute a vampire is so fucking badass. Tsukihime.
Understood. FGO.
It worked! What? I understand now. Untrue. Does stuff like this happen often? Thank you, Master Max. I apologize on behalf of all Moon Dubai citizens. Don't worry about the knights from Area F. They're hardly a threat. Our area may be weak, but so is theirs. Plus, they need to contend with that untamable monster. As long as King Protea is there, I doubt Area F will ever gain any new supporters. So she's been a good deterrent then. That's my Protea. I knew she was no ordinary girl with a hidden eye. That said, the other areas probably know that you're in Old Dubai by now, Max. It won't be long before other moon cancers make a move. I'm afraid this might be the last quiet meal you have for quite some time. All right. Should we call it there or do one more node? Fuck it, let's do one more. I'm kind of digging the story. Lion Sky, the terrified mechanized empire. Moon overdosed. Old Dubai Militia A. Scorching sunlight, the rustle of dry wind over the dunes, all clear on the western desert once again. Man, it sure has been peaceful around here ever since Jiniko's guests started taking out all these sandworms. Hey, how come the wind's so strong out here in the desert anyway? Is that just what the climate's set to? No, it's 'cause by the difference in air pressure, you know how Area I has an underground nuclear fusion reactor, right? Well, they made a vent for the expanding air around it over by the bottom of the dome's edge. That's why this area is a desert, you know? It's not 'cause it's still underdeveloped, it's 'cause things work better this way. Huh, interesting. See, I was over in the mall before I moved to Old Dubai. I only ever cared about what was going on in there, so there's still a lot I don't know about how Moon Dubai is put together. Actually, what about the other citizens? It's only ever been 19 years since we were awoken, right? Aren't they all still figuring out their identities too? Nah, only sleepyheads like you struggle with that. Most of us figured out who we wanted to support as soon as... Hold on, is that a sandworm? No, those dust clouds covering the horizon. Oh crap, those are Alvatron Company environment suppressors, and there must be at least 20 of them. Contact Asara now! Tell him the Thomas Alva Edison mechanized empire from Area I is invading. Dude, why is everything such a fucking mouthful? I'm sure that's on purpose. Morning. No start to Dubai this morning. No start to a Dubai morning like a cup of sweet milk tea. Good morning, Senpai. I'm told you don't have any sandworm huts today? Jinako said she has something important to discuss with us, so she'd like us to come see her before What's going on outside? Sabah al-Khair. Good morning, Chaldea. Phew. Good thing you're still here. I want to look that one up. Means morning of light. Or good morning, just in general. Kind of figured that. Sabah al-Khair?
صباح الخير.
Ooh, it's got like an accent to it.
صباح الخير.
Sabah al-Khair. Dude, I cannot do that.
صباح الخير.
صباح الخير.
صباح الخير.
Sabah al-Khair.
Sabah al-Khair.
We have an emergency on our hands, and we need you three to lay low here. If you go out there, you'll only complicate things. Does this emergency have something to do with all those military boots pounding on the ground outside? I could hear dozens and dozens of armored feet, even from all the way up here. Yeah, it does. Mechanized soldiers from Area I have forced their way into our territory. They've pretty much taken over the plaza, though at least they're not attacking us yet. They're probably trying to pressure Jinako into surrendering. It's Edison's typical go-to tactic. Edison? As in that Edison? Oh no. You know him? The guy with the lion head? He sure doesn't strike me as one of your companions. If he has a lion head, he's definitely the Edison we know. I'm sorry to ask this, but is there somewhere we can watch and not be seen from? Well, you can get a good view from the plaza from the lookout tower, but... oh, fine. But it's only big enough for you and Max, so you'll have to stay here, Bart Roberts. Got it. Keep an eye on them from here. For me, Hasara, don't let them run off on their own. Alright, you can come with me, but remember, these mechanized soldiers have excellent audio sensors. So no talking until I tell you it's safe, understood? Nod quietly. So sandy, so dusty, so rustic! So typical of the limited urban development capacity of a pathetic, puny political party. This place hasn't changed one iota since the last time I was here. What a tragedy that this is the best pure-blooded mood cancer area can do. Well, worry not, people of old Dubai. I would never leave you in the grip of such mediocrity. Everyone should be equal in the face of an oncoming apocalypse, which is why I support giving every citizen of Moon Dubai fully mechanical bodies. Join me now, and I'll even make it one of our newest enhanced exoskeleton models. What's that, you say? How generous of me? Magnanimous? Presidential, even? Oh my fucking god, they made him... What's the fucking, the drill anime? Best Edison? No words. How much you want to bet his whole army runs on DC? Oh, maybe he was the one with the fucking nuclear fusion reactor. Gurren Lagann, yeah, thank you. Fucking Gurren Lagann. Now, no need to pass judgment as though it was a universal truth, but yes, I am the greatest inventor and entrepreneur of all time. I am the up-and-coming moon cancer who will unite all of Moon Dubai. Thomas Alva Edison Alter. Fucking Alter. Oy. What the hell is that? We can break our silence. Shut up before they see us. Now then, where might I find Jinako? I thought we could have a morning debate. Candidate to candidate. Our leader's deep in her meditation. She, won't be coming outside anytime soon, so you'll have to come back later. Ha ha ha! Is that all the backbone you can muster? Oh, well, timid leader, timid subordinates. Well, that's quite all right. Jinako can stay right where she is. My business here isn't with her anyway. I'm putting together a super dynamic general elite squadron to represent the best of what my Alvatron company has to offer, you see. And I believe such a squadron deserves golden bodies to symbolize their brilliance. And so I'll just help myself to your area's motherload of precious metals, the gold sock. Oh, don't worry, you people won't have to lift a finger. You may as well shatter your cervical vertebrae if you were to drop my precious gold with those weak, flimsy hands of yours. My Alvatron company's transport department has already arrived at the gold sock. They should finish relocating everything in approximately 4 hours. You can all just relax and enjoy some tea in the meantime. What? You can't do that. The gold sock is one of the few production lines we have left. Ah, yes. It is regrettable that I must trample all over your personal property in this way. But so it goes with capitalism. No, industrialism. At least he's in character. Everything I do. How do you pronounce it? I've been pronouncing it sock. I assumed the Q was... Oh, is it sook? Like book or look? Yeah, it looks like it is. Everything I do is in service of my vision, the complete mechanization of humanity. Mechanized soldiers, what is the Alvatron Company's motto?
Down with humanoid second and third gens. Convert all of humanity to work machines. Let humanity produce materials without thought. Let humanity devote itself to serving civilizations of other star systems. Erase all traces of war from this planet.
Very good. Looking sharp yet again, men. Perhaps a bit too much subjectivity for my tastes, but no matter. I am the great and magnanimous Edison. If anyone here has any complaints about our slogan, I'm willing to hear you out. Assuming any of you have the backbone to voice them, that is. Amazing. That lion in shade stole everything from the gold sook. He's gone too far this time. This is so awful I could cry. Who does he think he is, taking our gold while I'm busy being a shut-in? Please, Max, you've got to teach that lion-headed jerkface a lesson. I know, we can't let this stand. I can't believe even Edison's become an alter now. What exactly is alter about? Take it easy, Jinako. This actually works out perfectly. We were going to have to pay a visit to Edison's area sooner or later anyway. And not just us. This concerns you too, Max. What do you mean? Are you saying it's Senpai's fault that Edison became such a bad guy? No, that was all Edison. This is about Lip. Remember what I said about Passion Lip's statue? Edison actually took that too. He and his stupid machine army made up a bunch of nonsense and took it before we could stop them. Now he's put it up in his factory where his soldiers treat it like their idol. Huh? Why would he do that? That lion-headed jerk! I think I might have an idea. To the mechanized soldiers, Lip's hands are both powerful weapons and beautiful works of art. Edison's probably brought her statue into his factory to boost morale. So Edison's been taking an unfair advantage of old Dubai and he's mistreating Lip, He definitely needs to be punished. I'd say he deserves to have at least 60% of his assets seized. Minimum! That's my girl, Mash. Amazing. That'll show. Seize the means. I had almost forgotten how scary Mash can be sometimes. We've been waiting for an opportunity to get Lip back ourselves. We even have a route to Area I, all mapped out. Oh, Area I was where they said the nuclear reactor was, wasn't it? Okay, so it is Edison, I think. Is that what the altar is? Is that what... the Edison altar converted from fucking DC to, he converted to DC to fucking nuclear energy or some shit? The only problem is, we're not equipped to carry her heavy statue out there without the soldiers spotting us. But if you're there with us, you can just make a contract with her and make her, well, not a statue anymore. With Lip back in its servant form, those mechanized soldiers won't stand a chance. We'll bolster our forces and grind away at theirs all at once. What do you say? Are you in? Lip was one of us to begin with, so of course we're in. Right, Master? Of course. You know it. Now tell me more. All right, I knew you'd agree, but thanks just the same, Max. Okay, Hasara, hurry up and get that dummy container ready. The plan couldn't be simpler. You'll sneak into one of these containers that's scheduled to be transported to Area I, and then free Lip once you get there. We'll also send a secret sand ship to Area I's harbor, and trust that Bart Roberts' navigational skills will make getting out easy. As for their security systems, don't worry. I'll send along a Musaka, the hacking mouse, to disable them. Edison's probably pretty smug after plundering our gold sook, so let's take advantage of that to settle this once and for all. W. The what? I guess her little mouse is a fucking hacking mouse. Oh, and that's why the fucking Ferris wheel is over here, because it used to be over here, right? In the other Space Dubai that we had, and they mentioned how they took the fucking Ferris wheel from old Dubai, and that's why it's down here now. Ah. To the machine factory. The terrifying mechanized empire. What's up, Iron Valiant? Had dinner, nice. It's really cramped in here. It's really hot in here. It's been 2 hours since we boarded this container. Assuming everything's going to plan, we should be in the factory now. I can hear the mechanized soldiers outside. Sounds like it's almost time to make our move. They said this container should be taken to Zone 21, where Lip's been put on display, right? Right. Jinako acquired a map of the factory before we left, and Hasara's team calculated the transport route for us. Their calculations are so exact they bordered on outright prognostication. Even just for the life in old Dubai, they seemed as accurate as the one in Shiba's observations of the future. If you say so, Mash, then it must be true. Oh right, I keep forgetting they're actually incredibly advanced AIs. Completely on board with their plan too, but there was one threat that they couldn't account for. My heart's beating so fast I'm actually having a little trouble breathing. I'm a little worried it might slow me down. Oh no, are you feeling motion sick? I thought you would be used to swaying like this. No, it's not that. It's just, your hidden eye is always a sight to behold, but it's even more beautiful now. I don't suppose you could stay in the Ortnax the whole time we're in Moon Dubai, could you? No, I can't. Suiting up like this takes a lot of Master's magical energy, so... Gotcha. Then I'll just have to really focus on this moment so I can remember it in perfect detail. Bart, focus. Maybe they should mechanize the pirate first. The container has stopped. I'm not picking up any heat signatures of mechanized soldiers outside. Ooh, we'll break out of the container in 48 seconds in accordance to the plan, and then make our way to the warehouse where Lip's statue is on display. 30, 35, 40, 45. Now! Holy moly. This factory. Yep, couldn't forget this place if I tried. Yeah, the output here must be something else. This doesn't seem connected to Moon Dubai's technology. It's completely automated. No AI in sight. Hang on, that's weird. Every facility we've seen in Moon Dubai so far has been staffed by AI. Even the Marion Hotel was no exception. Why haven't they automated more of their workload? Good question. With their advanced engineering, it should be easy for them. No, never mind that now. We need to focus on the plan. It could be that Old Dubai and the Marion Hotel are exceptions rather than the rule. Lip's statue should be next to the warehouse over there. They said it's right in the center. We can't miss it, they said. Come on, Max and Mash. This icy cold factory is no place for a delicate maiden like her. Yeah, hang in there, Lip. We're coming for you. Yeah, we've seen this before in multiple events. I can't remember which one it originated from, but it was also in like the Tesla, I think it's older than that though, but it was in the AC/DC event. I can't remember what that was, the Tesla Cup, but it's even older than that. I can't remember what event the factory originates from. I want to say it was like it was also used in one of the recent Gouda Gouda ones where it was all fucking mechas and shit too, Gouda Gouda 6. But I also think it's even older than that. This is some fucking years old. The background's been used in a bunch of stuff, but I'm pretty sure it originates from something before that. Maybe even, oh, is it Servantverse shit, maybe? I kind of want to almost say it was in Saber Wars, but I don't even know if that was the originator of it. She's not here? I don't see her anywhere. According to the map, she should be in this warehouse. Maybe she was moved? Wait, what if this... There has to be some Servantverse shenanigans going on. What if this Edison alter, because he does look like he's... The fact that he's fashioned after Gurren Lagann almost makes me want to say it's a fucking Servantverse Edison, right? There's gotta be some Servantverse shit going on. According to the map, she should be in this warehouse. Maybe she was moved? Maybe they knew we were coming, in which case... Ooh.
Unregistered workers detected. There are 0 factory tours scheduled for today. Please present your citizen IDs within 30 seconds. If you are unable or unwilling to comply, you will be considered hostile litigants in accordance with Edison law.
Surveillance robots are entering through the openings in the ceiling. They're already scanning us. Oh, we've got to destroy them in the next 30 seconds. Let's settle this quickly, Master. Cheese it. It's an ice cheese it. Oh, nice.
アセットカテドラル主よ見つかりの車輪をここに弾頭の刃は星のように財形を立てカルバリア・ガルガリン私だってこれくらいレッカー崩壊すればいい。いいステージでした。あ、ちょっとエーテル補充していっていいですか？
What's up, Skylar?
Unregistered intruders detected. Please present your citizen IDs within 30 seconds. Unregistered criminals detected. Please present your citizen IDs within 40 seconds. Unregistered destroyers detected. Please present your citizen IDs within 50. Never mind. Initiating extermination.
Talk about tyranny of the majority. They're no problem individually, but they just keep coming. They're going to sound the alert. We have to do something before the mechanized soldiers show up. We can't let ourselves get surrounded. Oh man, what do we do? Should we fight or retreat? Already? Damn it, now we'll have to run for it. Different colored mechanized soldier.
Wait, you don't need to retreat now. Those drones are defective. The more of them are active, the longer it'll take to sound the alert. It takes a lot of processing power for them to assess the situation. You're here for Passion Lip, right? Come with me. I'm Ben. I'm the general of the Mechanized Soldier Army, and Thomas's master. I'm not prepared to do battle with you at this time.
Oh, that's what you meant by it's ice cheese. Yeah, so I wonder if it's gonna be a, oh, was it in Olympus? This background's from Olympus, at least. I don't know if the factory was or not. I don't think it was. This background's from Olympus, though. It seems like, at least with Astolfo as well, we'll see if it's the case with Ben here, but it seems like every master of, like, the Moon Cancer servants, they, like, can't control their servant. It's like a... seems to be a reoccurring theme here, so we'll see if that's the case here, if Ben's helping us out, because he's like, I can't stop Edison. He just wants to fucking industrialize everything. Please help me. That'd be pretty funny.
No need to introduce yourselves. You don't have much time. It won't be long before they detect you. Passionlit statue is in Zone 26, not Zone 21, where you just were. You have a map of the factory, right? Then use it to take the shortest possible route to her before Thomas shows up.
I appreciate the info, but why are you doing this? Thank you, but why are you helping us?
It is a matter of principle. I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for Passionlip. She might be an AI being, but she's not like us, and she's obviously not like the mechanized soldiers either. She was born from something not at all human. It's only a matter of time before Area I becomes a battlefield. She shouldn't be here when that happens.
Why? Because she's not cut out for fighting? Why? Because she's a woman? What does he say to that? I'm actually kind of curious.
No, gender has no bearing on one's capacity to fight.
Holy shit, we got woke robots in 2030. Let's fucking go. That's fucking awesome. Nasu!
No, gender has no bearing on one's capacity to fight, but I won't tolerate anyone who has not resolved to do so herself being used as a tool of war. Even if military training sometimes breaks as a person's spirit, they should still have chosen to join the army freely.
The woke robots, the conservatives are right. It's just like, this reminds me of like, sometimes on Twitter, you'll have a conservative like try to ask Grok about a question or try to have them like clarify their own like conservative ideology, and the fucking the Grok reply will be something like super counter to whatever their argument was. That's always the funniest fucking thing. The entire plot was about women in every way for every reason. It's like, I've heard that's been said about Silent Hill as well, that like every single Silent Hill game is about, is like a super deep understanding of like women suffering in different ways. They keep having to fix it.
Gender has no bearing on one's capacity to fight, but I won't tolerate anyone who has not resolved to do so herself being used as a tool of war. Even if military training sometimes breaks a person's spirit, they should still have chosen to join the army freely.
Does this mean you and Thomas Alva Edison have had a falling out?
No, the matter of passionate is our only difference of opinion. I am just as much an advocate of Thomas' vision as my fellow AIs who volunteered to be mechanized. I understand his ideals. His method of extinction would result in humanity having meant something. Go. This is the last peaceful talk you and I will ever have.
One last thing. Don't you think Edison is behaving strangely?
I don't know what you mean. Thomas is the very avatar of intelligence and rationality. As far as I can tell, he behaves exactly the same now as he did when I first summoned him on behalf of the citizens of Moon Dubai. Having said that, he was a different class at that time, a caster. Once he became a moon cancer after hearing BB Dubai's explanation, he began to harbor intense anger towards death. Or rather, towards the concept of parting with one's neighbors. That's all I have to say. My involvement with this matter ends here. We may be enemies, but I wish you luck nonetheless.
Huh. Weird shit going. Oh my god, look at the factory. I didn't notice the logo. They've got fucking... Look at Edison's fucking face on the factory area logo on the left side of the screen there. I didn't see that before. That's funny. There she is! Look, she's right where Ben said she'd be. Oh my god. Who should the spies sulking around my factory turn out to be but from the old humans of Chaldea? Thank you for saving me the trouble of searching for you. Thank you for being so astoundingly foolish. As a token of my appreciation, I'll let you gaze upon the fruits of my Albatron Company's labor before sending you to your demise. Tell me, what do you think of my awe-inspiring production line, my unparalleled military force? Why, in 10 days I declare I will have sufficient power to prevail, even if I were to take on every moon cancer at once. Now on another note, I won't have a spy stealing what's mine on my watch. Stop right there, not another step towards my goddess. How is he still so fast with all that bulk? Is he wearing skates or something? It's called linear movement, you ignoramus. Now give yourselves up already. Go on, Senpai. We'll hold them back while you go get lip. Thanks, Smash. No more crazy talk, Edison! You're the king of inventors. Aren't you ashamed to be participating in something like the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown? And why are you wearing those dangerously pointing sunglasses at your age anyway? The entire human race could sue you for reckless endangerment, and they'd be right to do it. Ugh, you have a tongue as sharp as any reporter that ever badgered me. Inventors have feelings too, you know. Oh my god. But no matter, now that I have awakened to my duty as a moon cancer, I fear no such slanderous defamation. Besides, the human race is dead and gone. There's no one left to blame or criticize me. Plebeians like you could never understand my deeply profound approach to this problem. Sure we can. You're proposing humanity went extinct because they turned themselves into machines, right? What? That would certainly put an end to humanity. There'd be no more wars, no discrimination, no inequality. Sounds pretty happily ever after to me. But really, Thomas, tell me how that's at all interesting. How is it interesting? You even need to ask? I'm going to turn Earth into a completely automated factory that does nothing but manufacture products and strip them out into the vast empty blackness of space. That is the Alvatron Company vision. That is my purpose as the Thomas Alva Edison Alter. My name will shine through the ages of history as the genius who built the solar system's largest factory. That's ridiculous! Who are you even going to send all those products to? Why, what purpose could they possibly serve? I don't know. It doesn't matter. What matters is that humanity accomplishes something great. This is what happens when you try to reward those who are still living. Humanity should just disappear forever. The Amazon endgame. Those are some impressive defenses. I'll add them to my collection once I... Huh? Get 'em, Lip! A universe-wide cash-on-delivery scam? Not on my watch! What the... I made it. Now to follow Ginako's instructions. Wait, what happened? I thought that was gonna be Lip. What exactly happened there?
Passion Lip's statue is kind of like a time capsule. She has been summoned as a servant, yet exists without a master. It was Lip's mind, her software, if you will, that guided you around 2030 Dubai. Thus, if you reinstall that software onto her frame, her hardware, she should reboot. Raise thy command spell, brandish thy command spell, and Passion Lip shall awaken, awaken, awaken. At least I think. If not, I'll feel really bad.
Wake up, Passion Lip! Contract accepted. Good morning, Master. I already understand the situation. Would you like me to take care of the threats in the area? Absolutely. 50 enemy units located in field of view. Activating skill Trash and Crush. Skill _ Trash and Crush, to be exact. Oh, maybe it was. It just cut to like a few seconds earlier, maybe. Oh, what the? My army! It's being condensed! Oh my! They got turned into a cube. I'm picking up their signals, but it looks like Edison and his mechanized army have vanished. That was Lip's compression codec. I've never seen its output so high before. Welcome back, Lip. Thank you for saving us once again. No need to thank me. I was merely following my master's orders. Nice to meet you, Shielder.
I'm Passionlip, the alter ego of love and hatred. Sorry to say this so suddenly, but I recommend we retreat. That attack dramatically reduced my combat output. It will take me 93 minutes to recover my strength. I won't be able to stop a second wave. You need to get someplace safe as soon as possible, or I may end up vanishing. Personality is definitely extremely different. I'm assuming this is like, this is extra lip. And then she puts it in her chest bin. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, last arrow. I think we're just gonna finish on section 5 today, so we'll end stream right after this last arrow. We get 2 cum cubes from this. CCC, she actually started out really shy, and that's like her personality. That's how I knew her too, but this is like a robot, right? So I don't know what this is. Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm glad I checked with you because I wasn't sure if that was like an extra thing I wasn't understanding. She seems like super robotic right now though. Thank you for filling me in. I see. So this is the second time I saved your lives. I'm glad to know our relationship sounds so positive. By the way, Master Max, am I right to assume you wish to continue our contract since you woke me with your command spells? Yeah, of course. Then please keep our magical energy bypass open. It may not be much, but it's still better than nothing. Now that I've informed you of our current status, I'm going back to sleep until my magical energy is back to 90%. I knew this was a possibility, but I didn't think she'd get reset quite like this. Okay. BB Cosmo will explain. It's not just her memories that are gone. She lost her individuality as well. She's more like an alter ego of indifference now. Who knew you could have an alter ego without feelings? This isn't a joke, BB. What can we do? Is there any way to bring her memories back? Holy shit, there's a lot of different sprites with this, BB. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's beyond even me. She can't get her memories back because she doesn't have any in the first place. She's only just awakened to the world. You'll just have to come to terms with the fact that she's a new Passionlip who doesn't yet know any of you. Mash, speaking as an AI, I appreciate that you care so much, but please, don't be too sad. The Sakura 5 are all supporters and partners of humanity, just like I am. They may not have looked like it, but they're machines. If one breaks, a new one can just take its place. No matter how carefully you handle them, or how much you love to... Oh, I almost read that wrong. No matter how carefully you handle them or how much love you shower them with, they can always be replaced. Humans might find that sad, but believe it or not, it's actually something we're proud of. The very fact that Passionlip was able to save you all again is a badge of honor as far as she's concerned. Yeah, you're right. Lip is still Lip, even if she doesn't remember the summer we spent together. So all we need to do now is convey to her how much we care for her and appreciate her. Yeah, she might be different, but she's still Lip. So what about Melt and Protea? What about Melt and Protea? It's the same for them, of course. They're both supporters and partners of humanity as well. Of course, one fancies herself a prickly rich girl who refuses to listen to anyone, and the other one's a late bloomer with boundary issues, but nobody's perfect. Good point. Lit might speak differently now, but her heart's still in the same place. Right now, what's more important is how we relate to her. Thank you, BB. This is helpful. What's up, Lucy? Still waiting on a Max Visage stream 7 years later? Bro. That game's too scary. It's too scary. It's like maybe one of the only games that like I don't want to play because it's too scary. That shit actually like scared the shit out of me. Most horror games have like an interesting narrative that even if it's scary, like it keeps me going. But like I think that might have been it. Like the narrative, I remember like trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, and it kind of seemed like it was like another like stereotypical
plot game where like your character is the monster because it seemed like you were playing as like the dad of a family and the family was all dead and they were somehow haunting the dad or something like that. That's probably not what the plot is, but that's what I was getting from it when I played early on. And I just remember, dude, the atmosphere in that game is fucking too scary, and I remember the narrative not being enough to like pull me along. I think that's like mainly why I never went back to it. The atmosphere, it's a scary game. I'll give them that for sure. It's a scary fucking game. You're rewatching it again right now? Oh no. Good point. Lit might speak differently now, but her heart's still in the same place. Right now, what's more important is how we relate to her. Thank you, BB. This was helpful. I appreciate your coming along all the way back to the ship to check in with us too. Sounds like you haven't been having much luck on your end, though.
Aw, Bart Roberts, you really know how to hit where it hurts, don't you?
Alright, I can give you a little more useful intel. BB Dubai will never leave Area B. 30% of Moon Dubai's power comes from the underground facilities. The remaining 70% comes from the Burj Khalifa. And since the Burj Khalifa doesn't have any generators, we can assume that BB Dubai is using her own magical circuits to provide it. So tell Jinako and that BB Dubai will never leave her tower as long as the city of Moon Dubai exists. That should help her be at ease a little bit, even as timid as she is. Our ultimate goal may be BB Dubai, but it's also crucial that we do something about every other area's moon cancer too. There's no way we can let anything as awesome, outrageous as the final boss of humanity's Annihilation Showdown succeed. So let's wipe out all the other moon cancers before one of them gets their approval rating at 70%. Go team! Yeah, that's fine. Just please don't be the surprise 8th boss. Bro, the facial expression. Oh. Did they really think they could get rid of me by digitally compressing me into junk data? It may have taken an entire year's worth of development time to code an extraction program, but looking at these results, it was well worth it. And since time spent in a compression is also compressed, it can't have been more than a minute here in reality. Oh my god. This is so stupid, but I love it.
And President Thomas, your admin processing is 3 hours behind. Please get back to work immediately. Please get back to work immediately.
How incredible that a single servant can do so much massive damage. This is exactly why she's my goddess of destruction. I must get her back at any cost. One can never have too many powerful weapons after all.
About that, Mr. President, there is a visitor waiting for you in your office.
Ho ho ho, and who is this? Another moon cancer come to propose to an alliance?
Yo, she is a beast calling herself Ainty Araskigal.
Bum bum bum. Oh, is that where we're ending? No! Okay, cliffhanger. Alright. This is really good so far though. I'm honest, I mean, I should have my expectations were a little higher than the other Ordeal calls because it's written by Nasu. And I also wasn't really enjoying the summer event that much, but I've come to understand that how Nasu writes summer events and how Nasu writes main story chapters are very fucking different. I remember I had some criticisms on the Mihoyo event because I was really expecting the Mihoyo, because I had just come off Witch on the Holy Night, and Witch on the Holy Night is an amazing read. It's such a good fucking read. And then the Witch on the Holy Night collab event is literally all jokes, gifs, and gabs, and just laughing and kind of goofing around until the last couple sections. In the last couple sections, they actually have that hard-hitting stuff with the idol that actually made me tear up a bit. But Like the majority of the MiHoYo event was all like gifs and gags and like references and like, oh, remember this funny thing? Look at this, blah, blah. And I wasn't really a fan of that. And that's kind of how the summer event felt as well. And so I like, especially coming off of the summer event into this, I didn't know if I was actually really gonna like how OC3 played out, but it's been really good so far. Nasu locked in. I like this a lot so far. We'll see how it develops. It's even better with extra context. Oh, I'm sure, absolutely. Which is why, again, I wish Extra Record would have came out before this, because I would have loved to have experienced Extra Record. And obviously, I know like CCC is part of that as well, and I'm sure even Extella to an extent as well. I'm sure all the extra stuff adds a little bit of context, but yeah, I think my only plan was, because I knew OC3 had some extra stuff going on, I was originally planning to get to experience Extra Record before OC3, but it kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed, and I think because I think they had a release date planned for early 2026 at one point, and I don't know what the fuck happened, but like late at some point last year, they were like, yeah, that 2026 release is actually, it's indefinitely delayed now. I'm like, what the fuck happened? What? That's insane. They went from continuing to delay it because like it was announced in like 2020 or 2019 or some shit. I think it just passed like the 7-year announcement anniversary, and they kept it was announced like 7 years ago, and they kept delaying it and delaying it and delaying it. And either in 2024 or 2025, they were like, it's gonna have an early 2026 release date. And when I heard that, I was like, okay, perfect. That means I can play through all of it before OC3 and get a little bit of extra lore. And then like sometime late last year, they were like, yeah, it's actually indefinitely delayed now, so. It was announced in July of 2020 from Wiki. On March 16, 2026, it was announced that Bandai Namco had decided to cancel sales. Oh, so it was earlier this year. March 16th, 2026, it was announced Bandai Namco had decided to cancel sales and would no longer be the game's publisher. Ah, what the fuck? If we were doing a single fan translation for one extra CCC, would be the one to do. Well, I'm about to finish watching the Visage again. I'm gonna go show my younger sis your RE7 series. Hey, take care, Max. All right, Bluesy, peace out. Peace out. My fear with Extra Record is it's going to be a new timeline altogether. I would expect that, or at least how the Tsukihime shit went, right? I'm assuming a part of the reason why it's been through development hell is Nasu loves to rewrite his shit. Like, he'll go back, and that's why a lot of people don't want him to rewrite Fate Stay Night. Because if he does, he's talked a lot about how he doesn't really like how he wrote, especially the Fate route, specifically. Because I remember him saying, like, he agrees with a lot of people's criticisms that, like, he kind of made Shiro a bit too, or he comes off a bit, like, misogynistic with how he treats Saber in the Fate route. And I remember him saying in an interview at one point that if there was anything he'd want to go back and rewrite in the Fate route, it would be that, like, dynamic. And a lot of people's fears are that if there was ever, like, a remake for Fate Stay Night, he'd rewrite the whole fucking thing. All right, but without further ado, I think it's gonna do it for the stream chat. Thanks for hanging, everybody. I'll try to get to part 2 of Ordeal Call 3, which we'll finish off like technically like part 1 as these things release. And I think we should be able to stream the rest of everything, because I think part 2, one of y'all were saying that part 2 of the release that comes out later this week is only 4 sections, which isn't long. Which goes up to what, section 14, and then the rest of everything of Ordeal Call 3 comes out in part 3, which will be the week after that, next week, and that will be what, sections either 14 or 15 all the way to the end, which is like early 20s, I assume, another like 7 sections or something like that. So we'll probably split this part 1 into 2 different sections because it was like 10 sections total, so we'll read all the way up to section 10 next stream. Stream after that, we'll read up to like whatever part 2 is, like section 15, and then we'll finish everything out in the last stream. That's probably the plan. But thanks for hanging, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a thumbs up. Would really appreciate it. Leave a comment down below on what your thoughts on Ordeal Call are up to this point. I would love to hear the viewer thoughts. I like interacting with viewers and talking about the story. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, leave a comment down below if you want to support the channel. If you would like to support the channel and you can't think of a comment to leave, you can leave the comment, Moon's Haunted. And I will know you've reached the end of the video and you're leaving a comment to support the channel in a free way. Thanks so much. Leave a comment, Moon's Haunted. Leave a like on the video. And I will catch you all in the next stream, which should be soon. All right, peace out, everyone. Love y'all. Catch you in the next stream, which should be pretty soon. I don't know when, either tomorrow, the next day, or in the next couple days. All right, peace out, everyone. Love y'all. Bye-bye.